Part 2. The Chase. Chapter 36. Then, she woke up in a hospital with tubes in her veins, groggy, aching, and feeling like her lungs were full of lead. The memories rushed to the forefront of her mind. The alcohol, the despair, the fire, Achilles. The only thing she'd ever wanted was for him to be happy and thrive, and somehow she couldn't even get this right because, instead of eliminating herself from his life in a way that wouldn't make him struggle with a decision, she'd hurt him, maybe even killed him. What if he died? What if she's caused permanent damage? She ripped the needles and tubes from her veins. Pushing up on wobbly knees, she staggered to the door. Her vision was blurry, and she bumped into things. I need to see him, she whimpered, even though she was alone. I have to make sure that he's okay. Once in the hallway, she flung her shoulder against a wall to support herself. He'd saved her. She'd tried to commit suicide, set her room on fire, and he'd saved her. Idiot! She was supposed to save him from herself, from a life with a barren wife and a family that'd forever resent him once they found out her secret.
Whoa, easy there, Tigress.
Tiernan rushed toward her from the other side of the hallway, steadying her with his hands.
You need to be in bed.
I need to see him. Take me to him.
See who?
Like everyone else, Tiernan wasn't aware of her relationship with Achilles. She made sure of it. She didn't want Achilles to get into trouble with his family. Achilles. He saved me. He should be here. He opened his mouth, about to argue, but something in her expression told him she wasn't backing down.
Go rest. I'll find him for you.
Achilles was being treated just down the hall. She and Tiernan stopped outside his room, where 2 Camorra soldiers stood on guard.
Let her through.
Her brother jutted his chin at his sister.
She's the girlfriend, apparently.
Don't care if she's the fucking Pope.
One of the soldiers spat sideways.
No visitors unless Don Velo says so.
Tiernan's expression clouded.
What if I tell you the next time I have to repeat to myself your windpipe is going to be used as my fucking...
Let her in.
Luca ordered from the darkened room. He stood up, waltzing over to them.
But first, I want a word.
He reached the door, lowering his head to whisper in her ear.
Privacy.
Tiernan, leave. Her brother's hooded eyes promised to shed blood at the slightest provocation.
Fine. But remember, I'm around the corner, Ferrante. And very trigger-fucking happy to take you and everyone in your family tree down.
Well aware.
He left. Luca still stood in her way, blocking the entrance. He was huge, handsome, and well-dressed, but so impersonal and dead that he reminded her of a shark.
How are you feeling?
She knew he was asking just to be polite. Been better? Luca's cold gaze swept along her face, sending an ice cube down her spine. He wasn't supposed to know she and Achilles were together, though she guessed he had a good idea now. Is he okay?
He's awake, if that's what you're asking.
Can I see him?
You can, and you fucking will, because once you get in there, you are going to break off your little affair, whether you want to or not.
Her eyes widened. She knew, of course, that it was the logical thing to do, that Achilles deserved better. But with everything he'd done for her, it was hard to imagine doing this to him. But we love each other.
Stop right there.
Luca clapped a heavy hand over her shoulder.
You're a smart girl. You know as well as I do this shit won't last. Don Velo won't let it. He has big plans for Achilles. He sent me to tell you this is over, so it is over. Either you break it off, or I'll break you. Now, which is it going to be?
She stared in his vacant, merciless eyes and knew he'd kill her without so much as a blink. Luca Ferrante was just as cruel as Achilles, but unlike Achilles, he'd never shown a trace of humanity or emotion to her. And he wasn't wrong. They were doomed from the beginning, a Romeo and Juliet of the underworld. I'll let him make that decision. She stuck her chin out.
If he picks you, I'll kill you myself. And while you don't give two shits about your own life, he does. It'd break him like nothing else. I advise you to think carefully.
She nodded, stifling a cry. I'll break it off.
Good girl.
I never meant to hurt him, you know.
Sweetheart.
Luca palmed her cheek, giving her a pitying look.
I don't give a fuck.
Dizziness took over her as she wobbled inside the room. Her vision became white and spotty, and she collapsed onto a chair in front of his bed to stop herself from fainting. She blinked into focus. Slowly, her vision returned, but she wished it hadn't. Achilles was no longer the gorgeous, chiseled boy with the shy composure and bottomless brown eyes. He looked terrifying. His face was partly hidden by bandages, but whatever was visible was marred with red, swollen scars. He was awake and alert, studying her reaction to him wordlessly. She wanted to cry, to beg for forgiveness, to run away. She did none of those things, just took his hand and brought it to her lips, kissed it gently, scared to hurt him.
Are you okay?
His voice was scratchy. That was all it took for her tears to start falling. It was just like him to worry about her until the very end. Yes, are you? His disfigured lips stretched into a smile.
Take a wild guess.
She was going to break it off, to save him from her, and to save them both from Don Velo. Luca made it clear she'd never be accepted into the family. I started the fire. Her chin vibrated. I wanted to die.
You wanted to leave me?
She said nothing.
Even though you knew it'd kill me?
Silence.
They say people who commit suicide are selfish.
She'd heard that before, and she did not agree at all. If being altruistic meant suffering an agonizing existence every second of every minute of every day of every year for the rest of her life, then maybe self-sacrifice was overrated. She'd never meant harm to anyone but herself. I knew your father would never accept me.
That's for me to worry about, not you.
She pursed her lips, staring down at her bare feet. You didn't even tell your family we were together, Achilles.
You knew I'd save you.
He ignored her words. Yes.
And you still did it.
She thought he'd be too late. He'd arrived hours earlier. She thought she'd planned this so carefully to spare him. Yes, but Achilles...
Let me guess. Instead of telling me what you were worried about, you drank yourself half to death, as usual, then tried to off yourself instead of fucking talking to me.
She flinched. He was right. But she was still new to loving someone. She'd never done it before. I thought I was doing you a favor. He snorted derisively.
How do I look?
Well, what?
How do I look?
He enunciated each word. You She looked away from him, not because she was disgusted, but because his face was a reminder of what she'd done. You look like the love of my life.
The truth!
You don't look good. When she chanced another look at him, she saw the unwavering cruelty in his expression, the one he gave everyone but her until today. You look bad.
Funny.
His lips twisted in a bitter curl.
You look just as gorgeous as the last time I saw you, if not a little pale.
She hung her head in shame. She wanted to just tell him the truth, that she wanted to die because she couldn't be the woman he was destined to marry. Fellow would never, ever let them go through with the wedding. And even if he did, Achilles would feel betrayed. No offspring, no heirs. If Achilles didn't have children, he'd never become Don. And that was all he'd ever aspired to be. It was his dream. Maybe he'd have stayed with her anyway. He was a good man. But he'd take a mistress, another woman who could bear his children. And those kids would run between her legs in Kimura weddings and funerals, a constant reminder she wasn't good enough. But it was too late now anyway. Luca was going to rip the world to shreds if she didn't break up with Achilles. He'd made it clear.
Tell me why you almost killed me.
Tell him the truth. Tell him how much you lost in Siberia. Open up to him. I don't know.
You don't know?
He was so shocked it came out as a whisper. I guess She pushed each word out of her mouth like it was poison. I guess I just needed to get rid of you somehow, and that was as good a way as any. He stared at her, shocked. You got too clingy. She forced herself to shrug. And I knew you'd save me. I kind of hoped. Say it. Just say it and get it over with. I kind of hoped you'd die saving me. He closed his eyes.
We're over.
This hurt her so badly she couldn't breathe. She felt the words in her bones. They scorched through her. She squirmed on the chair. I'm so sorry.
Don't. I don't want your pity.
Don't
feel so bad, Piccola Fiamma. Once I get out of here, I'll ruin your life too. That way, we'll be even. Now, truth?
Truth, she found the courage to whisper.
I will always fucking love you, but I'll spend every waking moment of my life making sure no one else ever does.
And with these words, he condemned her to a loveless life, allowing no one to take his place. Chapter 37, Tyranny. Beep, 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 beep. The steady rhythm thunked against my skull. Pain. I was in so much pain. And cold, all the way down to my bones. The air was dry, static, still. I tried to pry my eyes open, but my eyelids were too heavy. Beep, 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 beep. Where was I? Was I safe? Was I home? Did it even matter? Beep, 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 beep. I slipped back into unconsciousness, letting the darkness swallow me whole. Sometimes I heard voices even though my eyes were closed. They always sounded like they were coming from above and I was underwater. I didn't trust my own ears, especially when, one night, I heard the door to my room creaking open. I felt a shift in the atmosphere, the temperature dropping, like a nocturnal animal just entered my domain. Then a brush of cold, calloused knuckles over my jawline, and a voice I'd recognize any time, anywhere, under water or dirt, dead or alive. A voice I had known since before it even spoke to me, of a beautiful monster who did very ugly things.
You have to stay alive, Piccola Fiamma, so you can kill me like you promised.
The words were spoken softly, unhurriedly.
I'm holding you to that. Don't let me down, little flame. I'm waiting on the other end.
This was a lie, a coping mechanism. My heart trying to piece itself back together. It was the morphine, the drugs, my temporary insanity. I forced myself back to sleep. Hours or maybe days later, I woke up again. This time I managed to open my eyes. Everything still hurt like a bitch, but in an abstract, indescribable way. They'd probably pumped me full of enough painkillers to kill an elephant. Peering around, I registered a generic hospital room painted in soft blues. Lifting my head was a big no-no. I wasn't even going to attempt such foolishness. My skull was weighed down by a headache and about 10 pounds worth of bandages. I slanted my gaze until my pupils hurt, searching for signs to see whether they were in English or Italian. The last thing I remembered was being in a motel room in Italy with Achilles. He said he'd let me go. He lied. I mean, clearly, or I wouldn't be here, would I? I didn't know why the pain from his lying was greater than the pain in my body, but it somehow was. Maybe because no matter how far we'd fallen, we'd never lied to each other before. Other than that time Luca threatened to kill you. My eyes finally landed on a sign under the mounted TV, but it was too far for me to make out the words. I thought it was English, but that didn't make any sense. Whatever happened to me happened in Italy, so why would I be anywhere else? The door whined open, but my now giant head, with the big-ass bandage pressing onto my jaw and forehead, was still nailed to the pillow, and I couldn't see who it was. Please don't let it be him. Leela's Barbie doll face came into view, peering down at me worriedly. Her blonde brows zipped together at the sight of me awake.
Dear!
She rushed to the edge of my bed, placing a comforting hand on my arm through the blanket. I guess she had swaddled me like she did Gennaro, like I was a human burrito. Now that I was noticing more things, I also had compression socks on, and my face felt like it had been scrubbed clean. "Hi," I croaked, sounding about 1,000 years old.
Sweetheart, you're awake.
She couldn't stop stroking my face gently, so much warmth radiating from her eyes.
How are you feeling?
Like hell. Where am I?
In the hospital?
Yeah, but where? Europe? America?
New York.
She said, dragging a chair by the door and plopping next to me.
You've been out for 2 weeks.
I groaned. What happened to me?
A bullet to the head.
Trust Leela not to mince words. She was new to making conversations and often said things bluntly without regard for social etiquette. Came with the territory of finally stepping out of her mother's shadow and living life like a normal person after being sheltered for so many years by her parents. Okay, can you... I winced, the headache mounting behind my eyelids. Can you give me the rundown of what happened to me?
You got shot in Europe. The killer aimed for your head, but it turned out the bullet only fractured the back of your skull. It didn't touch your brain. You spent 2 days in a medically induced coma while they ran some tests. Tyranny arranged for you to be flown into New York so we could take care of you here. Are you feeling disoriented? Have poor eyesight? Confused?
I don't think so. I frowned. The simple action hurt like my forehead was about to split in half. When did they take me out of the medically induced coma?
2 days ago? You took your time, but I guess you've had a very long few weeks.
Leela rubbed my arm affectionately, but I couldn't feel much of it.
They're still worried about brain damage and hemorrhages. Do you remember anything?
I remember Achilles came after me. He was assigned to kill me. Leela nodded but said nothing. My brows bunched together as something occurred to me. Hey, how come your father let me come back to the United States? I thought I was banished. Leela's eyes flared dramatically.
Oh, of course. You don't know.
Know what?
He won't be bothering you anymore,
she started to say, but before I could hear more, my body collapsed and I fell into slumber again. Chapter 38. Tyranny. For the next 4 days, all I did was drift in and out of consciousness. They pumped painkillers into me at a remarkable speed. Apparently, breaking your skull was no joke. Leela might have been a little gentle when relaying what happened to me, because even though the bullet didn't reach the brain, it left one heck of a dent in the back of my head and created some balance and vertigo issues I was going to have to work on. The doctors who treated me spoke directly to either Tyranny or Leela. I had zero agency. For the first time in my life, I didn't fight my own war. And even though I trusted Tyranny and Leela, I didn't like being in this position at all. 2 Irish soldiers stood on guard in front of my room at all times. When I asked Tyranny about Velo, he vaguely assured me the Dawn wouldn't be a problem anymore, but neither he nor Leela told me exactly what convinced him to drop his grudge. It worried me. Velo wasn't the kind of man to simply give up a vendetta and move on to other ventures.
All you need to know is that you're safe.
My brother assured me.
I should have never let that idiot Achilles run after you. Should have put a bullet in his head when I had the chance.
I took this as confirmation he was the one who pulled the trigger. The gaps in my memory were consistently narrowing as more information trickled into my conscience. Achilles had sent me off with maps, a fake passport, and a strategy for Prague. I followed his meticulous plan, believing he'd tried to help me. It was the first time I'd put my trust in someone else, and it backfired spectacularly. He cornered me in the apartment he'd instructed me to rent in Prague and killed me. Where is he now?
Achilles.
Tiernan twisted his wrist to glance at his watch.
Here, in New York.
I was a little surprised Tiernan had let him live after what he'd done to me. Then again, Achilles was his brother-in-law. Still, it wasn't like Tiernan to forgive about something so egregious. He wasn't exactly the merciful type. I see. I was too exhausted to dig into the subject, so I changed it altogether. And Tyrone? Why hasn't he visited me yet? My father was usually first in line to put on the saint act. I didn't buy his charade, but respected the hustle. Almost everyone believed he was a level-headed, good-intentioned man. Only I knew he didn't give half a shit about any of his children. Case in point, when Finton disappeared out of the blue, he didn't so much as shed a tear. Tyrone cared about nothing and no one but his own reputation and image. That he hadn't bothered visiting me once while I was in the hospital was puzzling, to say the least.
Sharon, he's away.
Away where? My eyes narrowed. You make it sound like he's an elderly hamster Mommy and Daddy sent to the farm.
Close enough, he's chained in the Ferrante's basement.
At first, I just blinked, processing the information. I'd wager Tiernan was joking, but I happened to know my brother did not possess a sense of humor or any trait that could be interpreted as such. What?
He's in the basement of torture.
Tiernan clipped out, jaw twitching in irritation.
And will remain so for the foreseeable future.
That made me sit upright, and that made me pass out from pain. It wasn't a figure of speech. I did, in fact, faint right onto the pillow, only to wake up a few hours later to the most terrifying surprise of my life. My eyes fluttered open to a quiet, ominous presence in the room. It wasn't one of the doctors or nurses. They always moved noisily and carelessly, bumping into stuff, causing a ruckus to see if I'd wake up. I was still fuming at my body for fainting from just sitting upright. Apparently, I had some balance issues to deal with. Physical therapy was going to be a real challenge. I was bad at working out and even worse at following instructions. Leela already assured me they had a room ready for me at their house. She'd been interviewing physical therapists around the area and ordered special equipment for occupational therapy in her backyard. I absolutely loathed the idea of being unloaded onto them, of being the second baby next to Nero. I hadn't needed anyone since my days as an orphan in Siberia, but I didn't have much choice either. The worst part was that I didn't care. Not about where I was going, and not about getting better. Not much about anything, really, since I'd come to. From the moment I first woke up from the coma, something fundamental had changed. I woke up remembering everything. All the shit in Siberia that I'd buried in the back of my head so my life could resemble something normal had bubbled right up to the surface like an overflowing sewer. The rapes, the abuse, the hunger, the pain, the despair, and the acute, bone-deep notion that humanity had stooped to places so terribly low meant life was no longer worth living at all. Everything I'd run away from had caught up with me, and now I had nowhere to hide. I was stuck in a bed, forced to remember. All the moments I wanted to forget. All the trauma I drowned in parties and fake friends and lavish shopping sprees. I didn't want to get better. I wanted to close my eyes and never wake up again. The other presence flicked the light on, shifting closer. "Leela," I groaned, blinking the world into focus. "How long have I been out?" The rest of the sentence perished on the tip of my tongue as soon as I opened my eyes. Sitting across from me was Achilles Ferrante, a wrathful beast of massive proportions, imposing, scary, and dead in the eyes. Our gazes clashed. My heart rode all the way up to my throat, and any lingering pain or dull ache disappeared from my body. My lungs scorched. This wasn't happening. Can't breathe. He is here to murder you, and considering you're bedridden, this time he is going to succeed. Dying didn't scare me anymore, but I wanted to go on my own terms. Still, I was me, so I decided to die with a smile. "What, no flowers?" I tried to purr, but it came out all gruffy and wrong. "Oh well, don't bother putting any on my grave. My first order of business will be haunting your ass into an early grave."
I'm not here to finish the job.
His voice was unbearably soft, and it made me angry because it reached a place inside me he had no right touching. "You should." I plastered on my best airy socialite smile. "Because once I'm back on my feet, I will certainly kill you." His brows slammed together, concern and confusion fighting for dominance in his features.
Tyranny.
"Get out." He stayed rooted in place, a war waging in his onyx eyes. He'd probably never gotten thrown out of anywhere before. If he had, he wasn't the kind of man to linger and try pleading his case. This solidified my suspicion he was here to kill me. I scooted to sit upright, willing myself not to faint again. I searched for a panic button, so if he did finish me off, at least he'd get caught and spend his remaining days in prison where he belonged. How did he get past security anyway? Past the Irish soldiers at my door? Some things didn't click, but my mind was such a jumbled mess, trying to piece it all together made my head hurt. Achilles' eyes traced my movements, and his face cleared like a penny had dropped.
No.
No what? I didn't ask you anything. I attempted a weak, pathetic laugh.
I wasn't the one who shot you.
Spare me. I remember everything.
You clearly don't. Break it down for me.
But again, the bite was gone from his voice, replaced with gentleness that made my chest tight. It reminded me of my Achilles, the one I loved so hard and so deep, I was willing to take my own life to spare his. Leave.
No, tell me. Tell me what happened. Play it back for me.
He wasn't going to leave until we did this song and dance, just as well as I was eager to remember more than him. We got to Prague. I licked my lips, rolling the film back in my head. I opened a bank account under the new name like you told me, then walked across the street to meet with a real estate agent.
Yes?
The urgency in his speech was unmistakable. He leaned forward like he was watching a soccer game, getting ready for his team to score.
And?
His gaze on me felt like the first ray of sunshine I'd had in weeks, and I hated that it made me warmer than any blanket. The real estate agent and I went to the apartment, the one you told me to rent. A headache started to form behind my eyes again. I kneaded my temples with a groan. But at the last minute, he said he'd gotten a text to pick up his daughter from school because his wife was stuck in traffic.
Uh-huh.
Achilles' tongue moved across his teeth in barely contained rage. It was the first glimpse of the Achilles I knew and remembered today.
Sure. Daughter, traffic. Carry on.
I took the stairs up because a man I didn't know entered the elevator just as I arrived at the building, and I felt queasy about it. The man in the elevator was a new memory. I guess my mind had skipped over that minor detail because it didn't feel important before. But maybe it was important. I remembered having the distinct feeling I didn't want to be in close quarters with him.
What did he look like?
I don't know. I squinted, desperate to remember. Tall, athletic build, muscular but lean. He wasn't unpleasant to look at, but he gave off the same vibe Achilles and Tyranny did when they entered a room, supercharging the air with violence and malice.
Did you see his face?
No.
Was he wearing a mask?
I closed my eyes, feeling irritated, overwhelmed, but most of all useless. I don't know. When I opened my eyes, I caught his nostrils flaring with frustration.
Continue.
So I went up the stairs and opened the apartment with the key the real estate agent gave me. I kept it ajar, remembering he said he was right across the street and shouldn't take long. I had looked out the window, turned around, saw Achilles. But he wasn't the one who shot me. Suddenly, the memory rushed back to me. The bullet had grazed the back of my skull, not front, not sides, the back. Achilles was a great shot, but he was no magician, and there was no physical way for him to reach that angle. I cupped my mouth, tears distorting the world out of focus. I thought it was you.
Piccola fiamma.
He leaned forward and gathered me into his arms, stroking the back of my head. The bandages were off now. The back of my head was shaved, and Leela had cut the front in short pixie waves. She told me the black hair dye had washed out of my natural red hair, but I realized I had not seen myself once in the mirror since I'd come to. I hadn't had time for vanity when I first saw Achilles here. I was too busy panicking about being murdered. But now that my face was crushed to his shoulder, him trembling with emotions, my pulse finally slowing to a normal pace, I realized I didn't exactly look like hot shit. It wasn't the fact half my head was shaved. Actually, that was adequately badass. It was everything else. The blue and purple bruises all over my face from the hit I took when I fell. The paleness, the flakiness of dry, air-conditioned skin, not to mention the back of my head was stitched. "Who did it?" I whimpered into his shirt. Was it my dad? Is that why you have him?"
No.
He dropped a kiss to my temple, and I could feel him struggling to contain his feelings, his movements, his need to crush me with his big body and swallow me whole.
It was Tristan Hale.
I reared my head back, staring at him in shock. "Your father sent him?" He nodded.
He didn't think I'd have it in me to do it, and he was right.
"So Tristan followed us." I pulled away, pressing my knuckles to my mouth. I didn't know what the assassin actually looked like. No one did. Tristan Hale was half myth, half god. No one knew his nationality, his looks, his home base. He was impossible to pin down. The only two people I knew who were able to hire him were Velo and, according to legends, Alex Rasputin. He normally worked for corrupt politicians, especially overseas. There were a million questions I wanted to ask, and I had no choice but to ask them one at a time. "Did you—" Achilles shook his head with sorrow.
No. I had to choose between giving you CPR and killing him. He took off.
"And Velo is fine with me being here?" He shrugged, and I marveled at how the scars made him even more beautiful than he had been as a teenager, like he was carved from tragedy into something invincible that nothing and no one could ever break. "How?"
I almost killed him when I got home.
My stomach dropped, and I couldn't breathe. "You did?"
Tiernan held him down, and I nearly beat him to death. Then fucking Enzo and Luca walked in and killed all the fun.
"Party poopers," I muttered through my tears. "And Tiernan's up to speed on it?"
Everyone is. The Bratva and Irish took it personally, so let's just say Hale's going to stay well away from you.
Tense silence draped across the room. Heaviness settled in my gut. Why was he here? Probably to clear the air, make sure I knew he wasn't the one who'd tried to kill me, and move on with his life. "I remember everything." He closed his eyes, pressing his lips together tightly. He didn't have to ask what I meant. He knew. "And now that I remember," I choked out, my eyes burning with tears, "I know exactly why I worked so hard to forget. I can't live like this, Achilles." His expression hardened, and he reached to squeeze my hands. Mine were cold and dry in contrast with his hot, giant palms, but I found no comfort, no solace in his touch. I was back to being this 14-year-old girl, tiny and angry and hopeless. "How do I look?" I threw his words back in his face. After all those years I'd sat there in a hospital room trying to atone for my sins. Achilles didn't miss a beat.
Still the most beautiful girl in the world, the one I walked through fire for and would gladly do it all over again just to win her smile.
His words, which I had craved for over a decade, brushed right past me, like a stranger on the street. I couldn't bear the numbness. You lie.
It'd be my honor.
He bowed his head. I'm sure your future wife won't like to hear it.
There's not going to be a future wife for me, Tyranny, unless it is you.
I closed my eyes. I'm broken.
I'm patient.
Are you serious right now? I peeled my eyelids open to catch him nodding.
I told Don Velo I wasn't going to marry Katya sometime between breaking his nose and dislocating his jaw. It's you that I want. It's always been you. Fuck, Tyr. It took me 11 years to come to terms with it, and watching you almost die to cement it. But I'm done fighting it, and I'm willing to wait.
It's too late. My throat felt tight, and I clenched my teeth to keep my tears at bay. Too much has happened, separately and between us.
I made some mistakes.
No, Achilles. You made my life a prison of your own making for half of my existence. Even after I escaped the gulag, you made sure I'd never be truly free. You murdered my lovers, broke into my apartment, assigned bodyguards to tail me, and refused to allow me to move, date, or marry. To move on from this. From us.
I know.
You made me your whore for a weekend, knowing my past and what I'd been through. You fucked me every 3 hours on the dot for the privilege of not marrying me off to a complete stranger.
I know.
And then, the cherry on the shit cake, you tried to assassinate me. His eyes, so dark, so brutal, fastened on my own. No words left his mouth. And you think, after everything that happened, that I'm going to forgive you?
Yes.
Why? I spluttered. Achilles was many things. Shrewd, vicious, a prolific assassin, and an impeccable, unhinged mobster. He was not, however, delusional.
Because I'll do anything to make you mine.
Rather than desperation, determination dripped from his every word.
Even at the price of obliterating my own life for your entertainment.
Too much has passed between us to make this happen.
A lot more will happen, as you'll soon see.
He stood, seemingly unbothered by my words.
Mark my words, Piccola Fiamma. By this time next year, we'll be married. Eat.
Chapter 39. Tyranny. In the ensuing days, more memories flooded to the forefront of my mind. Every moment awake was excruciating, every recollection a deep slash in my already bleeding heart. Leela and Tiernan came every day. I barely responded to them. The doctors wanted to run more tests. They thought they must have missed something. They hadn't. My body was healing just fine. It was my soul that was in critical condition. I was retreating to a dark place inside myself no one was able to reach. Achilles continued visiting me. He was the only person I communicated with, and even that was in order to hurt him for everything he'd done to me. At first, I tried insults as a way to get him out of there. I don't need to see your ugly face while I'm recovering, I muttered when he walked through the door.
Fair enough. I'll turn around.
He stood and straddled the chair with his back to me. I watched his corded back through his olive-green Henley as he spoke.
Brought you some of that gross-ass fish soup you like from the Russian deli on your street.
Uka. I hate that soup. I used to love that soup back when things still had flavor and meaning.
I'll throw it out the window then.
I hate you too. Can you jump out of it as well?
Sure, but I'd probably choose a higher floor just to be on the safe side.
No matter how cruel and dismissive I was, the asshole kept coming back. When it was clear I wasn't going to bully him out of my life, I pretended to be asleep every time he came by for a visit. It was the same strategy I used with Leela and Tyranny, and it worked like a charm. Unfortunately, Achilles didn't mind at all. He would settle in on the chair, crack open The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and start reading me our favorite parts. He remembered all of them, of course, including the ones that made me roll on the floor like a madwoman as a teenager, howling in delight. Even when I tried blocking his voice from my head, I'd still catch bits and pieces, and sometimes my lips would curve into a traitorous smile. He never mentioned it, but every time it happened, he raised his voice, going the extra mile, providing me with a dramatization, exaggerated English accent included. The days crawled by at a maddening pace. Tiernan and Leela were beginning to see that I was avoiding them. The doctors and nurses were catching on to the fact that my silence and refusal to speak had nothing to do with my fractured skull and everything to do with my fractured soul. I was drowning in memories, rarely coming up for air. I felt every assault, every cut, every slap like they happened yesterday and not when I was a kid. And though I always knew that it happened, I was now forced to either come to terms with it or take matters in my own hands and end this misery. I was too exhausted to make the decision, too lethargic to even care. For a while, it was all the same, a never-ending string of hours full of misery and despair. Then one day, gruff voices seeped from behind my door.
You must be out of your fucking mind, lad.
I heard my brother growl.
I'm not letting you take her anywhere.
I'm the only one she speaks to.
Achilles argued back. My heart picked up pace, reminding me it was still there in my chest. It was a strange notion, because in all the days since I'd woken up, I couldn't feel it beat.
She hates you.
I know how to bring her back.
Are you even listening? She hates you.
Look, I'm not fucking asking.
Achilles said, finally sounding like his old autocrat self.
I'm telling you, I'm taking her somewhere to recoup. We can do it the nice, you discharging her and getting updates way, or I can snatch her in the dead of night and make headlines neither of us wants. Either way, she's coming with me. Make the better choice, Callahan.
Fuck.
There were no words spoken after that, and I knew that, as always, Achilles had won. Chapter 40, Tyranny. Nights and days blurred together through the haze of my turmoil, so I wasn't exactly aware when it was that Achilles took me from the hospital. At some point, strong arms fastened around me. I was put in a wheelchair. I kept my eyes closed, refusing to cooperate. When he wheeled me out to a waiting vehicle, I let my eyes flutter open momentarily. It was dark outside. The whispers of autumn licked at my skin. I must have been hospitalized for at least a couple of weeks. He placed my limp body in the passenger seat and rolled the window all the way down. Then he drove through the pitch-black night on desolate roads, passing woods, rolling hills, and even the ocean at one point. The brine from the water teased my nostrils, awakening something in me. A primal sense of being present somewhere beautiful. The mystical silence, the gentle touch of a silvery moon, and the sharp fragrance of fall pleased me, bringing me back, even if momentarily, from my misery. Fucker. How dare he? He knew what he was doing. Achilles didn't say one word the entire drive. I didn't ask how long it was or where we were going, but when we arrived, dawn broke across the horizon in gorgeous pinks and blues. I wondered if this was a part of a meticulous plan, to show me the sunrise, to remind me that the world could be heart-achingly beautiful despite all the ugly things it harbored. As always, he didn't ask, he took. That was all I needed in order to know Achilles hadn't changed. Not really. He still thought he could control every aspect of my life. He parked in front of a solitary cabin so close to shore it looked like it could be swept away by one big wave. I didn't know what state we were in, let alone what town. It seemed remote, if not completely deserted. Achilles rounded the car, opened my door, and lifted me up. My eyes were open, but he knew better than to take that as an invitation to talk to me. Prowling the short walk to the house, he kicked the unlocked door open and marched inside. I couldn't muster enough interest to look at the place. I let him put me in a bed and turned my back to him. Then I fell asleep, praying to never wake up. I did wake up, despite my prayers. I wasn't surprised nor disappointed. If there was God, he'd made it clear he did not take mercy on me. I woke up crying to the memory of 5 men mounting me. They were fully clothed, all unbuckled, and I was naked, on the snow. I must have fought them in my sleep, same way I did in the camp, because my blankets were tossed to the floor and my limbs were in disarray. I could feel the sharp bite of the cold against my back, even though when I looked around, the room was nice and toasty. I couldn't remember the last time I ate or felt the sunlight over my skin and felt little desire to provide my body with either. But I did need to pee, so I kicked off the suffocating pressure socks Achilles had put me in and treaded barefoot around the small 1-story house. I found the bathroom adjoined to the living room and another bedroom down the hall. This must have been where Achilles was staying. As I shoved my underwear down my knees and squatted to pee in the toilet, I wondered if waking up to go to the bathroom was a positive sign. I wasn't wearing the hospital gown anymore. Now I wore comfy sweatpants and an oversized sweater, and I smelled of a basic soap and toothpaste. That meant Achilles did wash me and probably cleaned my bodily fluids. I waited for the shame and embarrassment to torment me, but they never came. Whatever consumed me stripped me of my pride as well as my will to live, and I no longer cared. When I finished peeing and flushed the toilet, I found no motivation to wash my hands, let alone make the journey back to my room. Sitting on the cold toilet, however, didn't seem too appealing either. I slithered down to the floor, curled into a ball, and cried into my chest until I fell asleep again. Chapter 41. Tyranny. He picked me up from the floor sometime later and undressed me, put me into a bathtub full of warm water. Achilles then took a sponge and ran it over every inch of my body. He didn't dare touch my skin with his. Instead, he let the sponge do all the work. His movements were practical and impersonal. I wondered if he knew it was exactly what I needed, to soak myself in hot water and try to wash away the memories. I stared at the small, dusty window in front of the bathtub, unresponsive.
I made your favorite cabbage soup.
I didn't answer.
And there's the rye bread that you love.
Nothing,
You'll get out of this place inside your head.
he said, his voice so sure, so full of conviction, I was almost tempted to believe it.
Just hang in there, little flame. I'm coming to get you.
His throat worked with a swallow.
Fuck, baby. I should have never left.
I hated that he was trying to save me because giving up felt so much easier. For the next 2 weeks, he spoon-fed me all my meals, brushed my teeth, did my laundry, and tucked me into bed. He read me my favorite books and carried me outside to watch the sunrises and the sunsets, and even the rainbow once. My favorite playlist was played every morning at a low, comforting volume, trying to lure me out of my room. Garbage and The Pretty Reckless and Yeah, Yeah, Yeahs. I really wished he wouldn't try so hard. He gave my soul CPR every minute and every day, only to never find even the faintest of heartbeats. His failures only made him more determined. They made him try harder. Some days I wanted to die just to spite him, to be the one and only war he'd lost. I told myself he'd give up eventually, return to his life, to his family, to his duties. But it was a lie, and I knew it. Achilles, like his namesake, would fight until death and beyond, especially for the things he loved. 3 weeks after we'd first arrived at the cottage, I understood the term cabin fever. I couldn't stare at these walls anymore. I knew every chip in the paint, every crack, and every smudge. It felt like I was trapped inside my head, inside my body, and now inside an unremarkable, dated house with a man I despised. I stepped in front of the living room window to find that it was pouring rain outside. "Where the hell are we?" The words ripped from my mouth like a Band-Aid, and I sucked in a breath. I hadn't spoken in so long, I hadn't even been sure I could produce words anymore.
Maryland.
Achilles' voice clipped from behind me. Neither of us had stepped out of the house for these past 3 weeks. He had our food and toiletries delivered to us twice a week. I turned around and headed to the door. I was still wearing my pajamas, but no shoes. I didn't even think I had a pair here.
Where are you going?
He asked from behind me. I didn't answer, just slammed the door in his face. Rain danced across the rotten wooden banister of the front porch, but when I stepped into the storm, I couldn't feel its cold nor its wetness. I moved down the 3 steps until my feet touched damp sand, then continued walking. The ocean was fierce, the waves crashing over the shore. My head felt especially wet, and when I moved a hand over it, I realized it was completely shaved, with only peach fuzz between my skin and the rain. I ran my fingers down the back of my head and felt the jagged bone beneath my flesh. I played my entire 29 years back in my head. I was ripped from my mother's womb prematurely and snatched by my father's enemy to a Russian work camp. Spent the first 14 years of my life starved, beaten, worked to the bone, and sexually abused. When I finally escaped, I found a family I had little to nothing in common with. My father looked right past me. My older brother didn't care about anything that wasn't his liquor, women, or gambling. And Tyranny, although a good brother, didn't have enough love in him to shield me from the awful truth that I was all alone in this world. Achilles had been the only source of light in my life, but even that got ruined. And the minute he thought I'd betrayed him, he'd made sure to hurt me in ways no other man could. The rain poured down harder, and when I squinted ahead, I realized I couldn't see a thing. I turned back toward where I'd come from, but I was dizzy and lightheaded from weeks indoors and no physical activity. I sucked in a breath when I realized all I saw in front of me was white and gray fog filled with rain. Standing still, I hugged myself. A few moments later, Achilles stepped through the fog. He'd followed me here. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and his boots. Silently, he nodded in the house's direction. I followed him. The walk back felt like it lasted a lifetime. I was weighed down by my soaked pajamas and my own frailty. I'd have rather died than asked to lean on him, let alone be carried by him. When we got back to the cabin, the first thing he did was grab my shirt and pants at the door and tug them off me. The logical part of my brain knew that it was because he didn't want me to catch pneumonia, but the child who came back to life when I woke up from my coma felt the threat of his strong, capable hands and kicked into high gear. "Don't fucking touch me!" I kicked and thrashed, pushing at him. His steadfast hands continued wrestling the fabric off my body. My breasts sprung free. I let out an animalistic howl, reaching to claw his eyes out. He didn't step away, let me scratch and claw at him as he continued his work. "You have no right to touch me! I hate you!" Tears leaked out, hot and angry, and the ball in my throat felt impossibly bitter. After he was done taking off my clothes, he turned around and walked to the bathroom. I heard him flicking the bathtub's faucet to life. I knew he didn't take care of me out of the goodness of his heart. He took care of me because I was an integral part of him, a part he refused to lose and let go of. Somewhere in the back of my head, I acknowledged that I poured some of my rage and misery into Achilles in a way that wasn't warranted. He wasn't one of those men who broke me when I was just a child, but he was the man who took away my agency for years, and the man who fucked me just because he could, because I needed his help, and bartered the one thing I had promised never to sell again, my body. I wanted revenge. Grabbing the closest thing to me, a candlestick of all things, I hurled it at the wall. It dutifully exploded into 2 pieces before falling to the floor. To my astonishment, the act of breaking something else felt liberating. It made the knot in my throat loosen a little bit. I could breathe better. Next, I grabbed an ugly old vase, smashed it against the wall. Then came the plates in the kitchen, then the chairs. I was soaking wet and trashing the entire place, and it felt good. Achilles reappeared in the hallway when I was already in the midst of my frenzy. I managed to break a good amount of the cabin he'd rented, and I expected him to stop me. He didn't. He just propped a shoulder against the wall, crossed his arms, and smirked to himself. This, naturally, pissed me off. "What's so funny?" He shook his head enigmatically. "No, really. Tell me."
You're healing.
"Shut up."
It's true.
"Fuck off."
You have color in your cheeks, and you're communicating again.
I hated that it was true. I hated that it was him who pulled me out of the hellhole in my head, the inferno I myself couldn't claw myself out of. More than anything, I loathed that the dark place I used to run away to in the hospital and that first week in the cabin was now unreachable. I had nowhere to hide. I had to face all of it. The past, the future, and the decisions they both dictated. "Take me home to Tyranny and Leela."
Soon. Let's give you a bath. I ordered pizza.
Pizza sounded good. Actually, it sounded really good. My stomach growled loudly, asking for garlic bread rolls too. I realized I was famished. Famished like I hadn't been since Europe. Hunger. I really was starting to feel again. And this was bad news, considering the biggest threat to my heart was less than a heartbeat away.
Chapter 42. Achilles. One more month like this, and she'd have loved me back. It would have been Stockholm Syndrome at its finest. One more month, and she'd be mine. But that wasn't the way I wanted things to be between us. Not anymore. And so, despite my natural predatory instinct to use every dirty trick in the book to get what I want, I found myself driving her back from Maryland, back to New York, to her cunt bag of a brother. She was alert the entire ride, staring out the window. Even though she didn't talk, I knew this wasn't one of her dark spells. The color was back in her face. Her eyes were shining again, her pupils responsive to what was going on around her. It comforted me to know she was okay. For weeks, I'd watched her breathe while she was asleep, living but barely alive, acutely aware that her vulnerability was also my own. I savored every fucking second with her in that car like it was my last on Earth. It wasn't fair that I was still losing her when I'd finally gotten my head out of my ass and done the right thing again. Only it was fucking fair, and I knew it. I had made her life hell, took the thing most important to her, her freedom, and then nearly killed her on top of it. She had every right to forgive me at her own pace. That pace could be tomorrow, in 10 years, or never at all. When we reached Leela and Tiernan's place, she flung the passenger door open without even looking at me. In fact, she waited until her back was to me, and she was in front of their door before she spoke.
Don't bother trying to contact me again. You're dead to me.
I floored the accelerator and was out of there before I had the chance to kidnap her back to the cabin.
Chapter 43. Tyranny.
Tyr, have you seen the breast milk I thawed for Annie?
Leela burst into the kitchen in one of her ballroom dresses, readjusting her diamond earring.
I put it in a jug inside the fridge to defrost.
With the spoon halfway into my mouth, I choked and spat out my Reese's Puffs, gagging into my cereal bowl. Leela! Oh my God!
What?
Her mouth fell open, and she slanted her head, taking in the scene of me, innocently enjoying my cereal at her kitchen island. Well, I had been enjoying. I knew that milk tasted funny.
This is hysterical!
She clutched her stomach, giggling like a schoolgirl.
How did you not see the colostrum?
I thought it was just full-fat milk crust. I don't drink the reduced stuff because it upsets my stomach.
It was in a glass jug.
I thought it was one of those fancy glass bottles the milkman brings. My tongue actually burned with the realization I'd drunk my sister-in-law's breast milk.
The milkman?
She looked alarmed.
What year are you living in?
I stood up and wobbled to the sink, flipping the faucet on and sticking my tongue under the stream of water. Jesus Christ, I'm never eating anything from your fridge again. No one can know about this, Leela.
No one can know about what?
My brother breezed into the kitchen, snatching my sister-in-law's waist from behind, planting a kiss on her head. He'd come straight from work and was going to take her to a charity ball. Tiernan hated dancing, hated people even more, but Leela loved dancing, and Tiernan loved Leela. I was still a little shell-shocked to see my hell-raising twin all domesticated. It was bizarre, like watching a hungry panther sniffing a catnip toy on its back, pawing it with its back legs.
Tierney had Annie's breast milk with her cereal?
Leela turned to lock her arms around Tiernan's neck, giving him a slow kiss.
And now she's pretending it doesn't taste good.
She pushed her lower lip out in a pout.
Don't listen to her, Galek.
He crooned, catching her lips in another kiss. He looked genuinely distressed by the prospect that Leela's feelings were even mildly injured.
Your breast milk is delicious.
Seriously, why did Tristan Hale miss? I thought he was supposed to be a good shot. Jokes aside, I pondered that question every day. Something was amiss. Hale had shot me at point-blank range, hiding in the corridor in that Prague apartment. Even a terrible shot wouldn't have missed. Yet he did. It didn't make any sense, and it bothered me. I didn't believe in flukes, and I knew for sure Lady Luck wasn't with me.
Annie doesn't have any complaints.
She was the only one who called my nephew that. Everyone else called him Nero.
That's because he recognizes greatness when he sees it.
It had been 2 weeks since Achilles dropped me off at my brother's place after bringing me back to life in that cabin. I was still unsettled by the fact he did that for me, but convinced myself it meant nothing. Fixing what he broke was the least he could do. Now I was feeling a different kind of suffocation. I was grateful for everything Tiernan and Leela had done for me, and at the same time, it was a lot. All of it. Sharing a roof with a loved-up couple whose love language was screwing on every surface in the house while their baby was napping, found that out the hard way. The way Leela was a busybody with good intentions, always on my ass about physical therapy, swimming as a form of occupational therapy, and eating clean. The way my brother barked at soldiers whose gaze lingered on me for a second too long. I didn't like being treated like a child. On top of that, Leela insisted I shouldn't worry myself about Tyrone or Velo, so neither of them agreed to give me any information about the patriarchs. They didn't mean to make me feel like a small child, but I felt like one all the same. "Don't you have somewhere to be?" I groused, throwing the fridge open and plucking a Diet Coke from it. Leela wrinkled her nose in disapproval as I cracked the can open and chugged it.
Tyranny.
"I'm not in the mood to be healthy. It's either this or meth. Your pick." Tiernan and Leela exchanged glances. "Please just go so I can go back to staring at the ceiling, wondering how I went from New York's wildest socialite to this."
Do you want some company? We can just chill. Maybe watch some Netflix and do a puzzle?
The doorbell rang and the kitchen quieted. Their eyes turned to me. We knew who it was. Achilles came here every evening at 5 sharp. Every day I turned him away. Actually, Leela, Tiernan, or Emma did. I wasn't in the mood to be seen by him. My hair was in a weird growing phase. There was still a bald patch in the back where they'd operated, and the rest was growing unevenly. Plus, most days I rocked an unflattering 2-piece pajama set and a grouchy frown. The doorbell rang a second time, then a third, then a fourth. A scowl knitted Tiernan's brow.
Should I tell him to fuck off?
I nodded. He left the kitchen, and I heard him telling Achilles I wasn't ready to see him yet. From what I'd gathered, Tiernan and Achilles were on good terms. Achilles did save me when I was shot, brought me back to the States, then spent those 3 weeks pulling me out of my dark fog. That didn't mean they were back to being friends. As long as I didn't forgive Achilles, neither would Tiernan.
She's not ready to see you.
No, she doesn't have the balls to face me. She knows she can't resist me for long, and it's easier when she doesn't have to see me.
Love your mental gymnastics. Who knew your ass could be so flexible?
Fuck you.
Alluring proposition, but I prefer your sister.
What a coincidence. So do I. Now let me fucking see her.
No.
Tiernan?
Achilles. Take it from someone who went through hell and back to win his wife's trust. You can't rush that shit. When she's ready, she'll let you know.
After Achilles slinked away, Leela and Tiernan made their exit. Emma was with Nero upstairs. I heard my nephew's happy gurgles as I paced my way from the kitchen to the backyard. It was a beautiful rose garden. It was also boring as shit. I was feeling antsy. I hadn't had a drink in months. I hadn't met any friends either, other than Frankie, who insisted on coming up from D.C. every week to check in on me. I needed human interaction that wasn't fit for a 5-year-old. Drumming my fingers on the outdoor table, I grabbed my phone and opened my text box with Achilles. He was the only person who'd defy Tiernan and actually indulge me. Maybe it was time I faced him. Tierney. I want booze and a pack of cigarettes. No niceties. Screw him. He had me bent over his private jet's bathroom and came in my hair. The message was immediately accompanied by 2 blue check marks. Achilles.
I'm sure the Callahan household offers plenty of both.
I thought he'd fall to his knees and thank me for texting him, but I must have forgotten who Achilles was at his core. A cruel, callous man whose fondness for me was nothing but a nuisance to him. Tierney. They locked everything up. Achilles.
Sounds like a you problem.
Tierney. No, it's a you problem, because if you want my forgiveness, you can start with getting me wine and cigarettes. Leave them at my door. Achilles.
I'm not your servant. If you want me to bring you a drink, you're having one with me.
Tierney. You don't even drink wine. Achilles.
I'd drink poison for the pleasure of your company, and you damn well know that.
Tierney. Fine. 1 drink. Achilles.
Give me 10 minutes.
My lips quirked up. He was still in the area. He probably waited to see if I'd change my mind. Did he do that every day? A short time later, the doorbell rang. I swaggered to answer it, taking my sweet time, and opened it with a face full of makeup and an emerald green mini dress. Achilles stood on the other side, and he was right, because the minute our gazes clashed, my stomach flipped, and the unmistakable rush of butterflies swarmed inside it. It wasn't a nice, fuzzy feeling, but an uncomfortable reminder that the man in front of me had seen me at my very worst, several times, and still chose to stick around. He looked like he wanted to strangle me for keeping him waiting all this time. I flashed him a fake smile, the only kind I was capable of these days. Miss me?
Do you enjoy driving me insane?
I'm surprised you'd even ask. Of course I do. His eyes narrowed.
At least you're smiling.
I'm doing better, I said quietly, suddenly a little embarrassed by the memory of him tending to a corpse version of me, changing my sheets when I'd soiled them when I was too unresponsive to drag myself to the bathroom, washing my hair, shoving my limbs into pants and shirts, feeding me with a freaking spoon when I had lost all willingness to keep myself alive. So, thank you.
Thank you?
What's wrong with thank you?
If you don't hug me right the fuck now, I'm going to break both your brother's legs.
I frowned. What does my brother have to do with anything?
Nothing. I just wouldn't lay a finger on you, and he shares most of your DNA.
I stepped into his open arms, a tremor rolling through me. He was warm, hard as stone, and smelled of something spicy and clean. God, his scent. I'd missed it. It was no longer there on my pillows, in my kitchen, in my closet. All the telltales he'd been to my apartment along the years, stalking me, terrorizing me. I'd always straddled the line between terrified and enamored with this man. He was the monster from the closet I'd always hoped would sneak into my bed. The one I fell in love with, even though the fairy tales warned me not to. I drank your sister's breast milk today. My lips moved over his stubbled jawline as I spoke. Achilles stiffened, his arms tightening around me possessively.
What kind of kinky shit are you two into these days? I don't share, Tierney, not even with my sister.
It was an accident. I forced myself to step back. She put it in a jug in the fridge with no label or anything.
Only more reason not to touch it. Who keeps unlabeled milk?
Is everyone begging to be stabbed today? I threw my hands in the air. I made an error in judgment. I'm a little out of my depth here, all right?
You should come live with me.
Achilles, I barely agreed to one drink with you. Anyway, did you bring me what I asked for?
Wine, yes. Cigarettes, no.
Why not?
It's unhealthy.
You smoke.
No shit, and I don't care about my life nearly as much as I do yours.
Deciding we had plenty of time to bicker, I stepped aside and let him in. Our first stop was upstairs in Nero's room. Achilles always took a moment to nuzzle his nephew and speak to him in Italian.
Gennarino, you rascal! Look how big you are!
I stood at the door, hugging myself as Emma watched the scene from the nursing chair while Achilles blew raspberries on Nero's tummy. My nephew cooed happily, throwing clenched fists in the air and trying to bite Achilles' nose with his mostly toothless mouth. A deep, bone-crushing agony tore through me. Family was important to him. This had always been true. He'd be a good father one day. If he doesn't end up with you. Clearing my throat, I stepped back. I'll go open that wine downstairs.
Now, behave, Piccolino.
Achilles handed Nero back to the nanny and followed me silently down the stairs and through the patio doors. A server had already spread different cheeses, olives, and prosciutto on a charcuterie board. The wine waited for us with 2 tall glasses. Achilles opened and poured it, his silence buzzing in my ears. "How's the war with Coppola going?" I asked, wanting to steer the conversation into a more neutral subject.
In full swing.
He took a sip of his wine.
He's been taking over our territory while we chip at his manpower, taking out his soldiers one at a time. Luca thinks we should give him concessions after what happened and eat the loss. I think we should off him.
It's unlike you to listen to Luca. I popped a garlic-stuffed olive into my mouth, chewing slowly. You usually do what you want and deal with the consequences later. If at all.
Usually, but everyone's riding my ass after I detonated the 2-century Camorra alliance structure to get my dick wet.
I can imagine Velo's going to make you jump through hoops now to make you Don.
Nah, I blew my chance for the crown.
He waved me off.
Got demoted. It's done.
My heart ceased to beat. A shot of pain zipped through it. Being the Don was what Achilles had worked for ever since he was 12. He sought his father's approval in a fierce, obsessive way. It was why I'd almost killed myself when we were young. I knew he'd regret the decision to marry me forever if he knew I couldn't give him heirs. I'd say I'm sorry, but none of it was my making. I fiddled with the stem of my wine glass.
All right, Tyr, let's cut the crap. I love you. You love me. Everything else can be sorted. Get off your metaphorical high horse. Say the word, and I'll announce our engagement in tomorrow's newspapers.
I choked on an olive, coughing it out into my fist. That's the lousiest love declaration.
It's not a love declaration.
He crossed his arms over his chest.
To declare is to announce new information. This is old news. I've loved you since that first night I found you bundled up in your bed like a little mouse when we were kids.
New or not, the information brought me to my knees. No matter how hard I tried to fight it, his affection and approval always mattered to me. But admitting it terrified me. He'd hurt me so much over the years. Putting my trust in him felt like suicide. Putting my trust in any man felt like a colossal mistake. Well, I don't love...
You do.
His eyes were locked on mine.
Stop fucking lying, Tyranny.
I tried swallowing the lump in my throat. I'm scared to love you.
Why?
We've treated each other horribly. Your love is toxic, mine barren. We've hurt each other too much to just move on like nothing happened.
We never gave up on each other. We never tapped out. That means something.
I'm too haunted by the past.
No, you're finally facing it. You've been ignoring who you were, your story, for most of your adult life. This is healing, Tyranny. It's messy as fuck, but anything worth doing is.
I wanted to believe him. I did. Because the alternative was admitting to myself that I wasn't healing, that I was just stuck in an inferno of never-ending agony and vomit-inducing flashbacks. You're a controlling piece of shit. I sighed in despair. He opened his mouth, likely to bite my head off, realized he was about to validate my accusation, and closed it with a scowl.
I'll do better.
I need to see you've changed before I tie my fate to yours.
How can I do that?
I licked my lips, meeting his gaze. Show me you've changed your ways. No more stalking. No more overbearing rules. No more surveillance. None of that. Freedom. I want my freedom. A muscle jumped in his jaw. He didn't like it, but he didn't have a choice either.
I can do that.
Can you?
Yeah, no.
He scratched his jaw, blew out a breath.
Fuck yes. Yes. For you, I'll do that.
I wanted to throw up. Was I really giving him another chance? Do you really have a choice? He was a vital organ nestled inside me, with a pulse and a function, a living, breathing thing. If there were no him, there'd be no me. He was the one person I knew would always be there, would always help, not because we shared a bloodline or trauma like Tyranny, but because we shared a soul. We stared at each other from across the table. I can't give you heirs, so if this is something that's important to you...
You're important to me.
And issues, I went on, ignoring his statement, eyes stuck on the table in front of me stubbornly. I have a lot of them. I will put you through hell.
I would choose hell with you over heaven with anyone else, any day of the week.
The panic inside me increased tenfold. We were doing this. Really. Weapons down. Just letting ourselves succumb to our feelings. Over a decade after the fact, but better late than never, right?
How did you lose it? Your...
Uterus? I swallowed, pasting on a nervous smile. He was so careful not prodding, not asking anything about my past, not when we were kids and not at the cabin. But he deserved to know. I was raped one too many times by 5 too many men at the work camp. I recited it as though it didn't happen to me but to someone else, sticking to the facts. I was 12, and although being subjected to rape was a punishment Igor loved giving us, I did this one to myself. A grim smile found my lips. See, the work camp we lived at in Siberia had a terrible food shortage. I was hungry all the time. Sometimes that hunger drove me to do stupid things, like offering my body for a bowl of oatmeal or dry crackers. We'd go to the woods, and I'd let the other soldiers use me in exchange for food. My logic was that I was already being raped on a weekly basis. What did it matter if it happened a few more times or a few less? I let loose a self-deprecating laugh. Still, I didn't do it as often as I'd wanted to because Tyranny went ballistic whenever he found out, but it happened enough. Achilles schooled his face to look unreadable, probably so I wouldn't see the pity in it. I took another swig of my wine. I went to the woods that night with 5 boys. They said they had beef jerky, and I believed them. I think I was hallucinating from hunger at that point. Immediately when we got there, I knew that time was different. They were drunk, very drunk. They stole alcohol from Igor. As soon as we were off camp, they pinned me down to the snow and started experimenting with me. I closed my eyes, rattled by my own admission. I hadn't told this to anyone. Not my friends, not my family members, not my therapists. Many filled in the details in their minds, but I never outright spoke the words. They stuffed snow into me until my body temperature dropped and I fainted. They cut me. They hit me. They bit me to a point that, when Tyranny later found me, he thought I'd been mauled by wolves. And they raped me while I was unconscious, including with the vodka bottle. So many times I nearly bled out. My body was wrecked with the force of that truth. I hated that I spoke these words, but loved that, finally, someone else could carry the burden of them with me. The broken bottle inside me tore me to shreds. Tiernan found me sometime later, naked and wounded. He carried me back to camp, which was a 40-minute walk, hefting my injured body through the snow. When he got there, he didn't go to the camp's doctor. She was one of Igor's mistresses and knew how much Igor wanted us dead. Instead, he went to a woman named Olga who ran the camp, threatened her with a kitchen knife. She called the local vet to come save me. The vet liked us better. He mostly dealt with the camp's animals, horses, hunting dogs, Igor's beloved cat. The vet operated on me. I was still unconscious, so I didn't feel anything. But when I woke up, a miracle in itself, I was told... He said he had to remove my uterus, and that I would never be able to have children.
Bear children.
Achilles corrected. I blinked. What?
You won't be able to bear children. You will be able to have them. There's surrogacy, adoption. There are many ways to become a parent that don't require a uterus. It doesn't make you less of a parent. If anything, going through the trouble, the angst, the bureaucracy makes you more of a parent. Means you fought for it, tooth and nail.
I'd never thought of it this way. I was so messed up about not being able to give Achilles what he was born to have, successors, that teenage me hadn't stopped to think there were other options. A teenager wouldn't process it the same way that we do now. All I knew was I wasn't good enough, and that if I let you marry me, you'd find out, be disappointed, and fall out of love with me.
Not even you trying to kill me and handing me over to Agent Rothwell could make me unlove you.
He stared at me like I was a complete dumbass.
And nothing ever will.
I never tried to kill you. The truth tumbled out of my mouth on its own accord, making the ground slip beneath my feet. I wanted to be gone before you got there. You were early. I never wanted you to save me, Achilles. I wanted to save you from me.
You said you tried to get rid of me.
I pressed my lips together. It was time I came clean. About everything. I didn't want to. My entire body was trembling. He noticed, his palms immediately engulfing mine protectively. It gave me strength to push on, to confess. Luca made me.
Luca?
He scowled. I nodded. The first thing I did when I woke up was rush to see you. Luca was there. He only let me through on the promise I'd break things off. He said he'd kill me if I didn't. As much as I thought I wanted to die, I realized when I woke up I'd rather love you from afar and see you happy with someone else than die and not have you. A low growl of pain ripped from his throat.
He did what?
A lot of time has passed. I pressed a hand to his chest. He swatted it, standing up.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me?
He began pacing the backyard. He was right, Achilles.
No, he was wrong.
He stopped to roar into my face, snarling.
I'd have chosen you over the Camorra any day of the week. I'd have joined the Irish if I had to.
Your family would have killed you.
I'd have killed them first.
Your entire family? I shook my head in disbelief. For me?
Minus Leela and Enzo. Pretty sure they're not shitty enough to make me choose.
I believed him. And still, at the time, complying with Luca's demand seemed like the best option. I was broken, devastated by all the things I couldn't give Achilles, and weak from the fire. I couldn't see us, two teenagers, standing against the entire Italian Mafia. Promise me you won't hurt your brother. He only wanted the best for you.
Promising you I won't kill him is the best I can do, I'm afraid.
He shook his head.
He will hurt.
I pressed my lips together, nodding.
But baby...
He rushed back to me, his face crumpling in pain as he took my hands.
Why did you start the fire in the first place? Why couldn't you just break up with me?
I knew if I broke your heart, a part of you would hate me. If I died in what was deemed an accident, you'd forever remember me fondly. You wouldn't take it personally, and you'd be able to move on with your life. Why was the truth so much harder to tell than the lie? My stomach was in knots. You have to understand, I managed to suppress my memories, but the pain was still there, always. I knew my father and older brother found me useless and disappointing, that I was a burden to Tiernan. You were the only reason for me to stay alive, and I was scared once you found out I couldn't be the wife you needed me to be. I'd disappoint you too.
You wanted to die for me?
His throat worked, and a flash of that humanity crossed his beautifully scarred face. I nodded, struggling to swallow. I thought if I died in a fire, you'd eventually move on. You'd know I always loved you. So many people let you down. I didn't want to be one of them. He closed his eyes, drawing a breath. I'm so sorry, I croaked out, reaching to touch the jagged, coarse flesh of his cheek, the scars I had put there myself. I was a coward and a fool. Tears streamed down my cheeks, hot and heavy. I'd been wanting to issue this apology for years, had been convincing myself I hated him when really I sought his forgiveness. I have tarnished your beautiful face, and though you will always be the most gorgeous man in the world to me, I know it changed the trajectory of your life. I leaned forward and kissed those scars, every inch of them. He closed his eyes, his chest heaving as he tried to regulate his breathing, his pulse. He didn't move, didn't waver. He'd been waiting for this too. I'm sorry for your face, and I'm sorry for your heartbreak, but I'll never be sorry for putting you first. I'll just try to do better when I do it next time. Those last words seemed to release all the pent-up emotions he'd been locking in. A guttural growl escaped him, primitive and elemental, and he reached to cup my cheeks, ripping me from his face, from kissing him, as he stared me in the eye.
I'd walk through fire every single day for you, Tyranny.
My chin wobbled, and I nodded, accepting his words.
You poor thing.
Over the years, I tried to explain myself to you.
But I refused to listen.
And I can't blame you. I shook my head. My weakness, my insecurities, almost got you killed.
Living without you was no life at all.
He narrowed his eyes. But I want you to know, No part of me ever did anything to hurt you. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy, with or without me. You were my first friend, my first kiss, my first love.
Your last love, too.
His expression smoothed into something dark and impenetrable. He rapped the table.
Write down the names of the men who hurt you in the camp. I'll find them.
I waited for the terror to kick in at his words. I never wanted to think of them again, let alone come face to face with them. A few years ago, Tyranny had pledged to go back to Russia and deal with them. I'd made him promise not to. I wanted to bury that part of my history as deep and as far as I could. But these days, there was no escaping my past. It seemed to froth out of every corner of my thoughts like an overflowing cesspool. They're probably in Russia.
They could be on Mars, and I'll still find my way to them.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why?
Because... Say it. You think it, so say it. Because I already told you it was my fault that they did that. The person who said those words wasn't 29-year-old Tyranny. It was the girl I left behind in that camp, hungry, dirty, and so malnourished, she lost her uterus before she even got her period.
Your fault.
Achilles, I trailed off again, forcing myself to push out the words. I did what I always do. I bartered with them. Sex for food, for extra clothes, for whatever I could get my hands on. The look on his face tore my gut like a hungry beast devouring it whole. Guilt dripped from his expression. After all, he too had benefited from my barters not too long ago.
Tyr.
He croaked, his voice snapping like a thin twig.
It wasn't your fault. Not with them, not with me. It was never your fault. Fuck!
He kicked the earth, gripping the back of his neck and pulling in anguish.
You should never be put in a position to bargain your freedom and the food in your stomach. They were to blame. I am to blame. I'm sorry. I'm so completely fucking sorry. You didn't ask for any of this. You were just a kid trying to survive in a work camp, doing what you had to do to see tomorrow. They were the predators, and there was nothing that you did wrong.
That little girl in the camp didn't know that, I whispered, staring down at my shoes. For the first time, I felt like she and I merged into something whole, not two different entities. Her vulnerabilities hit roots somewhere inside me, and I gave her some of my fieriness.
That girl is still going to be stuck there.
He pointed sideways.
Unless you give me their names.
I owed it to that girl I turned my back on, and I owed it to myself. Write it down. He took his phone out and started typing. Then, without further ado, swiveled and stalked toward the main house. Wait! I shot to my feet, almost enraged by the anticlimactic goodbye. Aren't you going to kiss me? He shook his head.
I'm going to give you a little time to digest. Besides, when I kiss you again, you're going to be willing and begging for it, piccola fiamma.
I grabbed his wrist on his way out, looking up at him. Now that you got all the answers from me, tell me one thing. Why is my father in your basement?
Tiernan didn't tell you?
His eyebrows shot up. I shook my head. He and Leela refused to.
He ratted you out to Velo.
I was surprised, but not shocked. I'd never trusted Tyrone, just as I'd never trusted Finton. Finton ended up paying for his sins, and Tyrone would follow eventually. The only reason they'd accepted Tiernan and me into their family was because they realized we'd be beneficial to them. We built their empire. They watched from the sidelines and got rich while we hustled. Achilles slipped his hand from my hold nonchalantly.
I've been keeping him alive for one reason.
And what reason is that?
Breaking his body, then his spirit, so you could watch him die for what he did to you. Chapter 44. Achilles. My first stop was Luca. I was already pissed Tristan Hale had slipped out of my fingers when I tended to Tierney in Prague, but I would deal with him later. Meanwhile, I was waiting for my jet to fuel before I took it to Russia. I had a list of motherfuckers who were going to pay for hurting her, and currently my older brother was the closest to me geographically, so that was where I started. Luca and Sophia lived in a swanky penthouse in Manhattan. I was sure Sophia would prefer a nice house in the suburbs like Leela did, just as I was sure Luca gave -3 shits what Sophia wanted. I rapped on the door forcefully enough to break it down. Sophia answered it, Ciro in her arms. She was pretty in the same way many Italian girls were, fresh-faced, tan, with raven hair and soft features. Nothing wrong with her, so I couldn't understand why Luca was so goddamn opposed to trying to like her, unless, of course, he wasn't capable of such feeling. "Where's your husband?" She tightened Ciro to her chest protectively. A humorless laugh left her.
How should I know?
"You live with him."
If that's what you want to call it.
She rolled her eyes like the teenager she was not too long ago.
All the same, he doesn't tell me where he goes, why, or when.
Call him now and ask him where he is.
I don't...
We can do it with or without a gun to your head, Sophia. You're holding a baby. Do as you're fucking told. Jeremy bulldozed his way past her, getting in my face. He didn't say shit, but he didn't have to. His expression said it all, and it told me to mind my goddamn mouth if I was fond of my teeth. I dug my fingers into my eye sockets. "The fuck are you doing here, vodka breath? You're on duty." "I was in the area collecting payments from protections. Soldiers." Did he just stutter? I'd never heard him stutter before. His pasty-ass face was completely pink, his ears red. He was blushing. Yeah, definitely. Which was fucking wild. Jeremy wasn't the kind of person to blush or stutter. He was the kind of person to kill 10 people before breakfast if they stole a drug shipment from us, which was something he, in fact, did just last week. I'd gotten it all wrong. Jeremy didn't erase footage from Luca's bedroom camera upon Luca's request. He did it upon Sophia's request. Shit. He was here for her. I glanced between them. Sophia looked distracted, if a little annoyed. Understandable, considering the asshole she was married to. Jeremy looked like a teenager who'd gotten caught sniffing his stepmom's underwear. They were standing too far apart to exhibit the familiarity of a full-blown affair, so they weren't fucking yet. But after what Tierney told me about Luca, I was rooting for them to screw directly on my older brother's restrained body. Hell, I'd tie him for them myself as a gesture of goodwill. "And?" I elevated an eyebrow. "Is the bastard here?" "Fuck if I know. Just got here," Jeremy hissed, collecting himself. I wouldn't buy it if it weren't for the fact he still had his biker jacket and backpack on. "I'm here." Luca strolled from the depth of the giant penthouse, tugging at his cufflinks, face unreadable. "Jeremy, what did you want?" "To fuck your wife, idiot." "To give you this." Jeremy unzipped his backpack, tossing the protection money he'd collected from our soldiers into Luca's hands. I had to hand it to him. The Russian appeared very businesslike. His deep blush and stutter disappeared, making way for his usual stoic expression. "All right, now that you did, kindly fuck off." Jeremy flicked his gaze to Sophia, searching. She looked confused, but not alarmed. Jeremy pushed past me, looking none too pleased to be leaving. "Now you." Luca jerked his chin in my direction. "What crawled up your ass?" "We're going for a drive." Luca looked unimpressed with the idea, but apparently spending any kind of time with his wife was even less palatable than potentially getting stabbed by me. He walked right past her, ignoring her existence. She slammed the door hard enough to rattle the entire building. Once inside the car, I drove out of the city and toward the woods. I didn't bother telling him where we were going. What'd be the fun in that? Luca waited it out for the first 40 minutes, refusing to show signs of distress, before snapping when we slid into a thickly wooded area. "Who did you kill, and what makes you think I care enough to help you bury them?" "Don't be stupid, Luca," I said cheerfully, throwing my car into park and killing the engine in the middle of the woods. "You can't help me when it's you I'm burying." "Huh?" He shot me a pissed-off glare. Oh, goody, so he was capable of some kind of emotion. I took my gun out and pointed it at him. "Get the fuck out with your hands in the air." He did as he was told, looking annoyed more than scared. Bastard knew I wouldn't kill him. I didn't lack the will, rather I lacked the way. Killing your own brother in the Camorra without a good enough reason resulted in death, and I was too close to having Tyranny to give up my life. Lucas stood with his hands in the air, looking at me like I was ridiculous. "Care to explain your little tantrum?" Tyranny told me why she broke up with me when we were 18. I aimed the gun straight at his forehead. Lucas' carefully contorted control snapped in the form of a sneer. "It's been 11 years. "Exactly. 11 years you deprived me of being with the love of my life." "You're incapable of love." "No, Luca, you're incapable of love." "What are you talking about?" His eyebrows crashed together. "You can't feel anything, just like me. This is why we do what we do." His olive skin flushed red, and I could tell that the revelation that I was capable of emotion rattled him. He was jealous, angry he couldn't feel a thing, and angry that it wasn't as common as he thought it was. "I was in love with her, and you took away the only good in my life." "Dad forced me to do it. It was an order from above. Should I have defied him?" "Yes," I said, unblinking. "Yes." "A man worthy of the throne would. Sometimes you make executive decisions for the greater good. No one wants to follow a yes man." He shook his head, exasperated. "Just do what we came here to do and get it over with." It would be interesting, I suppose, to try to hurt this stronzo. Nothing ever did, and I appreciated a good challenge. Aiming my gun at his feet, I shot a bullet directly to the tip of his toes, not enough to blow them off, but definitely enough to shave some skin. His nostrils flared as he stared at me calmly. "Anything else?" I shot him in the shoulder next, again narrowly missing all the essential parts, just enough to distribute pain. His serene expression met mine. "You're wasting ammo for nothing." I barked out a laugh. "I don't think I am. Watching you try and feel something and fail is entertainment enough. Must be miserable." His jaw flexed and his fists clenched. "Are you done?" "That depends. Are you going to get between me and my future wife again?" You know the answer to that. I don't care about your personal life any more than I do about anyone else's. Marry her, fuck her, kill her. It makes no difference to me. I was executing an order. Trust me, I wasn't happy to inch you closer to the position of Don by getting rid of her for you. That, I believed. I aimed at his other leg, blowing up the back of his foot. Again, all I got was a muscle jumping in his jaw. I sighed. Put your weapon down and kick it over to me. With what feet? I chuckled. You're capable of walking just fine, but I'm happy to blow something up if you make me ask you twice. He did as he was told, kicking it with the back of his foot. I dropped my gun and stalked toward him. When I reached him, I headbutted him. Blood gushed from his forehead. He stared at me in the same dead, unfeeling way of his. I'm giving you 2 more minutes of this bullshit, then I'm fighting back. Oh, better make the most of it then. Next, I threw a punch to his nose, breaking it in the process. He spat out blood sideways. I grabbed his healthy shoulder, pushing him to the ground, then mounted him to begin pummeling him all over. Chest, neck, shoulders, stomach. He didn't groan, didn't sigh, didn't flinch, and didn't fight back. Dead. Inside, outside. It amused me that he thought becoming Don would stir something in him. Nothing ever could, but I supposed if I were in his shoes, I'd chase any high I could too. When I was done, I stood up and spat on his face. You upset my woman again, and you won't have an open casket funeral. That's a fucking promise. I got into my car and started driving. He could find his way back home on his own.
Chapter 45. 2 years and 5 months ago. It had been 2 weeks since Achilles dangled her from the bridge and declared her his property. In those 2 weeks, life as she knew it ceased to exist. Yes, she was still able to attend her luncheons, parties, and spa treatments with her fake friends, but now she had to walk around with a camarista bodyguard at all times. It cramped her style, not to mention reminded her of the dark period of her life, where freedom was nothing but a faraway dream. Every time she tried to shake her security off, Achilles appointed more manpower to watch over her. It drove her to the brink of madness. The suffocating reality of living inside the confines of someone else's decisions. She saw Achilles at social functions the Camorra and Irish both took part in. He often had women on his arm. Rubbing his conquests in her face seemed to be his favorite pastime. He was hardly celibate. So why should she be? She would show him she wasn't afraid of him. She was going to screw someone else and enjoy it. Tyranny had tried consensual sex for the first time when she was 22. She couldn't remember the man's name any more than she could his face. She'd been drunk, numb to the world and to the dangers that lurked inside it. All she remembered was that the man hit on her at a bar and that she took him home. The act itself was tedious and awkward, but she continued to try drawing pleasure from sex anyway. She was so deep in denial about her past that she convinced herself if she tried hard enough, she'd be able to enjoy it. When she was 23, she had a one-night stand with a drunken Irish sailor. When they got to business, she suggested he might want to take a shower because he was sweaty. He slapped her hard across the face in response. She remembered the shock, the surprise, but no terror. He'd expected her to flee, maybe to cower and cry. She did neither. Instead, she tilted her chin up and said, "Harder now, you wuss." He slapped her again. She tried scratching his eyes out. He threw her onto the bed, mounting her, muttering that she was a mad banshee. She laughed. Each time he hit her, she came alive. She liked fighting for dominance, and she liked losing. It got her hot and bothered, and though she knew it was probably ingrained in her fucked-up past, she had no plans to fix it. She had a string of lovers over the years. All of them gave her pockets of pleasure, but none ever gave her peace. It had been 6 months since she'd had sex. The lucky winner was found at an Amelia Spencer exhibition in a swanky Upper East Side private showing. The penthouse belonged to the Spencers, and the man in question was delectable. His name was Tucker, and he was tall, well-built, and bore an uncanny resemblance to a Renaissance sculpture. He wore his suit like a second skin. They enjoyed their martinis together, admiring a painting of a cherry blossom. "Are you going to buy anything?" she asked, sliding an olive into her mouth. Her Kimura-assigned bodyguard stood only a few feet behind, hands clasped at his front, face impassive.
Probably.
Tucker sighed.
I'm trying to get Baron Spencer to invest in my new venture. Making a purchase might put me on his radar.
Baron Spencer was the billionaire CEO of Fiscal Heights Holdings and Amelia Spencer's husband, also the biggest asshole to grace this planet. "You might want to buy the entire room, then. I hear he's hard to impress."
I'm not sure my apartment can accommodate 13 pieces.
He glanced around, grinning.
Can I buy you one?
"Sure. I had my eye on that one." She pointed her martini in the direction of a gorgeous black and white painting of a man smoking. Amelia's son, Tierney guessed, Vaughn Spencer. Tucker's lips quirked upward.
If I buy it, can I at least come and admire it on your wall?
She shrugged. "I'll need someone to hang it up anyway."
Happy nailing, everyone!
Baron Vicious Spencer himself slid between them, his icy, pale eyes trained on his wife's art.
Just as long as we're clear that nothing of this sort happens on my property.
Tucker offered him his hand.
Mr. Spencer, good to finally meet you. I'm Tucker Reed.
I know who you are.
Spencer eyed his outreached hand like it was a warm bowl of shit, hands still linked behind his back.
I hear you came about your fortune because your ex's husband gave you $1 million to evacuate their lives permanently after your stint in prison.
Tucker slipped his hand into his front pocket.
I didn't peg you as a gossip, Mr. Spencer.
Spencer's lenient smile was so mocking she felt the second-hand humiliation all the way down to her little toes.
Get off my property, Mr. Reed, before I exercise my Second Amendment rights and those index and thumb muscles.
Tucker Reed sounded like a piece of work, and that made him just perfect for Tierney's plan. She didn't look for a boyfriend. She looked for a man corrupt enough to deserve a good beating if Achilles decided to get territorial. This guy had served time in prison. He could hold his own. "We'll be out of your way," Tierney chirped, throwing her dazzling smile at Mr. Spencer. As expected, it stirred absolutely nothing in him. He was a one-woman man, incapable of even noticing anyone else.
You stay. I can take out the trash myself.
"No need. I was on my way out anyway. Send your wife my warmest regards."
Tucker shrugged and followed Tierney to the elevators. He knew when to cut his losses. Spencer wasn't going to work with him. His ex's husband, Ryland Coltridge, was as vengeful as he was influential. He had given him $1 million to sign away any claim on his mutual spawn with his ex, but the bastard failed to mention it wasn't just his annoying kid he was giving up. Tucker truly was cut off from polite society in every capacity now. That he managed to sneak into this exhibition was a miracle in itself. When a brawny man entered the elevator with Tucker and Tierney, the handsome man finally turned to his hookup. "You know this guy?"
"He's my bodyguard."
"Are you a big deal or something?" Tucker narrowed his eyes. Maybe tonight wasn't a dud after all. If this woman was rich and influential, she could help him.
Or something.
Tierney popped open a compact mirror she extracted from her bag and checked her makeup. The trio entered a black Escalade. Tucker's spirits lifted. Having her own driver was a positive sign, but when the vehicle stopped in front of a Gothic-looking church in a crime-ridden neighborhood, he faltered. If she was so rich and famous, how come she lived in this shithole? But she was beautiful, and her body was killer. If nothing else, he'd get a good lay out of it. She led him into an Irish pub and up a flight of narrow stairs into her apartment. The bodyguard slipped into the one-bedroom property without a sound. Tucker made a face. "Can you lose this guy? I don't want an audience."
Marco will be staying in the living room. Tierney smiled sweetly. Right, Marco?
Tucker did not like this chick's sense of humor. Too aggressive, but he wasn't planning to stick around anyway. They slipped into the bedroom, and to his relief, she locked the door.
I want you to be rough with me. Enough to hurt but not draw blood.
Her tone was businesslike. She shimmied out of her dress, unclasping her bracelet and placing it carefully on her nightstand. This woman was a little frightening. No matter, he wasn't going to marry her, just fuck her. "Sure, whatever." He pushed off his clothes.
Tierney felt a pang of regret. He seemed too eager and too sloppy to be a good lover. His first impression at the exhibition must have been a facade, but she couldn't afford to be picky. She wanted Achilles to know she intended to fuck men however she wanted and whenever she wanted. This was more than a one-night stand. It served as a lesson, too. They met halfway across the small room, reaching for each other. Tentative, lackluster kisses followed. He got hard between her thighs, and she pushed through the taste of revulsion in her mouth, shoving him onto her bed and straddling him. She brushed her core against his erection, hoping the act would stir something in her. When it didn't, she grabbed his hands and put them on her throat. Cut my air supply. Only for a few seconds. She knew as well as he did that he couldn't kill her. She had an armed bodyguard sitting in her living room. Tucker squeezed her neck for dear life. Her eyes rolled, and she reverted to that blank place in her head. Wetness gathered between her thighs as she ground against him faster, rolling her hips. He grunted, squeezing harder. She moaned, but no sound came out because of how tight his grip was on her neck. Bright lights, birds chirping, warmth, somewhere far, and pretty. Where bad memories didn't have to be buried because they didn't exist in the first place. She blacked out, falling to the side of her bed. When she came to, Tucker was above her, nailing her to the mattress, his sweat dripping onto her face, scorching her eyes. Her mouth was dry, and she wasn't sure if he was using a condom. A strangled sound tore out of her, half laugh, half sob. Achilles was right. She was not equipped to be in a relationship, let alone have casual sex. She felt younger than her age and lost, like her only way to feel any kind of control over what was happening was to accept pain and convince herself she chose it. Harder, she growled in Tucker's face. I want you to leave marks.
"You're fucking insane!"
He panted, scowling. He picked up his pace, and her pubic bones screamed in agony each time he slammed inside. A part of her hoped Achilles would burst through the door, rip this man off her, and save her from him and herself. She wanted him to dry her tears and protect her, wanted to know everything about his thoughts, where he spent his days, if the hate he had for her was real. She wanted him to care, even though she didn't deserve it. Time crawled, and Achilles didn't show up. Her disappointment turned into rage. Then, finally, to hollow resignation. Tucker finished inside her. He pulled out too fast, causing her discomfort, and ripped off the condom he thankfully had the foresight to put on.
Shit, that was insane.
He wiped his brow with the back of his arm, chuckling to himself as he began to get dressed.
Huh. You got anything to snack on over here?
He shoved one leg into his pants. No. She wrapped herself in the duvet and sat on the edge, feeling unbearably cold all of a sudden. Get out.
Can I at least have your number?
No. Out. She waited until he was out before she threw open the fridge and took out a drink. Grabbing the vodka by the neck, she shuffled back to her room. Marco was still sitting on her couch, staring at the wall. 3 days later, she was out on a shopping spree with her friends. They were carrying their Chanel bags on Fifth Avenue when a fully tinted Hummer pulled up at the curb, blocking their way. The back door swung open, revealing Achilles' face, covered in aviators.
Inside.
One word, and yet it pierced through her breastbone and straight into her heart. Tyr, do you know this guy? Rosamond, a supermarket chain heiress, twisted her nose in disapproval. Unfortunately, he's my longtime stalker. Tierney tossed her bags into the vehicle and climbed inside. I'll see you tonight at the gala. They were still staring, shell-shocked, with their mouths hanging open, when the Hummer zipped into the busy New York traffic. Miss me? Tierney cooed, plucking out her lip balm and dabbing it to her lips with her pinky. Achilles texted on his phone, not sparing her a glance. Even when he sought her out, he didn't give her proper attention. What kind of stalker was he? She wanted to scream, make a scene. The only reason she didn't was because she didn't want him to see how deep he burrowed under her skin. Whatever you need, it'll have to be quick. I have a hot date tonight. She yawned.
We'll see about that.
You're not my father.
I know.
His eyes were still on his phone, thumbs flying over the screen.
I'm much more involved in your life.
The rest of the drive was spent silently praying for his early and painful demise. They stopped in front of an abandoned warehouse in Brooklyn. She'd been there once before, when the Ferrantes attempted to broker a treaty between the Irish and Tatum Blackthorne, a local billionaire. Achilles got out first and didn't spare her a glance, even though exiting his monstrous ride in heels was no easy feat. They ambled inside. The place boasted a vast expanse of wooden floors and exposed brick walls. The only piece of furniture was a flimsy wooden chair. Tucker Reed was roped to it, gagged and screaming into a red ball. Her heart dropped to the bottom of her stomach. He looked like he'd been beaten so badly the only reason she recognized him was that he wore the same black dress shirt as 3 days ago. What the hell do you think you're doing? She dropped her shopping bags, which she could not remember why she'd brought with her in the first place, on the floor. Untie him, you psychopath! Ignoring her rage, he strolled deeper into the room.
This the guy who touched you?
She clamped her mouth shut, something between fear and rage dancing across her skin. She understood, even welcomed, a punch or two to the man who dared touch her, but kidnapping was a step too far.
Is it him?
Achilles pressed, stopping a few feet from the man. Fuck you!
Answer me!
She stared at him defiantly in a silent screw you.
Come here.
She did because she was afraid he'd start chopping body parts off Tucker if she defied him. Achilles studied her. His eyes dropped from her face to her neck. She wore a satin scarf. He tugged it free. It fell to the floor, revealing blue and purple bruises. Achilles closed his eyes. His nostrils flared. Every single emotion ran through his body.
Is he the one who touched you?
Yes. Her voice was small and frightened and drenched with shame. But I asked him to... He turned to Tucker Reed, unholstered his gun, and shot him straight in the face. She stared at Tucker's limp head tilting sideways, the blood oozing from his forehead. Shock and hatred swirled inside her, each fighting for dominance. She had so many things to say to him. All of them could send her to an early grave. Achilles stepped forward, eating the space between them, so close their noses brushed.
Never again, Tyranny. You hear me?
She tilted her chin up, refusing to give him her words.
If you let another man touch you, just assume you've sentenced him to his death.
You're sick.
I know.
He grinned, his coal eyes burning with hatred.
Every single one. You can try to hide them, protect them. I'll always find them, and I'll always kill them.
Her body trembled with rage. It consumed her so badly she thought her skin was going to explode. He pushed her into a corner. No one was going to defy him. He was Achilles Ferrante. The joker of the underworld. The sadist everyone feared.
Next time you bring someone home to get screwed, your bodyguard will kill him. That's an order from above. I meant what I said, Piccola Fiamma. If I can't have you, no one can. Stock up on those sex toys, because you won't be seeing another dick for a long, long time.
Chapter 46, Tyranny. The following weekend, we were invited to dinner at the Ferrantes. The last thing I wanted was to see Velo again, but Tiernan and Leela pointed out that for my return to become official, it would be good to put everyone in the same room, send a message. Plus, I had a certain someone waiting for me in their basement I couldn't wait to reunite with, my traitorous father. I knew Achilles wanted him to marinate in his own misery longer, but knowing I was about to be on the same property as him and that he was suffering brightened my mood. I sat in the back of Tiernan's Mercedes while he drove to his in-laws, staring out the window. Preppy Long Island mansions zipped past us, with their manicured lawns and German cars parked out front. I still couldn't believe I was back on American soil and that Velo had permitted it. "What made him change his mind about me?" I asked, eyeballs still stuck on the view. I mean, other than beating him up.
Those weren't beatings. We got carried away.
Tiernan cleared his throat.
When Enzo and Luca finally tore us off him, they didn't kill us. That was my first cue that Velo's power over his sons had dwindled.
So, Luca and Enzo chose Achilles over their father?
Apparently, Velo was almost as shit a parent as Sharon. It's common knowledge he's hanging by a thread and about to kick the bucket. That he hasn't chosen a successor yet is pissing everyone off. The Ferrante brothers decided to split the pie the way they see fit and appoint the Dawn on their own terms.
And he's agreed to that? I watched my brother through the rearview mirror, his mouth lifted at the corners derisively.
Let's just say he didn't have much choice.
Does he know Tyrone's in his basement?
That would require him to use his functioning brain cells, and he currently doesn't have any of those.
His condition has deteriorated? My brows zipped together. He just smiled serenely, the same smile he flashed his victims before decapitating them so he could have their skulls. Wait, but Achilles said he's been demoted.
He was, by Luca and Enzo. He's ruffled far too many feathers, shitting all over Camorra operations twice in a row for you. His brothers have been calling the shots for the past 10 weeks.
And no one's asking questions?
They told the Camorra he's abroad for an experimental treatment or some shit.
This was a huge power shift that would change the fabric of the entire underground world. I couldn't believe it had happened. Moreover, I couldn't believe it had happened because of me. I forced myself to relax for the rest of the ride there, knowing Velo was no longer a danger to me. When we got to the Ferrante mansion, Enzo opened the door. My heart sank, but I kept my smile casual. I hadn't seen Achilles the entire week, not since he brought me wine. I tried not reading too much into it. He had mentioned he'd give me time, and I still needed it. But I also needed someone who wouldn't treat me like I was a fragile little doll in need of saving.
Tear, baby girl.
Enzo offered me a one-armed hug, his Adonis body nearly crushing me to smithereens.
You look fantastic for a girl who had her head blown the fuck up.
I threw him a grin, strutting deeper into the lavish house. And you smell amazing for someone who spews crap out of his mouth 24/7. Enzo linked his arm in mine, leaving my family behind.
I missed you.
Can't blame you. I'd miss me too. When's dinner?
Soon, I hope. I'm starving. All I had today was 12 egg whites, chia matcha pudding, and some pussy.
I gave him a horrified glare. You gotta stop doing that to yourself, dude.
I know, but maybe one day I'll like it. I mean, my friends love eating pussy. What am I missing?
I meant your diet. It's unsustainable.
Of course it's sustainable. It's how I sustain my six-pack.
We sauntered to the dining room. Tiernan and Leela loitered behind, unpacking her breast pump. As soon as we slipped into the corridor, Luca and Sophia came into view, huddling in what looked like a tense conversation. Sophia shook off Luca's deadly gaze, flashing me a warm smile. She wrapped her arms around me in a quick hug. Tierney, I'm so glad to see you up on your feet and well. Thanks. Her swan-like features, her soft angles and elegant neck and musical voice had a calming effect on me. I didn't know Sophia well, but she was very close to Leela. The latter had good judgment when it came to people, so I decided not to hold Sophia's marriage to her husband against her. It wasn't like she had a choice. Did you get the pies I sent you? Sophia's lashes fluttered nervously. Leela said you didn't want visitors. I didn't want to impose. I got them. My smile broadened. They were great. Really made me push myself to the limit during all my PT sessions to burn those extra calories. Sophia giggled.
Tierney.
Luca's voice dripped with disdain. His face was marred with faded purples and blues, and I had no doubt it was thanks to my revelation that he'd threatened to kill me.
The only reason your brain is not smeared all over this Italian marble floor is because of Achilles and Tiernan, and because that floor costs more than your life's worth. I hope you know that.
Oh, I know. I smirked, sad I didn't have hair to flip to annoy him further. And rest assured, Mr. Coldfish, I don't care. Enzo snorted, and we rounded the hallway into the dining room. Chiara, the matriarch, stood at the doorway, greeting her guests in her prim dress and coiffed updo. She, too, curled her nose in disgust at the sight of me. If it isn't the woman who handed my entire family to the feds. Are the feds in the room with us? I squinted, glancing around the room. I don't think so. I spared your family because of Leela and Achilles. Jury's still out if I'll extend the same favor to you, though. No part of me wanted to win her approval. She'd been a horrible mother to both Achilles and Leela. I let my shoulder brush against hers, proud of myself for standing up to the she-devil, when I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. Achilles. His shoulder was casually leaning against the wall, and he was holding a glass of whiskey, conversing with a woman I knew was Katya Rasputin without ever seeing her face before. She had the Rasputin's cobalt eyes and the same composure of a cold-blooded serpent looking to sink its venomous fangs into an innocent. A surge of dizzying wariness ran through me. Tiernan lied. She wasn't average-looking. She had that Slavic model look, with a svelte figure and a face where everything was small and neat and pretty. She looked just like any college girl, pretty and youthful, in a black velvet mini-dress and kitten heels. They weren't standing very close, and the conversation seemed casual enough, but when he said something, staring at the bottom of his whiskey, and she giggled, demurely covering her mouth with her hand, an explosion of heat and anger detonated in my stomach. Just having her in the same room with him made me want to shatter everything in my vicinity into dust. Why was she here? Did he change his mind about marrying her? Did he have second thoughts after the dust had settled, and he realized he did want a little Mary Sue to pop out children for him? I bled jealousy over the expensive floor, torn into a million pieces at the flirty gazes Katya threw Achilles from under her lashes. She wanted him, and I wanted to kill her for it. If she didn't keep her hands to herself, one of us was going to get what they wanted, and it sure as hell wasn't going to be her. I was so sick with rage that bile tickled the back of my throat. Not wanting to add vomiting on the dining table to my list of sins against the Ferrantes, I turned around with the intention of exiting the room, only for my sight to crash on Don Velo himself. Or what was left of him, anyway. He was slumped in a wheelchair, a thin trail of saliva traveling from the corner of his mouth and down his chin. His pupils were blown, his expression blank. It was obvious he was out of it and couldn't register me or anyone else in the room. "You're in my way," Chiara seethed from behind him, which was when I realized she was pushing his wheelchair. I stepped aside, my eyes following her as she positioned him at the head of the table. It was impolite to stare, but manners mattered little to me where he was concerned. Seeing the great Don Velo, who had ruled New York with an iron fist for as long as I could remember, looking like a pale, ghostly shell of himself, sent a thrill down my spine. My gaze trekked down to his armrests, landing on his pinkyless hand immediately. I did that. Satisfaction prickled my chest, spreading warmth across it. "E pronto venite tutti a tavola." Chiara waved a frantic hand, securing the brakes on the wheelchair with her foot. "We have a big announcement to make tonight, and it cannot wait. Sit down and eat." A big announcement? I fell to the seat nearest to me, determined to pretend I wasn't in full-blown panic mode. Humiliation seared my skin. Why was I forced to sit here and watch Achilles flirt with his future wife? And why hadn't Tiernan and Leela warned me? And here I thought getting shot in the head was the worst part of my summer. Enzo plopped into the seat next to mine, patting my knee.
"Will you let me sniff your lasagna?"
"Sure." I snapped my napkin and rested it in my lap. "If you'll give me a joint afterward. Tiernan and Leela are hiding all the tobacco, alcohol, and fun stuff from me."
"You need to get out of that house. My sister treats everyone like they're fresh out of diapers."
"I don't know how my brother lives like that." I shook my head.
"Well..."
Enzo's eyes swept over the couple who sat next to us. Leela was talking to Tiernan animatedly, moving her hands. His gaze was locked squarely on her bouncy breasts.
"I can think of at least 2 reasons."
I gave his shoulder a push. "Pervert." From the corner of my eye, I watched Sophia woodenly taking her place next to Luca. Jeremy settled on the other side of her, and Katya slipped into the seat next to her brother. I guess Jeremy was still here for the time being, but not for long. The tension from that side of the table made invisible spiders crawl along my skin. Achilles scanned the room, his eyes finally landing on me. I fiddled with my phone, feigning deep fascination with an incoming message some scammer had sent me about getting my roof redone. He stalked toward me like a summoned demon.
Hey, Enzo? Yo! Fuck off. Nuh-uh, you can't talk to me like that anymore.
Enzo flung his elbow onto the back of his seat.
I'm your superior. If you don't evacuate your ass from my woman's vicinity, I'm going to cut out your larynx with a blunt spoon and feed it to my pet snake.
Enzo flashed Luca a look of disbelief. Luca shrugged.
His woman, his rules. I'm not interfering in this.
I'm not his woman. I fixed the napkin next to my plate, not bothering to keep the pettiness out of my voice. You have a pet snake? Katya asked excitedly. That's so cool. Achilles ignored her, taking the now vacant seat next to me, his eyes hard on my profile.
Hello to you, too.
You seemed busy. I sounded like a jealous teeny bopper, and somehow I couldn't muster one damn. Between disappearing for a whole week and flirting with Igor's daughter, he wasn't winning any points with me tonight.
It was just small talk.
I barked out a laugh. Small talk, huh? Sounds like big bullshit to me.
You're acting like a child.
At least I'm not about to marry one. Our conversation got cut off by a sea of servers who flooded the table at once, unloading savory Italian dishes and an unholy amount of wine. I tried focusing on the food, too distressed by the realization I was very close to stabbing a fork through Katya from across the table. I told myself it had something to do with the fact she was the daughter of the dead Russian pecan who'd abused me, but from what Tyranny had told me, all of Igor's spawn loathed their slain father with a passion. Moreover, despite not seeing Alex, the new pecan, for 15 years, I had been fond of him growing up. Fortunately, the food was mouth-watering and the conversation flowed. The women talked shopping, the men soccer. Velo just sat there, drooling, as a nurse spoon-fed him a mashed version of our dishes. I had to admit I liked this new version of him much better.
Dear, are you okay?
Leela rubbed my back every 5 minutes, swinging her gaze from me to her father.
You're feeling comfortable, right?
Right. God, I loved her, but she really needed to stop treating me like a baby. After the entrees and wine were demolished, trays of champagne and dessert flooded the room. Achilles stood and clinked a flute with a fork.
I'd like to make a toast.
Everyone sat up straighter. My stomach churned, everything inside it threatening to pour back out. This was it. The big announcement. He and Katya were getting married. He raised the champagne glass in the air.
To my brother Enzo and his new fiancée, Katya Rasputin. May their union bring the two families peace, prosperity, and continue our respective legacies.
My fork tumbled from between my fingers, clinking noisily on my plate. My gaze skated to Enzo, who sat still, face unreadable, fingers curled around the armrests to the point of white knuckles. What? I mouthed to him in disbelief. Only I had confirmation of Enzo's secret, that he had an active profile on an LGBTQ+ hookup app called Queerder, also known as Queer Tinder, a location-based app for casual sex. One day, Enzo got matched with a good friend of mine, Calvin, and even though they never ended up meeting, it was enough for me to give Enzo a call and yell at him to change his profile picture, username, and other dead giveaways that could reveal his identity. Enzo swore up and down he wasn't gay, that he was just, and I quote, conducting important research. The younger Ferrante brother tossed a careless shoulder in response.
With this, we bury the Bratva and Comora's feud.
Achilles continued. Katya blushed, still staring at Achilles with big, adoring blue eyes. It didn't take a genius to figure out neither the groom nor the bride was happy about this union.
This also concludes Jeremy's time with us.
Achilles announced pointedly, staring down the Russian with a glare as deadly as bullets. Jeremy didn't balk as their gazes clashed.
I'm staying in New York.
Says who?
Says me.
You have no authority in this decision.
Luca's rough voice knifed through the tension. My spine snapped to attention, my eyes ping-ponging across the table.
You're a mere soldier, a Rasputin, but a soldier. Alex calls the shots.
Oh, goody. I haven't even touched my champagne and already they're serving tea.
I do, actually. No New York, no Katya. No Katya, no alliance.
Jeremy's brusque tone raised goosebumps on every arm in the room. His voice was so monotone, so assured, Satan himself wouldn't defy him.
And no alliance means war. Long, bloody, and one that lacks any rules or regulations. Alex may be the decision-maker, but I can pull a lot of strings and cause a lot of trouble, given the time and inclination.
A wicked glint ignited his sapphire pupils.
Don't give me both. It's either a full-blown war, or we do shit my way. Now, go call Lyosha and let him know I'm still needed here.
Jeremy's shoulder kissed Sophia's ever so slightly, and color shot to her tan cheeks. I blinked in disbelief. Fiery tension crackled between the two like live, uncontrollable fire. Even the silverware on the table could tell there was something going on. Were they in love? If so, it didn't seem like Luca knew or cared. Achilles and Luca exchanged frowns. Luca seemed exasperated, but hardly bothered. He sighed, taking out his pistol and kicking back Sophia's chair in one smooth movement. She sailed backward, her back crashing against the wall. Luca now had a clear shot at Jeremy. Sophia yelped, her body jerked forward. She was itching to throw herself between them, but stopped short. Leela stood and rushed to Sophia to make sure she was okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Jeremy's eyes shot fire.
She's pregnant. My baby, my business.
Luca pointed his .45 at Jeremy.
Now, you're getting the fuck out of here, either in a body bag or with an arm shot. Choose wisely.
Oh, santo cielo! Chiara tossed her napkin on the table. Of course my children couldn't give me one decent meal without bullets flying around. How about a cig break? I turned to Enzo after it was obvious Sophia wasn't hurt. He took one dispassionate glance at the dessert he knew he wasn't going to touch in a million years before pocketing his cigarette pack.
Sure.
We made our exit to the sound of Jeremy and Luca negotiating. I was over that entire screwed-up family. Not that my family was better, far from it, but at least there weren't so many of us. When we reached the backyard, we settled on the lounge chairs by the pool. Enzo lit a joint and took a hit, passing it on to me. This marriage is not going to bode well for anyone. I inhaled until the smoke reached the bottom of my lungs, handing the joint back to him. I'm worried you're trying to prove something to yourself by going along with it.
Jesus, Tyr.
He shot me a lower-your-voice glare, even though we were clearly alone.
I don't even know if I'm... Enzo.
I didn't pretend to know him any more than he knew himself, but I did know that Enzo Ferrante was passionate about all things he did and touched, from killing his enemies to protecting his family. Everything he did fiercely. It made no sense at all that he'd be so dim, so disinterested when it came to love. Unless, of course, he'd been molded and forced to try to love the wrong people.
It's true. I'm straight. I am. I'm just intrigued. Variety is the spice of life, after all.
I didn't even bother answering him. Just shot him a really look. The tips of his ears, which were oddly perfect like the rest of him, turned red.
I've never even kissed a man, let alone been with one. So far, I've only talked with them on the app.
Well, what brings you to flirt with men online?
Curiosity, boredom, my inherent tendency to fuck up my life and hurt myself. Exhibit number 3000.
He took a pull of the joint, jerking his chin toward his bare arms. Corded muscles flexed beneath skin inked to perfection. But beneath the beautiful art he wore on himself were jagged scars.
You know I like variety.
But he didn't. He'd had a steady girlfriend since high school before Achilles pumped and dumped her to prove to him that he wasn't straight. Everyone could see Enzo's blatant disinterest with the fairer sex. Just because he hadn't mustered up the courage to explore his sexuality didn't mean he wouldn't.
Maybe I'm asexual.
I narrowed my eyes at him.
It's possible.
It's not. That man loved getting his dick sucked more than Abraham loved God. Every time I spotted him in an underground club, he seemed to have a head bobbing beneath his waist. It was easier to enjoy blowjobs when you could close your eyes and pretend the person servicing you was someone else.
Fine.
Enzo rolled his eyes.
I agree. I'm too hot not to fuck. God's sense of humor can't be that cruel.
Put aside the damage it'd do to you to marry a strange woman you have no attraction nor affection for. What about Katya? She is young and hopeful. She deserves a man who would at least try to be a good husband. I couldn't believe he'd made me a Katya defender.
I'll make her happy. I'll give her free reign and the option to take a lover. I'm not going to be my father and Luca.
I believed him. He was just ferociously loyal and dedicated enough to his family to sacrifice himself for everyone else's benefit. But you'll be miserable. I jabbed my finger in his chest. You'll live a lie. You'll never experience a great love, a truly sensational fuck. You deserve both, goddammit. His jaw ticked, his heavily lashed whiskey eyes warning me to drop it. I couldn't. I cared about him too much. Why'd you agree to this?
Loyalty, devotion to the Camorra, and power.
His smirk was lazy, playfully decadent.
It was my one chance to push Achilles out of the race. I took it.
What about Luca? Enzo shrugged.
The Camorra's closing rank around him. He'll likely become the Don, but I'll still be the consigliere, next in line. Occupational hazards are common in our field of work. I'll be waiting in the wings. Enzo, get lost.
A brutally gruff voice commanded, one I knew perfectly well to belong to my own filthy god. Achilles materialized from the shadows, dripping menace and authority. Arduous prowess poured into a Prada suit.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Enzo ran a finger over his jaw.
You'll be sensing my knee on your windpipe next if you don't fuck off. I love it when emotionally constipated men finally let it all loose.
Enzo passed me the half-smoked joint with a wink.
Sorry, sugar. Gotta go make sure I still have a bride in that bullet-infested room.
Achilles stared me down, waiting for an acknowledgement. Everyone okay back there? I fixated on the bird bath across the pool, refusing to address my little jealousy fit from earlier.
For now.
He tugged me up by my elbow, grabbing the joint mid-suck and tossing it into the pool.
You thought she was here for me.
His dark gaze fell to my mouth. That's all it took for my traitorous thighs to clench at the memory of him serving me with one earth-shattering orgasm after the other. Who said lust only made men stupid? I wouldn't care either way. I huffed, but the bite was gone from my voice.
You are a very bad liar, Piccola Fiamma.
His thumb brushed my cheek, leaving fissures of pleasure that made my spine tremble.
Admit that you're jealous.
I can't admit something that's not true. He produced a baffled, enraged snarl. I could tell he was losing his patience. Only this time, he was no longer able to punish me with a spur-of-the-moment idea that had thrown me into the arms of depression.
Let me take you out after dinner. Somewhere fun.
I'd love to, but I can't.
Why not?
I already have a date tonight. I lied. Anything to put more space between us. I wasn't ready to give up so quickly. Plus, if he really did change, he would let me have my freedom. We weren't together. I could date other people, kiss them, screw them. I wasn't his property, and he'd better remember that.
That's a shame.
His demeanor was still ice-cold, his tone dry and amused.
I'm afraid you won't be able to make it.
Why not? He shoved me into the pool, going down with me. The splash reverberated in my ears as we pierced the water, sinking under the surface. His lips crashed down on mine underwater. Hard, demanding, relentless. Our limbs tangled, the water cooling our skin. We were in the deep end, both literally and figuratively, and I never wanted to come up for air. Our tongues lapped at each other, devouring one another. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he pushed off the bottom of the pool. We broke the surface, still fused in this slow, drugging, erotic kiss. I ground against him, running my fingers over the scars on his face. More, I panted, fingers curling over soaked fabric, clawing at sculpted muscles. I want more.
More what?
More everything. A growl of satisfaction poured from his mouth into mine. His words from last week ghosted over every inch of my needy flesh.
When I kiss you again, you're going to be willing and begging for it. Admit that you were jealous.
I wasn't. He reached between us and pushed his pants down as he freed his cock, holding it by the root and dragging the crown along my slit through my underwear.
Admit it, Tyranny.
My pride was eviscerated into smatterings in that moment, and all that was left was a throbbing hot ache between my legs and adrenaline that made me tremble like a brittle leaf. I growled, kissing him harder, sinking my teeth into his skin, and making the kiss about sex and not about emotions. Next time I see her standing next to you, I'll break both her legs. Now fuck me.
Yes, ma'am.
He tucked my underwear to the side roughly, pushing inside in one go. I broke the kiss breathlessly, angling my head to the twinkling lights coming from the mansion. Your family is 10 feet away. They can watch me corrupting you through the window.
Let them have their fucking fill.
He devoured my neck, thrusting into me.
This is not sex, little flame. It is ownership.
The way he filled me made my mouth water, and I met him thrust for thrust, the golden gleam shining from the dining room, our backdrop. All the people inside it could easily guess what we were doing in the pool if they turned to look in our direction, but I simply didn't care. I raked my fingers through his wet hair, the orgasm building inside me. Achilles had one hand on the small of my back. The other was pinching and teasing my erect nipples through my wet dress.
My jealous little flame.
He teased, his lips finding my nipple and closing over it. The heat of his mouth against the coldness from the water gave me goosebumps everywhere.
You thought I'd give you up so quickly?
Shut up. We drifted to the shallow end of the pool, so I was able to ride him faster with more desperation than I cared to admit. To make this about lust and not about love, about pleasure and not about submission. I couldn't be that girl anymore, the girl who wanted to die because she wasn't exactly what he needed. His teeth closed in on my collarbone, hot tongue swirling over cold skin as he moved to my other nipple.
I'll never give you up, Tyranny. If I can't have you, no one can.
His words were all I needed to fall apart between his arms, screaming his name to the sky, relinquishing control to the orgasm that ripped through me like a storm. No decency lived in the way we climbed out of the pool afterward, soaked and flushed. Achilles threw a towel over my shoulders and stepped ahead of me to conceal me from view. I secretly hoped Katya got a front row seat to our antics in the pool. That should extinguish any inappropriate ideas she had about her future brother-in-law. I was about to sit down on a lounge chair when Achilles shoved me against one of the walls in a hidden corner, crowding me with his impressive height.
Move in with me.
A demand, not a request. It must have been my head injury, but I actually didn't think it was a bad idea. Not that I could tell him that outright. I just refused to go out with you, and now you're asking me to move in?
No, you just had mind-blowing sex with me. That cancels your rejection.
He scowled.
You know you want to. My sister's driving you mad.
That's not a good enough reason to move in with someone.
Then do it for another reason.
Such as?
That no one will ever take better care of you. No one will devote their entire fucking life to you the way I do. No one will go against their family, tradition, and self-preservation like me.
He was right, of course, but for some reason that stunned me. I was so used to his love being laced with something punishing and cruel that I hadn't stopped to think that Achilles hadn't been the same person since I got shot. He tended to me without expecting anything. He nursed me back to life, even though he didn't have to. My broken pieces weren't his to pick up, but he still mended them. But that wasn't the only reason I was considering moving in with him. I knew it would soothe the aching part of his soul that I'd fractured. I started having nightmares again. My teeth munched on my lower lip. I scream and cry in my sleep sometimes.
I saw when we were at the cabin.
He ran his fingers over his damp hair.
I can handle it.
I want a different room. He grabbed his own towel and ran it through his sooty, wet strands.
Done.
No surveillance. I come and go as I please. His lips gravitated to mine again, and we met halfway for a kiss.
Done.
His teeth clamped around my lower lip, and he sucked it into his mouth, releasing it with a pop before lapping it with his tongue to ease the sting. No sex either, until I say so. Orgasms cloud my judgment.
Oh, we don't want that.
He nuzzled my neck, dropping addictive kisses along my sensitive flesh. And I want a one-night stand. He ripped his mouth from me, glaring.
Why would you need a one-night stand with your future husband?
Not with you. I've never really dated anyone else. Never had the privilege of living life as I pleased because of you. All I could do was hook up with people like a thief, hoping you weren't looking. If you've changed, like you claim you have, you'll prove to me that I am free. Free to choose you. Or anyone else if I wish to. Sleeping with someone else seemed as appealing as getting shot in the head again, but I wanted the option. I craved some kind of a guarantee he wasn't going to treat me like an object he bought, like other made men. For the past few years, I had been sexually starved because Achilles couldn't handle me having a love life. All the while, he screwed women left and right without a care in the world, rubbing their existence in my face. I needed him to prove to me he was a choice, not a decree.
No.
I'm not asking, Achilles. This is not about sex. I shook my head. You need to show me you can protect me from your own rage. His foreboding glare would terrify anyone else, but all I saw in his face was a resignation of a man too far gone to back out of any arrangement, including one that could very well kill him, to have me. I'll do it whether you allow it or not.
One time. One piccolo fiamma.
One time, I repeated, my face so hot I fought the need to touch it to cool it off. I want to know you mean it when you promise me that I'm free. He searched my face, curling and relaxing his fist beside his body, trying to gain control over his fury. His pulse fluttered over the side of his neck. I licked my lips, trying to think of something comforting to say. And don't worry, I won't bring him home or anything. When it happens.
You want no surveillance and to hook up with a random?
He bared his teeth.
You better know you're bringing him home so I can save you if shit goes south.
My heart skipped a beat. How ironic it was that this man was going to finish me with his kindness after trying to destroy me for years with his malice. Does this mean you're game? The only reason my jaw wasn't on the floor was because I was positive I was hallucinating. He ran a hand over his jaw, tilting his face to the sky.
I swear to fucking God, Tyranny, if this is some ploy to get me to lose my mind.
He didn't finish his threat, his jaw clenching tight.
Fuck. One time, I can do it.
I stared at him in disbelief. Could he?
And I want to be there when it happens.
That's a terrible idea, I whispered, transfixed.
You're a terrible idea.
He patted his pocket, just to find out his cigarette pack was soaked and ruined.
I don't fucking care if it kills me. I'll always put your safety first. Chapter 4. 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 37. Achilles. I glanced at my Rolex. 5:35. About half an hour until my brothers arrived for our meeting. Still plenty of time. I checked my phone again to see if Tyranny had answered my last text. My heart did that weird, stirring shit again when I realized that she did. Tyranny.
Fine.
Fine? That's all I got? Jesus, she was cold. I should have known she wouldn't let me breeze back into her life and put a ring on her finger the minute I finally succumbed to my Greek tragedy-sized obsession with her. It was inconceivable that a woman so beautiful, so bold, so sophisticated would deign to be with someone so scarred, so ugly, and as monstrous as me. She could marry a Tate Blackthorne, a Wolfe Keaton, a Baron Spencer, a dark, smooth stallion, gently bred, with billions in the bank. But no Blackthorne, no Keaton, and no Spencer would ever treasure her the way I would. If ever I could have her, I'd worship her so thoroughly no man would ever fucking measure up. My broken soul found her broken soul, and for the first time in my life, it felt whole. Now I was on a mission to kill everyone who'd ever hurt her. Well, except myself, obviously. I was making good progress. In fact, the only asshole on my list I hadn't pinned down yet was Tristan Hale. Fucker fell off the face of the earth before I had the chance to punish him. But I was going to find him. And once I did, I would suck out his intestines with a fucking straw. I reached for the portable faucet in my parents' basement, turning the valve all the way. It was linked to a dispenser. A stream of water turned into a one-drop leak. The man tied horizontally under it ceased his tedious screams, darting his tongue out to lap the drops thirstily. What he didn't know was that after the waterboarding came the water torture, which was a slower, more painful way to die. Hey, want to hear some mad shit? I cupped my cigarette, lighting up a smoke. Apparently, Dmitri Pavlov did not, in fact, want to hear some mad shit, because he started sobbing like a little bitch, like he didn't deserve it. I spoke over his cries. So I sent my soldiers to help my fiancée pack up, and when I texted her to ask how it was going, she said fine. Fine. What does that even mean? Posaloista, he begged, eyes squinted shut, the water dripping down from his forehead into his ears. I made sure to change the rhythm and frequency of the pattern, as well as inserting a small amount of acid into the tank for shits and giggles. I'll do anything, he said in Russian. Please, let me go. Can't do that, I answered back in his native tongue. Good thing I learned some Russian when Tyr and I started out, so I could get to know her better. You hurt my fiancé. I didn't. I couldn't. I don't even know American girls. I'd fetched Pavel, Vitaly, Vlad, Bogdan, and Dmitri from different parts of Russia and smuggled them into New York. I'd already killed the first 4 in spectacularly violent and slow fashion over the past week. In fact, it was why I had gone MIA on Tyranny for a few days last week. Seemed like a good idea at the time, but I now realized I needed to be more present. So, instead of killing Dmitri by impalement, as I did with the first 4, watching as they starved to death while speared from their anus all the way to their mouths, I chose a relatively fast method for him. The acid should burn his brain clean in the next few hours. Oh well, at least he was going to feel every moment of it. I'd always had a fascination with violent, gory deaths. Watching bad guys die soothed my soul. You knew this one, Tyranny Callahan. I puffed smoke into his face. At the sound of her name, Tyrone whimpered from across the room. He was still bound by chains in a cage, shitting and pissing into a bucket, living on a can of beans and a bottle of water a day. Tyranny deserved to see the bastard take his last breath. The only reason I'd waited was because I wanted to make sure she was feeling 100%, and I believed the time was near. Achilles, be reasonable. Let's talk about this. I had no idea, Tyrone started. Shut the fuck up. I pulled my phone out again, thumbing the screen to answer my girlfriend. Achilles. Hey, beautiful. I have a meeting with my brothers in 10 minutes, then I'll come home. Will you be there? 3 dots danced on the screen in front of me. Tyranny.
IDK.
Achilles. Want me to bring you a bite? Maybe dessert? Smiley face. Tyranny.
IDC.
Look at us. We were so fucking cute together. Me and my enthusiasm, her and her dry acronym comebacks. Achilles. I'll pick up some takeout on my way back. Italian good? Tyranny.
Whatever.
Sure, she wasn't the most talkative via text, but you could really feel the love shining through each word. Okay, this is getting boring. I tucked my phone into my pocket. It was 10 to 6, and I really needed to get this shit over with so I could take Tyranny Dmitri's head, along with the rest of these fuckers, to heal her beautiful soul from what they'd done to her in that work camp. Yes, my gifts to her tended to be outside the box, but it was the thought that counted. How about we speed things up a bit, huh? I winked at a lying, tied-up Dmitri. No! He screamed and thrashed, arching from the bench press I'd used as a makeshift gurney while I unscrewed the water tank attached to the faucet and picked up the bottle of fluoroantimonic acid. I poured it into the container. An unbearable odor of fumes immediately filled the air. I'd say I'm sorry for the smell, I told Tyrone over my shoulder. But the stench is the least of your worries right now. Buckle up. What I've got planned for you will make shitbag here's death look like a euthanasia in a 6-star Swiss resort. I climbed upstairs, away from the racket of Dimitri screaming as the acid ate through his skin and brain, and from Tyrone, who rattled the bars of his cage. The first to show up was Jeremy. Peculiar, considering he wasn't fucking invited. He was wearing his usual outfit of black combat boots, black tactical pants, and a too-tight Henley. Couldn't fault him for the Henley. He was the size of a kraken. I doubted they made human clothes his size. I was definitely a scary motherfucker, standing tall at 6 feet 4 inches of muscles, scars, and ink. But Jeremy was easily 6 feet 6 inches and more shredded than IRS forms at a midtown hedge fund. This is a Camorra meeting. Ugly Bastards Anonymous is down the street. And yet here you stand, the chairman of the club. Jeremy pushed past me, his shoulder nearly dislocating mine. His deltoids were the size of his head. I threw the door shut with a frown. I wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone who wasn't my sweet angel fiancé. Speaking of, I took out my phone and checked my messages. None. Achilles. How are you settling in, fiancé? Tyranny.
Stop calling me that. I'm not your fiancé.
Achilles. Yet, asterisk. Tyranny.
Ever, asterisk.
Tyranny.
I'm at your apartment. You don't have any Diet Coke.
My lips quirked deviously. My little flame thought I was one of those amateur stalkers who didn't know the job. Achilles. The Diet Coke is in the cooler in your room, next to the fancy ice machine I got for you. Achilles. But if you don't feel like walking that far, I put one in the fridge behind your baby carrots and soy milk, JIC. Achilles. Heart emoji, heart emoji, heart emoji. Tyranny.
Stop with the heart emojis. It's annoying.
She was looking for reasons to get annoyed with me. I refused to give her any. Tyranny.
Actually, I feel like a whole wheat New York water bagel with ham and cheese.
Achilles. You only eat ham once a year. You think pigs are too smart and call it semi-cannibalism. Tyranny.
Your point?
Achilles. No point. There's a whole wheat New York water bagel in the bread box for you, plus ham and cheese from your favorite deli in the fridge. I beamed at my phone with satisfaction, giving exactly -20 fucks about leaving Jer waiting. Tyranny.
Fine, you win. I swooned. Happy?
Achilles. I'll be happier when you fix the hard-on I've been walking around with since I saw you in that wet dress. Before I could tuck my phone in my pocket, Tiernan's name popped up with a message. Tiernan.
I see my sister is moving her things to your apartment. I want to remind you I know where you live, and I haven't added a new skull to my collection in a while.
Achilles. You pushed a gun into my sister's mouth on your wedding night. Tiernan.
Don't change the subject.
Clicking my phone's screen off, I finally threw a detached glare Jeremy's way. Oh, you're still here. He stood in the same spot, unmoving. I knew the stubborn Russian would remain this way until I gave him what he came here for. I groaned. We'll speak in the office. We went up to Velo's office. He no longer occupied the space, too busy drooling on his shoulder ever since we'd mixed up his medicine. The decision to get rid of him was a joint, albeit spontaneous one. Once Enzo and Luca caught Tiernan and me beating him into unconsciousness, we decided we'd be better off with him out of the picture. It was obvious Velo's next move would have been offing both of us. And between Tiernan's family with Leela and Luca and Enzo's loyalty to me, Velo had lost. We still had time to sort out the Don shit when he was officially dead, but I had agreed to withdraw my candidacy. You either get the pussy or the throne, but you can't get both, Luca had clarified. You made your choice. It was the easiest decision I'd had to make. Tierney came first, the rest of the world after. All right, asshole. What's up? I landed on Velo's plush chair, stacking my ankles on his desk. Jeremy assumed the seat in front of me. He looked as charming as a bucket of piss. What Sophia saw in him, I couldn't tell. I guess he was good-looking, even if you were into the whole unhinged motherfucker the size of a football stadium vibe. You're probably asking yourself what's going on. No, I don't really care unless Tierney's involved. I slid a cigarette out of a battered packet, lighting it. But go ahead. People bother me with boring crap all the time. Sangue Blue gunned down 5 of your soldiers in Naples last night. I was aware. In response, we'd set up this urgent meeting. Enlighten me as to how my shit is your business. I exhaled a thick stream of smoke to the ceiling. It's likely you and your brothers are going there in the near future to settle the score. It'll leave your family exposed to retaliation. He paused, waiting for me to put 2 and 2 together. I decided to play dumb. Leave Tierney's security detail to me. I'm talking about Sophia and Ciro. They need proper security. And? I was going to make him spell it out for me so he could hear for himself the level of deranged he'd reached. And I'm the only one who's fit for the job. Silence followed. I waited for him to realize the error of his ways, but apparently he was too drunk on my brother's wife's pussy juices to understand the gravity of the situation. He really was lucky I was still pissed with Luca for breaking up Tyr and me when we were kids, or we'd be having an entirely different conversation right now. One where I did the talking and he did the falling off a fucking cliff. Are you asking me to give you the green light to fuck my brother's wife while he goes to war? I stubbed my cigarette into an ashtray. The balls on this asshole. His nostrils flared. It's not like that. I've never touched her. Chivalrous. Wasn't expecting that little twist. Anyhow, we're going to get rid of the entire Coppola clan. Not a done deal, but an educated guess. So your services, though philanthropical, aren't needed. They could already be on American soil, waiting for the green light to hurt you. Every first-rank wife of the Camorra needs a bodyguard. I'll be hers. That he'd lower himself to be the babysitter, the help, was enough to tell me everything I needed to know. Jeremy was a well-oiled killing machine with combat and technological abilities that made him priceless to any organization. She is pregnant, Jeremy. I know. And you don't care? He flashed me an oblique smile. I need to stay in New York because of my own reasons. Guarding Sophia is something I can do well and easily. Win-win. So you'll be content if I assign you to do something else in New York that doesn't involve Sophia Ferrante? Yes, he said flatly, but he'd paused. I heard it. Are you fucking her, Jeremy? No. Why did you delete the records from the CCTV footage in their bedroom? Not because of that. For the first time since I'd met the Russian bastard, his lifeless eyes glinted with fire and ice. Alive. I believed him, but if Jeremy was half as good a liar as he was a hacker, that made him a world-class bluffer. Fuck. If this baby wasn't Luca's, we were going to have a lot of fucking problems. I wasn't going to let anything compromise the Camorra's already less than ideal position in the Northeast. even if I had to take care of the damn fetus myself. He'll kill you if something happens between you two. Her too. Jeremy looked unimpressed. You're overplaying your hand. Make a decision, Scarface. The only reason he didn't have a bullet-shaped hole in his forehead was that, strangely, I believed he cared for Sophia. And, as a man driven by obsession and deeply fucked up love, I recognized the same flame of insanity in myself. If Tyranny had a husband, well, let's just say he wouldn't die of old age. Still, I couldn't let Jeremy think it was okay to saunter into our territory and fuck our women, our married women at that. It sent a message that we'd gone soft, weak, and, worst of all, prideless. Here's what's going to happen. I opened the drawer and retrieved my father's old pistol, feeding bullets into it. You're going to use the next sentence to convince me not to put 3 bullets in your fucking head for disrespecting a Ferrante and the Camorra, and I'm going to pretend to give it some thought, because apparently I'm maturing into the kind of man my fiancé wants to marry. I raised the gun and pointed it at his forehead. Bastard didn't even flinch. If you convince Luca to assign me as his wife's bodyguard and extend my contract for 6 more months, the Bratva will give the Camorra everything east of Texas. 6 months? That's all you need in New York? He nodded. I arched an eyebrow. This was interesting. Right now, we ruled the East Coast, which was the criminal powerhouse of America, but that left a lot of dead areas for the taking. You don't have the authority to give me shit. Cleared it with the Pacan. Not a muscle in his goddamn body moved. Don't believe me? Ask him. Now I didn't know whether to punch his teeth in or take the bait. We could use more territory, if for no other reason than to put a buffer between us and the Bratva. We were still the largest crime organization in America, but Tiernan and Alex were gaining on us, fast. What did Jeremy give to Alex in exchange for this solid? I had no idea, but it had to be big. The Pacan wanted his genius brother nearby. Luca doesn't care, Jeremy hedged, voice cold and flat. See for yourself during the meeting. If he cares, if he so much as budges, let me know. And you'll back off? He gave me an incredulous look. You and I, Achilles, we are not so different. Asking what he meant would go against my religious belief of not giving a fuck, but Jeremy being Jeremy, he still volunteered the information. When we want something, even God himself cannot stop us from getting it. I smirked. Life trying to win back Tyranny was no picnic, but I had to hand it to Luca. He'd managed to put himself in an infinitely more screwed-up situation. I want weapons, too. That could be arranged. I snorted, shaking my head. One man's trash is another man's Jeremy shot up from his seat, balling my shirt in his fist, his nose flat against mine. And there it was again, the adorable fucking blush. Don't finish that sentence if you want to see your so-called fiancé in a wedding dress. I laughed, pushing him off. I'll see what I can do, I drawled, just as I heard footsteps approaching down the hallway. Now, get the hell out of here. Chapter 48. Achilles. We need to take Sangue Blue and his first rankers out. I set my glass of whiskey down on the table. This has been going on for too long. Our business is suffering. This time, we're shutting down his entire operation. Enzo tossed his knife in the air, catching it with his fingertips. I ain't hauling ass in and out of Naples weekly to deal with the Coppola clan. I've got important shit to do. Oh, like what? Luca folded his legs, the sharp crease in his trousers immaculate. Hitting the gym twice a day and living off protein shakes and Brussels sprouts? For instance, Enzo brushed off the dig. My baby brother was an interesting creature. He'd die before making someone he cared for disappointed or sad, but had no trouble taking down 80 men in the span of 24 hours. Enzo's right. I ran a hand over my tie. We're going around in circles with them, and we have more pressing issues here in the States. The Bratva's getting bolder. The union between Enzo and Katya is supposed to fix that, Luca grumbled. That's not happening for at least 4 months, Enzo pointed out. Katya has requested to finish her freshman year at college. A lot can happen in that time. Luca ran a hand over his mouth. You want to wipe them out? Fine, we will. But if we want to keep shit in order in Naples, one of us will have to move there. I'll do it, I said without missing a beat. You'll move to Naples? Enzo cocked his head sideways. Yeah. And Tyranny? She'll move with me. She wanted to get away from all the hustle and bustle of New York, and this was a good opportunity to offer her that. Plus, I was tired of having to share her with all the clingy-ass people in our lives. Leela, Sophia, Tiernan, and the rest. All right, Achilles is in. Luca threaded his fingers together. We need to be quick about finishing Coppola's clan, though. Our eyeballs should be on the Midwest. Alex has taken over Des Moines, I hear. Or we could wait until Alex is power-drunk and tries conquering Chicago. That'd pull the outfit into our war. Enzo ran his knife shallowly along his palm. The Bandinis won't let that happen, right? Enzo searched Luca's face. They were his in-laws, after all. Hard to tell. President Keaton is breathing down their necks, wanting to take them down before his first term is over. Luca's tongue skated over his lower lip. They're trying to keep their heads down at all costs. Fuck, Enzo muttered. There's another way around the Bratva. I pressed my fingers together. It'll delay them, not stop them, but it could give us a couple years. Luca curved a skeptic brow. I'm listening. Time to figure out just how much of a cold fish you are, brother. The Asha sent an offer through Jeremy. He's willing to give us everything east of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and the Dakotas. That means they'll have to pull out of the newly conquered parts. Enzo shifted forward in his seat, lighting up. I nodded. They'll hand over some weapons, too. What's the trade-off? Luca drawled. Jeremy wants to stay in New York as your wife's bodyguard. Not a flicker of emotion was present on Luca's face. His eyes were two dark pools of venom, no light and nothing behind them. Dead. Jeremy was right. He didn't give half a shit. The silence stretched for another full minute before Luca spoke again. Tell me about the weapons they're offering. Holy psychotic shitballs. I had a lot to aspire to. Yes, I was violent and murderous and didn't have a drop of morality in my entire body, but at least I was capable of feeling. If someone wanted to touch Tyranny, let alone babysit her while I was gone, I'd be killing them 6 ways from Sunday just to make sure the job was done. Enzo and I exchanged looks. Our eyes said the same thing. Luca was going to be the new Don. He deserved it. He crossed every personal and professional line to get there, and he was pragmatic, cold, and calculating enough to make good decisions. Clearing my throat, I went back to business. Firearms, grenades, state-of-the-art rifles, the kind that can pierce a row of refrigerators. You know, the works. Military issue? With the serial numbers filed off beyond recovery. The Russians had a lot of weapons the Camorra could only dream of. They were prolific arms dealers, while our forte was drugs and money laundering. And what guarantees will we have about them honoring the new borders? Luca rolled up the sleeves of his dress shirt. I shrugged. We'll figure out the fine print together. And Katya? Enzo asked. Do I still have to marry her? Yes, Luca and I said in unison. We needed family ties with the Bratva for our blood to mix with theirs. Jeremy's babysitting gig is not going to last more than a few weeks until we're sure we've eliminated the Coppola clan, Luca added. We still need to break bread with the Russians. Should I call Jeremy? I asked. No, we're negotiating this directly with Alex, Luca snarled. Get the Pacan on the phone. I took out my phone, checking first to see if Tyranny had messaged me again. Tyranny.
What's your weird fixation with me and coffee?
Achilles. That's random. Tyranny.
So is the fact that you've always asked me to make you some.
Not recently, though. Not since our reconciliation. I cared too much to screw this up for a fucking cup of joe. Achilles. It symbolizes domestic bliss to me. She typed, then deleted, then typed again. I should have lied to her, told her I just liked caffeine because Coke was too destructive a hobby. I didn't want to scare her away, but I also knew I couldn't keep this all-consuming hunger for her on a leash much longer. I'd agreed to stop the stalking. I'd never agreed to stop obsessing, though. Fearing my answer would annihilate all the goddamn progress I'd been working on these past few weeks, I changed the subject. Achilles. There's a special edition of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy in my office, if you're bored. Tyranny.
Already read it, but thanks.
Phew. Although, it had to be said, I wasn't thrilled that a cup of coffee could throw our entire relationship into a crisis, especially a hypothetical one. I mean, goddamn. Tyranny.
Do I want to know why the crown molding in your office has bloodstains all over it?
Achilles. No. Tyranny.
I cleaned them up.
Achilles. I love you. Tyranny.
We should probably power wash the entire apartment.
Achilles. I said I love you. Tyranny.
Shut up and take me to dinner when you're back.
I grinned like a lunatic. Achilles. You got it, baby. Put something slutty on. I'm in the mood to get in a fight. After calling Alex and working over the fine print of the very generous deal the Bratva offered us, with me wondering just how much credit Jeremy had to use to wrestle his brother into this deal, we killed the call. Luca? Enzo trailed off. Yeah? Jeremy, they're not fucking, he said dryly, but for the first time there was some tightness in his voice. He's a stammering fool in front of her, and she's frightened of his size, his presence. She doesn't trust humans, you know, only horses. Nothing's going on between them. If you know she is scared of him, why are you doing this? I asked. Because I don't give a shit how she feels, and he will keep her safe. What about pride? Luca ran a hand over his jawline, his wedding band catching the sunlight pouring in the window. Pride is a sin. Enzo choked on his vodka soda. Bitch, so is murder, and I don't see you stopping your violent killing sprees anytime soon. Stay in your lane, Enzo, Luca said quietly. Jeremy's the best the Bratva has to offer. He'll keep her safe. And me, I'll finally have my kingdom.
Chapter 49. Tyranny.
Do you like it?
Achilles' gaze clung to my face expectantly, like an eager child showing his parent his first work of art. It's My throat worked around my gag reflex. Definitely interesting. What am I looking at again?
The heads of all your abusers.
A blush crept up his sharp cheekbones.
Dmitri, Vitaly, Vlad, Bogdan, and Pavel. I picked them up personally last week.
From Russia? His face was expressionless, but his eyes were all eager puppy, begging for scraps of love. I couldn't bear it. How did you find them?
Brennan.
Working with Sam Brennan was a status symbol in the underworld. He charged a lot and extra if you expedited the process. How much did it cost? He shrugged.
Doesn't matter. You're worth it.
We were deep inside the woods, and there was a pile of human flesh and bone in front of me. They had been tossed into a shallow grave. Now that he'd mentioned it, some of it did look like craniums. I blinked, torn between gratitude and anguish. The girl I left behind in Russia didn't dare dream of getting revenge. She barely hoped to survive the memories she'd carried with her.
Shit. I fucked it up, didn't I?
Achilles laced his fingers together at the back of his neck, pacing.
I knew I should have just done the job and spared you the exhibition. Or did you want to do it yourself? I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I'm still new at the...
No. I reached to put a hand on his arm to stop him from pacing. I wanted to see it. I just wasn't expecting... this. This grotesque and beautiful gift that cost more than any designer bag and took effort, time, concentration, and hunger for justice. To my annoyance and horror, tears prickled in my eyes. I didn't let them loose, but I knew my eyes were shining. I forced myself not to break our stare. He deserved to see me vulnerable, even if I couldn't bear to show my fragility to anyone. Achilles cupped my cheeks.
Baby.
I shook my head, sniffing. I'm okay.
These are good tears, right?
He plastered his forehead to mine. I breathed him in greedily, my head spinning with sorrow. How did I let us not be together for an entire decade? How did I give him up? The best. My words were delivered in a broken moan. It's just that no one's ever fought this hard for me. Achilles forced himself to disconnect from me. He stomped to his gunmetal Ferrari, tossing the trunk open and taking out a tank of gasoline. He returned to the edge of the shallow grave and poured the liquid all over it. Where are the rest of their body parts? I wiped at my nose.
Evaporated.
He said through a clenched jaw.
On that note, I need to buy my parents a new outdoor pizza oven.
He took out a box of matches from his pocket, lit one, and handed it to me.
Wanna do the honors?
Certainly. I took the match and tossed it inside, watching what was left of my rapists' corpses go up in flames. The fire was so little, but the distribution so big. It was my very own moth, the one I'd burned almost to oblivion, who served me the most precious gift of all, revenge.
Can I take you somewhere special?
Sure, I smiled. He took my hand and led the way. Are you fucking kidding me? I clutched my seatbelt in Achilles' passenger seat, strangling it with fury. When you said you wanted to take me somewhere, I thought you meant a restaurant.
We can go to a restaurant after you're done.
Achilles killed the engine, popping off his ball cap and running his fingers through his short hair.
I'll wait downstairs.
I'm not going up there, you asshole.
Dr. Andrews is the best therapist in New York,
he said evenly, his impenetrable expression telling me I could kick and scream to the high heavens, but I was going up there.
Her waiting list is 6 months long, and I promise I won't have access to her records.
How charitable. I narrowed my eyes. Do you realize how condescending it is? To make me go to therapy? Twice a week at that.
You need professional help.
This is rich coming from a cannibal who just gifted me 5 corpses. If one of us needs professional help, it is definitely you.
I'm seeing someone too.
He swiped his tongue over his lower lip.
I told you I'm serious about this, and I am. Sure, I don't tell him about my career or about what certain business trips of mine entail, but I talk about what we've been through, about the stalking. I want to change.
This undid the tight lump of anger in my chest. I didn't have anything against therapy. On the contrary, I agreed we both desperately needed it. I just didn't want to do all the work while he sat there making corpse pizzas in his family's backyard. And I had a feeling that this time I could have a breakthrough. In the past, my therapists had tried reaching a place inside me that I'd buried too deep in denial. Now all the memories had resurfaced, the wounds reopened. Fine. I'll see this Dr. Andrews person. I glanced at my phone, heaving out a breath. I guess I'll go fill out the paperwork. I half expected him to tell me the paperwork had been taken care of. Stalker Achilles had the tendency to overstep, but he surprised me by nodding.
Those are a bitch. I sat outside my therapist's office for goddamn 40 minutes filling out that questionnaire and lying about 80% of it.
I rolled my eyes, stifling a snort. He munched on his inner cheek.
There's something you should know.
Okay.
I'm heading to Naples next week to tie up some loose ends with Coppola. Make sure he doesn't bother us again.
I nodded. I liked that he kept me in the loop. It was very rare for men in the Camorra, and I didn't take it for granted. Thanks for telling me.
You're welcome.
He studied me quietly, expectantly. He wanted me to show him that it worried me, that I wanted him safe. Considering our history, I couldn't blame him. I put a hand on the door handle, struggling for words that usually came so easily to me. But they were derisive words, meant to hurt. I had to peel so many layers to show pain, loss, and vulnerability, to show love. Achilles?
Yes, piccola fiamma.
Truth? He paused.
Truth, baby. I'll always choose the truth.
I spent my entire adult life regretting that fire. I couldn't bear how it hurt you, how it ruined us. Some days, the only reason I didn't finish myself was because I knew you wouldn't let me, and I would never put your life at risk again. With time, I got better. Better, but never whole. I'm only whole when I'm with you. And if that's toxic or unhealthy, then so be it. Because the truth is, there isn't me if there isn't you. Chapter 50. Tyranny. I spent the first 3 days in Achilles' Manhattan apartment moving in my stuff, decorating it in the most feminine fashion, and trying to get rid of the suspicious stench coming from his otherwise impeccably clean and neat office. I did find a secret passage from a cupboard in the office where Achilles stashed a profane amount of weapons, but no human remains. The place could technically house a body, though, so I was sure one had been stored there at some point. On the 4th day, Tom Rothwell arrived at Achilles' doorstep. He'd been trying to schedule a meeting with me since I was discharged from the hospital, but with no warrant or reason to issue one, all he could do was hope for the charity and goodwill of my brother. As it happened, Tiernan had none. Now all bets were off. While I was sure Camorra soldiers patrolled the building, Achilles had issued strict instructions to let my visitors come and go as they pleased. no one knew Tom was not, in fact, a welcomed guest. He stood at the threshold, a god among mortals, every inch and fiber of him demanding your attention and appreciation. Elusive, elegant, malicious. Too bad my heart belonged to a man whose face scared small children and was still the most gorgeous creature in the world to me. I rested an elbow on the doorframe, yawning in his face. Out of all the boyfriends you don't want to piss off, Rothwell, mine is probably at the top of the list.
Nice haircut.
His hands were stuffed into his front pockets casually, and he dripped nonchalance, like I didn't bail on his ass, ruined years of his work, and on top of that got shot and had to shave my head as a result. Truly, Tom Rothwell was probably the only man on this planet who could rival Luca's coldness.
And why is that?
Why's what?
Why don't I want to piss off your boyfriend?
I laughed at the blatant attempt to milk more information out of me. Achilles could get here any minute, you know.
Achilles is at the port, overlooking a shipment.
My stalker had a stalker. The universe really did have a twisted sense of humor. If that's true, why are you here instead of there arresting him?
Because if I catch him on drug trafficking charges, I won't be able to throw him in the can for the 11 homicides I have linked to him.
Jesus.
Can I come in?
No.
Thanks.
He breezed past me, giving zero damns about my refusal. Tom peered around, cataloging the recently refurbished bachelor pad and burning every inch of it into memory.
Nice love nest.
Isn't this considered breaking and entering? I clenched my teeth.
What did I break?
He looked around in mock innocence. Trespassing, then. He gave me a pitying look that assured me he could take a shit in the center of the living room without blowback from his superiors.
This'll be quicker if you cooperate.
I sighed in frustration. Coffee?
Black, no sugar.
Shocking, I muttered, shuffling to the coffee machine. His hawkish glare scorched through my skull as I busied myself with mugs and teaspoons.
How have you been?
He reached for a vase, seemingly arranging it, and I made a mental note to throw it away when he was gone. Oh, you know.
Can't say I do. You disappeared on me last we spoke, remember?
Vaguely. I had an unfortunate accident in Italy. Head injury.
So I heard.
He ambled closer, taking up much more space than his trim, athletic frame claimed in the room.
Funny, I couldn't find your passport in the database to confirm your flight to Prague.
I swirled my teaspoon in his coffee. Governmental software is known to be glitchy.
Tyranny.
He was so close now his breath tickled the nape of my neck, causing goosebumps. I swiveled on my heel, clutching the counter behind me.
Do the right thing. Give me those statements.
What statements?
The ones on the USB.
I can't confirm them.
Why the hell not?
Amnesia. I had very little to work with, and this seemed like as good an excuse as any. Tom's brows dipped into a V.
I read your hospital report. You don't suffer from amnesia.
Selective amnesia.
Selective bullshit.
He snapped back, his jaw clenching. The air between us scorched with tension, but it wasn't sexual. More like we both knew he wanted to throttle me. The Ferrantes really were in trouble. This guy was a dog with a bone.
You don't want to get on my shit list, Miss Callahan.
What happens to people who find themselves there? I purred, making a show of shimmying my shoulders. Life was too short to be intimidated by egotistical men in positions of power. His nose very nearly brushed mine when he whispered,
If they're lucky, I put them in prison.
And if they're unlucky? He just smiled. Every bone in my body turned to ice. This bastard was more formidable than any mobster I'd come across. Wanting some distraction, I turned back around and poured his coffee with shaking hands. By some miracle, I only spilled a few drops on the counter. I passed him his cup. "Here you go." Tom took the cup from me, downed the hot coffee like a shot, and handed it back to me, leaning into my personal space.
"Don't keep me waiting, Callahan."
He whispered sardonically into my ear, his lip brushing my lobe.
"Deception is not a trait I tolerate well." Chapter 51. Achilles. No part of me wanted to leave Tyranny and go to Naples to deal with Coppola. No part, and especially not my cock. It had been almost a week since she'd moved in, and, true to her word, she slept in the spare room. At least she was seeing Dr. Andrews, and I was seeing Dr. Clark. With a little luck and a lot of fucking therapy, we'd be having a healthy relationship in no time.
"You'll take care of yourself, right?"
Tierney tapped the wheel of my car, munching on her bottom lip. No one, including God himself, was allowed to drive my custom Porsche 550 Spider, which put Tierney above God tier. This woman was in the habit of making me break every word and promise I'd ever made to myself. Always do. I reached for my backpack, going over my stash of weapons and magazines. For the first time since I was 18, I was reluctant to insert myself into a bloodbath. What if I didn't make it back to New York? The thought of being so close to having Tierney, just to die a senseless death, made my skin crawl. "Why? You worried about me?"
"Of course I'm worried. You're my nephew's favorite uncle."
"If Tom Rothwell pays you another visit..."
"I'll exercise my Second Amendment rights. He won't break into our place again."
"Our." She said our. My chest tightened. A heart attack? Maybe. Still worth it. "That's my girl. And you're sure I can't persuade you to have security just until I get back from Italy?"
"Positive. You're not keeping me in chains anymore, Achilles."
I had no one but myself to blame for the fact Tierney didn't have security up the wazoo while I was in Italy, finishing a bloody war. I did this to myself by pushing her for years and surveilling her every move. Now I had to remind myself she was a big girl, not an innocent, helpless damsel like Leela or Sophia. She could take down grown men without smearing her lipstick. I was counting on it. Tierney slid onto the tarmac of the private airport and turned off the ignition. She shifted in her seat to face me. The jet was already running, with Enzo and Luca waiting inside.
"Promise me you're coming back in one piece."
She fixed her gaze on me. Unfortunately for her, now I was feeling a little sulky. "What do I get out of it?"
"Not dying."
She scowled.
"Isn't that enough incentive?"
I shrugged noncommittally.
"You're ridiculous."
She pushed at my chest.
"Promise me you won't die."
"You're making me promise you that I'm immortal and I'm the ridiculous one?" I cocked an eyebrow.
"What do you think you're doing, Achilles?"
"Negotiating."
"What are you negotiating exactly?"
"Affection." She narrowed her eyes at me.
"Okay, I'm listening."
"A kiss now as a deposit. If I come back in one piece, you let me fuck you." Her eyebrows shot up to her hairline. "And if I come back missing a few pieces, I can settle for oral." She swatted my chest, laughing. I grinned, pleased I'd broken the tension.
"What happens if you die?"
"You get everything in my possession."
"Your family will execute the will dutifully."
She rolled her eyes. "You are the will. Everything goes to you."
"You changed your will before coming here?"
She paled. No, you've been the sole heir to all of my possessions for a while now.
How long is a while?
The expression on her face teetered between puzzled and elated. I had no choice but to answer. We'd promised each other to always tell the truth. 10 years. She did the math in her head, realized I'd chosen to leave her everything I'd ever owned, even when we were bitter enemies, and cupped her mouth.
Achilles.
Deal or no deal?
Deal.
We met halfway above the central console, and I dipped my head, capturing her lips in mine. She opened up for me, darting her tongue and touching the tip to mine. My throat produced a low groan. She tasted sweet, toffee and cinnamon, and mine. She tasted like she was completely and wholly mine. Tyranny threaded her fingers in my hair and deepened the kiss.
Yo!
Enzo hollered from the plane's open door.
We all have a piece of ass waiting at home. Wrap it up, Romeo.
Duty calls, I murmured into Tierney's mouth, stroking her face. Wait for me.
Been waiting for 11 years. One more weekend won't kill me, I suppose.
She pulled away, her brows furrowing when she remembered something.
Hey, who's feeding my dad while you're gone?
Jeremy's on pet-sitting duty. Why? Are you worried?
Yes. Worried he'll die accidentally before I have time to give him a piece of my mind.
I smirked, stealing one last kiss. I love you, little flame. She didn't say it back, but she kissed me back with everything she had in her, and it was more truthful than any words we'd ever spoken, and said one word: mine. Chapter 52. Achilles. You're fucking kidding me. I let out a fiery breath. Lucas screwed his fingers into his eye sockets. I don't know how it happened. You don't know how it happened? Turn the fucking plane around. We're on it, dude. Chillax. Enzo dropped a hand on my shoulder. I swatted it off, darting to my feet and bulldozing toward the cockpit. Don't tell me to calm the fuck down. Coppola was in New York and heading straight toward my apartment. Luca just got off the phone with Sam Brennan, who'd put a tracker on Stefano's favorite Rolex for the measly sum of 400,000 euros. We'd been tracking him for weeks now. There was a slight chance the watch's location, which was currently between Newark and Manhattan, was a trick to lure us back to New York, but I doubted it. This particular Rolex belonged to Stefano's slain father. He'd part ways with his kidneys before giving up the family heirloom. No, he was in New York and heading in Tierney's direction, while I was 45,000 feet above the Atlantic Ocean. He could be going to my apartment, Luca pointed out. Your apartment has Jeremy guarding it, I hissed back. I'm not worried about your family. Plus, Coppola's beef is with me. Turn the plane around, I roared at our pilot. We're about to make the turn. It's been cleared with the APIS. Our pilot flicked his gaze to the turn coordinator. 40 minutes and you're there. You need to take a deep breath. Enzo plopped down on a recliner, lighting a cigarette. You're probably going to beat Stefano to the apartment with the New York traffic. Have you tried calling her again? I had. Again, and again, and a motherfucking again. She wasn't picking up. It hadn't even been that long since she'd dropped me off. This can be fixed with one phone call, Luca mused from his spot on the upholstered lounger. Carmine and Antonio are doing laps around your building. Say the word and they'll go up there. He flicked his wrist to check his Patek Philippe. Lacing my fingers at the back of my neck, I swore softly. I promised her no security, but this was an emergency. If it was up to betraying her but saving her, or following her instructions blindly and risking her life, I knew which one I'd choose. Maybe she'd never forgive me, but at least I'd save her. I dropped my head between my shoulders. Make the call. My phone started ringing. Tierney's name flashed on the screen. Oh, thank fuck. Where have you been?
Easy there, Tiger. It hasn't been a full hour.
Her easy laughter filled my ears.
I'm driving. Must have gone into a tunnel when you called. What's up?
Sangue Blue is on his way to our apartment. I motioned for Luca to cut the call with Antonio and Carmine. They weren't necessary anymore. We're making a U-turn now. I want you to drive to your brother's place and stay there until I come get you. She bristled.
When's he gonna get there?
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if I have time to pee. I'm almost there.
Don't go up. I managed to keep the desperation from my voice. Barely. The need to rip my skin apart for not being there to protect her clawed its way to my throat. He should be there any minute.
You prefer me in Irish territory?
I'd prefer her in Bratva territory, too. Anything was better than Coppola. Tierney, don't fuck with me. I gave you an order. I don't do it often.
Okay. I'll go straight to Tiernan and Leela's.
I closed my eyes and forced my heartbeat to slow. Thank you.
Chapter 53. Tierney. I wasn't going straight to Tiernan and Leela's. I was going to finish the bastard myself. Served him right for thinking he could buy me like cattle. The fact he wanted the love of my life dead did not help his cause in the least. Stefano Coppola was my enemy through and through. I'd spent my life pretending to be something I was not. The party girl, the socialite, the airhead. But the truth was, I was a soldier raised in a camp, a cannon fodder, a well-trained pawn. Cold, calculating, bloodthirsty. But sometime during the past few weeks, this pawn managed to reach the other side of the board. Against all odds, I'd promoted myself to a queen's position, and now I was going to act like one. It was time to quench my thirst. I parked Achilles' Porsche in the underground parking and took the elevator upstairs. The apartment was locked, with no movement detected on the security app in or outside it for the last 3 hours. Coppola hadn't arrived yet. It gave me time to pee, then check out the secret stash in Achilles' office cupboard and choose myself a nice Nighthawk GRP with a suppressor. It packed a punch and was discreet. Not that I was worried about waking up any neighbors. The apartment was completely soundproof. But realistically, Coppola was coming with reinforcements, and I needed to take them out one bastard at a time. As soon as I finished loading the magazine, a soft click sounded from the entrance, and I knew Coppola had entered the place. With my back to the office door, I had no choice but to crawl all the way into the narrow passage and close it behind me. It wasn't an ideal spot, but it meant I could hide until he was in the bedroom or far enough inside that I could sneak out and ambush them. I heard his soldiers filing into the apartment, the soft clicks of designer loafers hitting the floor. They spoke in Italian, their voices hushed and low. Confusion and terror slammed into me. How did they get inside willy-nilly? How did they pass the security system, which alerted our phones every time someone walked through the door? And where were Achilles' soldiers? They were usually sweeping the area up and down, eliminating potential threats. This was bad. I was officially outnumbered, cornered, and with no escape route. I'd have to take them all. I heard footsteps edging into the office and peered through the narrow crack of the cupboard. All I could see were loafers and dark pants. The person in the room rummaged through the documents on his desk, cursed in Italian, then broke whatever was within reach in frustration. A laptop, lamp, and picture frame came crashing down on the floor. I took advantage of the sudden noise to cock my weapon. Come closer. I dare you. For better or worse, the bastard decided to do exactly that. When he didn't find what he was looking for, he began throwing drawers open, emptying their contents to the floor. Anger shot through my spine. How dare he touch Achilles' things so carelessly? Who did he think he was? When he reached my cupboard, I was ready. As soon as he flung it open, I pulled the trigger, putting a bullet right between his eyebrows. The pop was soft, hushed by the suppressor. He went down, a surprised look in his beady eyes. Since I didn't know what Coppola looked like, I didn't know if it was him I'd taken down. He seemed to fit the bill, 30-something, nicely dressed with a mustache. It hardly mattered, though. I was going to clean this place up and kill all of Coppola's clan before Achilles had a chance to get here. Crawling out of my hideout, I flipped the bastard face up on the floor. He was heavy and more than a little bloody. Swallowing down my labored breathing, I ripped his dress shirt open. As expected, he had a bulletproof vest. "Gonna have to borrow that one. It's of no use to you now anyway," I mumbled under my breath, aiming the gun with one hand toward the door while yanking the Velcro from his shoulders and adjusting the vest over my torso. Another figure passed through the hallway and I had to duck under the desk. I eyed the person through the small gap under the paneled desk. The man breezed through the hallway, realized there was a body lying on the office floor, and walked back into the doorframe. His face fell.
Che cazzo succede?
He took a step into the office. I darted to my feet and shot him in the face. It struck true, though it wasn't the cleanest shot. His face detonated from the bad angle, making a sound of gory explosion. Did the others outside hear it? Even if they didn't, I knew I was running out of time. I needed to finish the job. Keeping my back pressed against the wall, I slowly made my way out of the office, straining my ears to listen for movements in the apartment. I could hear 2 sets of feet, one from the main bedroom, the other from the kitchen. I decided to deal with the kitchen first. It was closer, and I didn't want my back exposed in the hallway. Tiptoeing my way out of the corridor, I peered toward the kitchen and spotted a man ripping the art pieces from the walls, trying to find a safe or surveillance equipment. His back was to me. Pop! An easy, clean hit this time. He fell down. I had to be mindful of the number of bullets I had left. So far, I had been able to aim straight at their heads, but I had a feeling Lady Luck was about to abandon me. I stepped forward, meaning to check the man's pulse, when a hand wrapped around my waist from behind. It was accompanied by the cold muzzle of a gun, which pressed to the back of my head, not too far from where Tristan Hale had shot me.
Well, hello to my beautiful bride. We finally meet.
Cold lips moved along the shell of my ear, the rugged Italian accent trickling into my system like icy raindrops. I was captured by Stefano Coppola. Chapter 54. Tyranny.
You know, it is a shame, really, that things did not work out between us.
Stefano was tying me to a kitchen island stool with a zip tie.
You killed 3 of my highly trained men in less than 20 minutes, and with great accuracy. I find that quite enchanting.
I bit back a smart-ass response, knowing if I started running my mouth, it'd be game over for me. Coppola tugged at the zip tie extra hard, almost cutting off the blood flow in my wrists. I pressed my lips together to suppress a yelp. He wasn't going to see my pain. The mobster stepped back, admiring his handiwork with a smile.
No, that's better, isn't it?
Is tying up women the only way you manage to keep them? I bit out. So much for keeping my mouth shut. Guess some things never changed.
Careful now.
His leer widened.
If you talk back, I might do more than use you as a trade-off.
I'd like to see you try. I kept my tone calm. I'll finish you up. The door burst open and Achilles stood on the threshold panting. I had the good sense to recoil in shame. I should have never come here. He'd asked me to go to my brother's house, and that's what I should have done. Instead, I'd defied him for the millionth time. Achilles' dead eyes flickered with emotion at the sight of me, but he trained them back to their usual impassive pools of death. Stefano had his gun aimed at him, and Achilles' weapon was drawn too, pointing at Stefano's head. A shotgun, of all things. A hunting one. A Mossberg or a Remington, I couldn't tell.
Oh, good. You've finally arrived.
Stefano greeted in English.
Let her go.
Achilles said evenly, his gaze purposefully homed in on Coppola, not me.
She's got nothing to do with it. It's me you're pissed at, so let's settle the score. I disagree. She has a lot to do with it.
Stefano trailed his free hand along my cheek in mock affection, and when I looked up, I saw his canine smile widening.
She was mine, and you took her away from me. She was never yours, and you should be grateful I had the good sense not to give her to you in the first place, because it earned you a few blissful months of life. It was only a matter of time before I snuck into your place in the dead of night and slaughtered you in your sleep to have her.
Achilles stepped into the apartment and kicked the door shut. The walls rattled around the room.
If you fire that weapon, you're taking her with me. It's my hunting shotgun. It's loaded with slugs.
Achilles retorted twice as calmly and thrice as deadly.
So I get to blow your head off and keep the girl. Ain't that my lucky day? Don't you want to know how I deceived you into this position? Not particularly. I gave my Rolex to my consigliere, dropped him off a few streets down, and let him walk the rest of the way. Your soldiers picked up his track and followed him. You thought I wouldn't find out, huh?
Sanguine Blue stroked his chin.
You've been getting too sloppy, Achilles. And for what?
He shook his head, gesturing to me.
This is what you started a war for?
Achilles' jaw clenched, but he let his silence do the heavy lifting. He wore a mask of calm during psychological warfare. Meanwhile, I pretended to stretch my back, hiking my bound hands up and over my head. If I could bring them to my front, I'd be in a good position to wrap my arms around Coppola's neck when he was distracted and try to strangle him. For that, however, I needed Achilles to keep him engaged. My eyes searched Achilles' face, but he refused to look at me, his low-energy dominance electrifying the room.
You know your little girlfriend here killed 3 of my soldiers.
Achilles lifted his free shoulder in a shrug. He was buying time, and I wondered what his plan was. He always had one. A quick glance at Coppola clued me in. His arm began to shake. He'd been training his Glock on Achilles for too long. Achilles was counting on him getting tired. He could aim a much heavier firearm at someone for hours on end. My gaze burned through Achilles' cheek, and finally he spared me a neutral glance. I motioned with my chin to my hands behind my back. His eyes slid back to the Italian mobster.
She's good with a pistol. With other things, too. Is that why you decided to keep her?
Stefano tilted his head. I raised my arms all the way over my head, slow, painfully slow, bringing them to my front. Stefano still stood beside me, but he was fully immersed in the conversation.
No, I kept her because I'm in love with her.
Stefano snorted.
You cannot feel love, Achilles. You are a monster. Everyone knows that. Monsters can love too. Harder than humans, in fact.
Achilles assured him, not sparing me the smallest glance.
Did you not love your late wife, Stefano? I did, yes.
Coppola's throat worked.
She was the light of my life. And you thought Tyranny could replace her in less than 2 years?
I calculated the angle from which I needed to jump Stefano to strangle him. Luckily, I was on a stool. It gave me the height advantage. I could pull it off.
No, but I wasn't planning on loving her. Just to use her as a warm cunt and a mother to my child. Oh well.
Achilles sounded unbothered.
That's not happening anymore. But it's not too late to admit defeat. Give me your territories in Naples, and I'll save your kids from becoming orphans. Don't you dare talk about my kids, Stronzo. I'll make sure you and your little slut...
I jumped on Stefano and coiled my arms around his neck, squeezing for dear life. He jerked back, making a gurgling sound. But my angle was all wrong, and I flailed and fell to the side of his body. Stefano cursed, fumbling with his gun to try to shoot me. He managed to squeeze the trigger, the gunshot ringing in the air. The bullet grazed my vest, then continued its journey to the wall. Achilles pounced on us, ripping the man from me. He didn't use his shotgun. Likely, he didn't want a friendly fire situation. Instead, he grabbed Stefano's neck with both hands and broke it in one smooth movement. Stefano fell to the floor like a sack of sand. I dropped next to him and clutched my side where Stefano had shot me.
Chapter 55. Achilles. I tore the protective vest from Tyranny's torso, numb fingers fumbling the side where the bullet had hit her. She lay on the floor. It appeared she wasn't seriously injured. In fact, the bullet hadn't even scratched her. Coppola lay next to us, convulsing and foaming at the mouth. His heart would give out soon, but he still had a few excruciating minutes to suffer through. You hurt? I cupped her face, my fingers trembling.
Nope. The vest did its job.
She shook her head, smiling dazedly at me.
I took out 3 of his soldiers. I could have taken more.
You're insane, I snarled, bending down to kiss the shit out of her. She looped her still-tied arms around my neck, arching and meeting me halfway, and I groaned into her mouth in approval. My cock throbbed through my pants, pressed against her sweet cunt, and I pried my bowie knife from my boot and sliced open the fabric of her flimsy top. Her tits sprang out, small and perky and perfect. I reached down and flicked one nipple with the tip of my tongue. She shuddered beneath me, trying to reach me before realizing she was still tied. Coppola was still coughing out his last breaths, watching us through glassy eyes. Let him watch and choke on it. Technically, I won the bet. I got back in one piece. I blew air on her nipple and watched it pebble. Time to cash in my prize. She threw her head back and moaned.
Well, a bet is a bet.
We have an audience, though. I switched to her other nipple, wetting it enough to make the cold air tighten it into a hard diamond. Her gaze skidded to the trembling figure beside us.
Who cares? Release me.
Nah, I think I'll teach you a lesson. The tip of my knife trailed the skin of her belly, rolling south, smooth, save for a jagged scar I now knew was from the loss of her uterus. We both knew I'd never seriously hurt her. The shudder of anticipation and desire it sent through her made me even harder. Stefano, you have no idea what you're missing. She's so sweet. I tugged at the waistband of her pants. She kicked them down dutifully, revealing no panties. So, I dipped my head between her legs and took a leisured lick. Fucking. My mouth fastened around her clit. Sweet. I gave it a good suck. She cried out, thrashing as she tried to guide my head deeper between her legs with her hands, fumbling because they were still tied.
Please.
Tierney bucked. Please what?
Please fuck me.
Coppola blinked once, and I knew he was registering everything, that this was the last thing he'd see before he died. Hear that? I locked my eyes on his tauntingly. She is begging for it. You could have never given her what she wants.
Fuck me until it hurts.
She was a complete psychopath, and I was so in love. Let's give him a show, piccola fiamma, huh? A nice farewell. I winked in Coppola's direction. I flipped her to her stomach, but when she tried rising onto all fours in preparation for me, I pressed my knee on her lower back, restraining her flat against the floor. I want him to watch my dick coming in and out of you. I unfastened my belt. My cock was ramrod straight and ready to plow into her, the tip glistening with the first drop of my cum. Watch, I instructed Coppola, propping Tierney by the hip bone so her ass was slightly in the air and guiding myself into her 1 inch at a time. A shudder rocked through her body. I relished every second of sweet torture I handed her, knowing full well this wasn't even the tip of what I'd been feeling for years, day in and day out, pining for her. I leaned down and bracketed her with one hand on either side of her shoulders, then captured the back of her neck in a bite. Watch how I hit her G-spot and fuck your little bride until she blacks out, sangue blue. She gasped when I lost the remainder of my self-control and started plowing into her like an animal in heat. I couldn't see straight as I rode her fast and deep, feeling her walls milking the orgasm out of me. It had been too long since the night at my parents' pool. I'd teetered on the edge of insanity the entire time, waiting for another hit of my favorite drug. My bite on the back of her neck tightened, and I felt the warm pressure of my climax gripping the base of my spine. I needed her to come soon, or I'd embarrass the both of us. Forever my guardian angel, Tierney's gasps grew faster and more breathless.
I'm coming. Don't stop. Bite me harder.
I did, stopping just short of drawing blood. I couldn't fucking do it. I could never hurt this woman, even if the future of the entire world depended on it. Her insides quaked around my dick, squeezing my pleasure. We rode our orgasms together, and I was seeing goddamn stars. It felt so good. When I threw a glance at Coppola again, he was dead. His lips began to pale around the edges, and the look of horror in his eyes hardened into something lifeless. I pulled out of Tierney slowly, smearing the side of my cock on her ass to clean it of our juices, and stood up. She stayed lying down, her hands still tied. Up, I ordered. She rolled to her back and pushed up. I grabbed my knife and cut the zip ties. Something inside me iced to a frightening degree. Now that the pleasure of the orgasm had faded, it reminded me that we hadn't actually made love yet. All we ever did was fuck. We'd had no connection beyond the physical, nothing to cement those words I'd told her before I boarded the plane, words I doubted she could ever say back. What did you think you were doing? I untucked my dark shirt, zipping up my pants.
Saving you?
She massaged her wrists with a wince. I didn't need saving.
Everyone needs saving every once in a while.
She circled her arms around my neck and nipped at the lobe of my ear.
And I'm glad I took a bullet for you. Because now you know that this is a two-way street, that I care for you just as much as you care for me.
Categorically impossible, but I wasn't going to burst her little bubble. Care or love? She blinked in response, taken off guard.
They're one and the same.
If that's the case, you wouldn't mind telling me that you love me back, because I, Tyranny, love the shit out of you. Have been in love with you since the first fucking day I laid eyes on you. She physically recoiled, trying to step away from my embrace. I snatched her wrist, tired that we'd fucked instead of making love, tiptoed around her feelings instead of forcing her to feel them. Say it. Truth. She swallowed, stared at me like prey caught in a predator's clutches. She had nowhere to go. She had to face this. Us.
I love you.
Barely an audible rumble, really. The satisfaction was immediate and maddening. Still, I didn't let her off the hook. Louder.
I love you.
She grumbled between clenched teeth. Can't hear you.
I love you, you bastard!
She pushed at my chest, heaving with anger. Finally, fucking finally, I was able to draw an emotion out of her.
Like you needed to hear it to know it to be true. It's always been you. There was never anyone else. You completely dismantled my life, and still the brightest moments of each of my days were knowing you were there, lurking, watching, yearning.
I stepped into her face. You liked driving me insane?
Yes.
She pushed me harder.
It was the only indication I had that you still cared.
Of course I cared. I bared my teeth. Every moment you weren't mine felt like trying to survive underwater. I love you.
I love you too, asshole.
Are you ever going to listen to a simple instruction? I clutched her waist. She melted into me immediately. I loved that she did that now. Let herself be vulnerable. Or simply not as tough all the time.
Probably not.
At least she had the decency to make an apologetic face.
It's ingrained in me. The need to rebel burns through me. I don't think I'll ever get rid of it.
I dipped my head to kiss her. I don't know what I did to deserve falling in love with a woman so maddening. She sighed.
Well, you did kill a bunch of people, traffic drugs, meddle in...
I pressed a finger to her mouth. Shh. It was a rhetorical question. She grinned up at me, and I kissed her again. I couldn't stop. She was too delicious, too sweet, and too temporary unless I found a way to lock this shit down.
Chapter 56, Tyranny. The next day, I came home from therapy, and a feral need to do something nice for Achilles slammed into me. I didn't know where it came from or how to stop it. It was like a volcano erupting out of nowhere. I did kind things for people I loved all the time. I had nurtured Leela, my sister-in-law, back to health when she was starving herself during those first few months of her marriage. I had held Tiernan's hand day in and day out when he was feeling suicidal, watching his chest move every night to make sure he was still breathing. But I never made a big deal out of it and never considered it a show of my loyalty and affection. I took care of people around me not because I wanted to be nice or kind, but because I loved them so much I couldn't bear the idea they were hurting or suffering. This was different. I wanted Achilles to know I was making an effort. I wanted to show him that all of his hard work and efforts weren't for nothing, that I was cracking, melting, warming to the idea of being domesticated, after years of acting like my only chance at freedom was to be as feral and combative as possible. Since I was hardly traditional wife material, I was short of ideas. Pacing the living room, I tried to think of ways to make him happy that didn't include wrapping my legs around his waist. I could shop for him, but Achilles had a unique style that wasn't necessarily predictable. Every piece of clothing he donned looked exactly right on him, even though he could wear a tailored suit one day and shorts and hoodie the next. I could take a pottery or art class with him, but he'd hate every minute of it and just pretend to be happy to appease me, and I didn't want that. There was only one stereotypical womanly thing I knew how to do, and very well: cook. I was very good in the kitchen. First, because I spent time in rather interesting places while Tiernan and I were on the run from Igor before we were reunited with Tyrone. Second, because I was the only female in the household growing up, and more than me caving to societal norms, I recognized that all the Callahan men were simply awful at making food and didn't want everyone starving to death. Knowing Achilles enjoyed home-cooked meals, I made sweet couscous with raisins and a hearty lamb and vegetable stew. Then I realized he might want a bit of street food, so I fried some stuffed sardines. When the clock hit 7 o'clock and he still wasn't home, I decided I had time to bake him a dessert and made him my famous date cookies. At 8:30, he walked through the door. By then, I was surrounded by dishes and fragrances of spices and baked goods. I also looked a little disheveled from all the hard work. I grinned at him in welcome. "Hey." He shouldered off his jacket, sauntered over in my direction with the intention of giving me a kiss, then froze in his spot, taking in all the dishes around me.
What's happening?
"Nothing. I made you dinner and got a little carried away."
You made me dinner?
He asked, as though the idea was unheard of. And I guess it was, to him, because I'd spent so much time trying to hate him and being deliberately rude to him. "Yes, I know you like home-cooked food, but you don't have to—"
I need a second.
Abruptly, he turned around and stalked toward the bedroom. I stood in the kitchen, blinking in confusion. Did I do something wrong? Did I overstep? I didn't think I did. But maybe Achilles wasn't fond of trying new dishes, or maybe he didn't want me to touch his things, although none of these options seemed even a little viable. Itching to go to the bedroom and ask him if he was okay, I forced myself to stay in my spot. He needed a moment, and I intended to give it to him. I swiped my finger over my phone's screen, checking the time. I was going to give him 10 minutes before I went there to check on him. Achilles returned after 8 minutes, just when I was becoming antsy enough to break my word and go after him. He wiped at his eyes, and I noticed they were red-rimmed. There was no way he'd cried, right? Licking my lips, I didn't dare move or breathe. "Are you okay?" I croaked, achingly sad for some reason. Was it really that surprising that out of the realm of expectation that someone took care of Achilles and not vice versa? I guessed the answer was yes. His mother never really liked him, his words, not mine, and his father was categorically incapable of emotions. Then there was me. I'd given him some affection, some love, something to cling to while we were kids, then took it all away abruptly. No wonder he'd hated me with such ferocious heat.
I'm fine. I'm just...
He stopped in front of me and smiled a bit shyly.
I'm just really happy that you're here.
That was all it took for me to eat the rest of the space between us with 2 steps and twist my fingers in his hair, drawing him close for a heated, passionate kiss. I tasted the cigarettes and coffee on his breath and vowed somewhere inside me to take care of this man if he'd let me. When I released him from my kiss, he still looked a little dazed. "Are you hungry?" He nodded.
Yeah, I think.
You think?
I'm a little shocked you made all of this for me. But yeah, I am. I am hungry,
he said, stating the words to himself more than to me, trying to ground himself in the moment. I'm happy to be here too, you know. I ran my fingers over the jagged skin of his cheek, along the scars I'd put there. And I'm not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yes, I know.
How do you know?
I won't let you.
My heart sank. Was he going to keep me here against my will? Was he planning on meddling with my life again? He must have read the wariness on my face because he gripped my upper arms and said,
No, I won't let you leave because I'll do anything to make you happy with me.
Anything? I scanned him from under the curtain of my lashes, the familiar warmth of his gaze filling my body.
Anything.
You must have some red flags. I smiled.
When it comes to you, no.
That's not possible. He shook his head.
Trust me when I say, Tyranny, that where you're concerned, I'm colorblind.
Chapter 57. Tyranny.
It's so good to finally hang out again.
Leela picked a grape from the charcuterie board and popped it into her mouth with a content sigh.
It's been ages. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever.
Because you haven't. I chugged half a glass of champagne, chasing it with a piece of cheese. I was busy running away from your brother, screwing him, getting shot in front of him, and then moving in with him. I left out the other juicy parts, like our showdown with Stefano last week. No need to add screwing her brother in front of a dying mobster to my list of never-ending adventures. Sophia nodded, her eyes big as saucers. You've certainly been busy. I'm just glad you're okay. Doing something normal after weeks of living life in the fast lane was a relief. When Sophia picked up the phone and called to ask if I'd considered joining her and Leela for lunch, I did not hesitate. I appreciated her seeking out my company and including me, especially when I knew she had a lot on her plate right now.
So, tell me why you forgave him.
Leela urged, reaching forward to pat my knee. She was glowing and looking so much happier than when I first saw her. She and Tiernan brought out the best in each other. He was extremely persistent, and you were extremely overbearing. It was the perfect storm.
I wasn't overbearing. I was looking after you.
She swatted my knee, turning to Sophia.
Tell her I'm not overbearing, Soph.
Sophia squirmed in her seat, turning red. She was painfully shy and sweet. It was hard to imagine her with a man like Luca, not to mention a man like Jeremy. You can be a bit much, but it's coming from a good place. Totally, I agreed. You do look good together. Sophia beamed up at me, taking a sip of her herbal tea. Her pregnant stomach was starting to show. I didn't want to ask her anything about it because it was clear her marriage was a shit show, and I wondered if the new baby, or Ciro, were even the fruit of a consensual relationship. Knowing Luca, I wouldn't put it past him to take what wasn't offered. I wanted to broach the subject, but I didn't want to embarrass her either. If she'd come to me, though, if she gave me any sign of distress, I promised myself I'd finish her husband with my bare hands. You think so? I asked. Sophia nodded. The way he looks at you reminds me of all the romance novels I used to hide under my bed so my mama wouldn't find them. Why? Were they dirty? I wiggled my brows. Sophia giggled, shaking her head. Not too dirty, no. I think she didn't want me to read them because she didn't want me to have any expectations regarding marriage and men.
That's horrible.
Leela's light brows scrunched.
My mama was the same, though. She wouldn't let me read any romance books, only clean love stories with morals.
Please, I sighed. I didn't even have a mother, so I win, sort of. The three of us laughed quietly. We were sitting in Leela's kitchen, our respective beaux in the office upstairs, holed up and discussing God knew what. So, Sophia looked between us, her teeth sinking into her lower lip nervously. What does it feel like? What does what feel like? I asked. Being in love with the man you're with. Leela and I exchanged looks. I wasn't sure I was one to talk about a steady and healthy relationship. Achilles and I were in a good place, but we still had a few hurdles to get past. Yes, we were back to fucking, emphasis on the word fucking. I still refused to give him what he wanted, my soul. Yes, I said the words. I loved him, and I couldn't deny him. But for me, letting go, having tender, intimate sex, was the last wall between us. I wasn't going to make it easy for him to break. He'd denied me pleasure with other people, and I couldn't get past that, no matter how deeply I felt for him. You take the lead. I cleared my throat, gesturing at Leela. Leela smiled, turning back to Sophia.
It feels like being in tune with the universe. But feeling secure and loved in a relationship is not a privilege, Soph. If Luca doesn't give you what you're looking for...
Then what? Sophia's expression was defeated. I can't divorce him. No one in our world is ever going to accept that outcome. You don't have to ask people for permission to live your life as you please, I thundered. Easier said than done. Even you had Achilles monitoring your every move. She was right, and I could say nothing about it. In our world, women had to claw their way to freedom. Even that didn't always help. As much as I knew my brother loved Leela, I doubted he'd ever let her go. She was his, and he'd die before giving her up.
Is love completely off the table?
Leela murmured. It was so Leela to ask such a thing. Sophia bowed her head, twisting her fingers in her lap. That ship has sailed. Luca and I have no positive feelings toward one another. And Jeremy? I blurted out. Jeremy? Sophia's brows knitted. What about him? Leela and I exchanged glances. How could she be so blind to the way he looked at her?
You seemed close.
Leela cleared her throat.
During dinner the other day.
Really? He's super shy and completely disinterested. He wouldn't even look me in the eye. Sophia let loose a self-deprecating laugh. So you've never... I frowned. She tilted her head sideways innocently. Never what? You know. Sophia's eyes grew huge. Oh, never. I doubt Jeremy is even capable of asking someone out. His social anxiety is worse than mine. This woman had no idea what was going on in her life. I opened my mouth, about to clue her in, when Achilles, Luca, Enzo, and Tiernan descended the stairway, making themselves known while conversing loudly. The three of us immediately clammed up. Achilles stopped behind me, putting his hands on my shoulders and kissing the crown of my head.
Ready to go, sweetheart?
I nodded swiftly, standing up. Tiernan rounded the table, placed his index finger under Leela's chin, and raised her face to kiss her. The entire table watched as my brother took his sweet time, showing his wife just how much he'd missed her over the last hour. Only Luca stood a few feet away from his wife, glancing at his watch in boredom.
Sophia, you'll be late to your obstetrician appointment. Stop loitering.
She deserved so much better. I secretly hoped Jeremy would kill him. Sophia stood, a blush flooding her cheeks as she straightened her sensible dress. It's been such a pleasure spending time with you girls. She offered Leela and me quick kisses on the cheeks. Let's do this again soon, okay?
Text us as soon as you finish your appointment.
Leela squeezed her hand in solidarity. We watched Luca and Sophia exiting the house, walking at least 2 feet away from one another, not sparing each other one glance.
Can you imagine those two boning?
Enzo muttered, his eyes locked on his phone screen, per usual.
It's probably colder than a ski competition.
We need to do something about your brother. I pinned Achilles and Enzo with a frown. Enzo looked up from his phone.
I'll go see if Sophia needs help throttling him.
With that, he walked out the door, following Luca and Sophia. Leela stared at his back.
Enzo's been acting weird.
Everyone's been acting weird. I sighed. Achilles looked to be over everyone who wasn't me. He grabbed my hand in his and tugged.
Let me buy you dinner, and then you can tell me why I need to punch Luca.
Tiernan shook his head at our antics. Leela smiled. When we headed to the door, my brother called out after us.
Hey, her curfew is at 9, and don't try any funny business, lad.
Achilles flipped him the bird as he dove to kiss me. Chapter 58. Tyranny.
It is time.
Achilles propped his arm against our bedroom's doorframe. 3 words, and yet I knew exactly what they held inside them. I knew who he was referring to and what needed to be done. Butterflies took flight behind my ribcage, reminding me that at my core, deep inside, a part of me was and always would be a killing machine. What makes you say that? Clad in a black satin robe, I met his gaze through the mirror of my vanity. I was getting ready for a night out with Frankie. She was in town for an event, and we thought it would be a good idea to catch up over dinner and drinks. I no longer frequented parties, charity events, or lavish yacht trips with society's upper crust, but I still loved Frankie dearly. With her, I didn't have to pretend. Not much, anyway.
He's broken.
Achilles pushed off the door and strolled toward me. I put my mascara down and picked up my bronzer next, watching as he placed his palms on my shoulders.
Mentally and physically unwell. He's begging for his death, willing to speak in order to get it. This is usually when they're primed to give you the truth.
His interrogation techniques were less than humane, but in my father's case, I didn't really care. Do you think he'll tell us why he did it to me? Achilles nodded, his gaze holding mine in the mirror. When do you want to do it?
Why don't you have your fun with Frankie, and then swing by the Long Island mansion? I have a meeting with my brothers there anyway.
I nibbled on the corner of my lip. Was this really happening? Was I going to watch my father die? Contribute to his death in some way? It seemed odd to even call him my father after what he'd done. But the truth was, a small part of me always held on to the hope that we could find a way to really be family. After Tiernan killed Finton last year, my twin brother was completely broken. He never said it in so many words, but I saw the way it altered him. Being betrayed by your own kin changed you in a fundamental way. I had a feeling what was about to happen tonight would change me too.
We don't have to do it if you don't want to.
Achilles wove his fingers through my short hair tenderly.
I will follow your lead on anything you decide. We can let him go and send him into exile. I could kill him and let you know it's been done. Or you can do it yourself. The choice is yours and yours only, sweetheart.
I closed my eyes, drawing a deep breath. When I opened them, our eyes met in the mirror again. I want you to do it, so I can focus on watching, and I want it to hurt. I want him to feel the pain I felt every single day as a child in a work camp, dreaming of the father who abandoned her. I want him to know, on his deathbed, how much I truly loathe him, and that I'll never forgive him. Achilles jerked his chin in a nod.
You know, Tyr, once a promoted pawn is queen, She cannot be captured by a king, but she can put the king in a position he cannot escape. A checkmate, allowing another piece to capture the king and bring about endgame.
Licking my lips, I stared at him, understanding exactly what he was saying. I'm ready for the endgame, Achilles.
Your wish is my command, my queen.
A camarista drove me through the pouring rain from my hangout with Francesca to Long Island. The Italian man behind the wheel couldn't have been much older than 19, with traces of acne still adorning his fresh face. He didn't look at me once and addressed me as Mrs. Ferrante when he opened the door for me, which must have been what my possessive roommate instructed him to call me. I was getting used to the idea of marrying Achilles. Only so much love could be poured into a person before you allowed it to soak in and accepted it. Achilles drenched me with devotion, attention, and affection. No matter how hard I tried to fight it, I couldn't. Our souls clicked, like two pieces of an intricate puzzle, and I knew that no one, nowhere, would ever fit me the way he did. Still, my stomach was in knots. It had been months since Achilles captured Tyrone. A lot had happened in between. And though Tyrone's hands wouldn't be able to touch me, his words still could. I recoiled from guessing what they'd entail, what it'd take for a father to turn on his daughter like that.
Mrs. Ferrante, we've arrived.
The young driver parked in front of the main entrance, got out of the car, and opened the door for me, holding an umbrella to shield me from the rain. I stepped out, my Chanel jacket casually draped over my shoulders. I walked toward the doors, which swung open as I approached on the CCTV. Guess you could take the stalker out of the game, but you couldn't take the game out of the stalker. Enzo and Luca emerged from the house wearing designer peacoats with popped collars and sporting immaculately styled hair. Luca breezed right past me, ignoring my existence. Enzo stopped to kiss my cheek.
Good luck tonight.
He knows. I gave his arm a quick rub. Thank you.
All right, that's enough affection for a lifetime between you two.
Achilles grumbled from the doorway.
Tyranny, come.
When I entered, he peeled the jacket from my shoulders to hang it and kissed the side of my neck.
Had a good time with the First Lady?
It was nice to catch up. Why is your errand boy calling me Mrs. Ferrante?
Because he doesn't have a death wish.
He answered in a deadpan. We're not even engaged yet.
We've been engaged since we were 17. I'll have you recall you promised to accept my proposal.
The wild fluttering in my chest increased tenfold. You haven't given me a ring.
Do you want one?
I did, and that frightened me. I strutted deeper into the house. It was the first time I felt fully welcome in it. All the other times before, I was an extension of Leela and Tiernan, something the Ferrantes had to endure. Which way to the basement of horrors? Achilles tilted his head to the left.
Follow me.
I did, walking past the cream columns and golden accents to a guest room on the far side of the mansion. Inside, he led me into a walk-in closet. Then he opened another door, which was padded on the inside. As we stepped down the steep, cobbled stairway, a shiver of terror ran up my spine. We descended into the bowels of the house, entering a massive basement that seemed as large as the entire first floor. The dark space was filled with devices of torture. A sinister smell clung to my nostrils, a mix of bleach, smoke, sweat, and blood. A glass tank sat on a long wooden table in the center of the room. When I reached the end of the stairway, I spotted a cage the size of a bathroom stall. Inside it was my father. Or what was left of him, at least. Tyrone was shirtless, wearing what looked like pajama bottoms. His once salt and pepper hair was now completely white and in disarray. He looked gaunt, and streaks of filth adorned his cheeks and torso. When he saw us enter the basement, he rushed to his feet, tossing himself over the corroded bars, clutching them desperately.
"Oh, Tyranny, my sweet pumpkin, my little girl."
I stopped a good 10 feet away from him, staring him down.
"Pumpkin, I can explain."
His upper lip curled over his gums like he'd lost his front teeth, and his speech was off.
"Everything, trust me, this is all a big misunderstanding. Tell him to let me go."
I flicked my gaze to Achilles. He said nothing. He was letting me lead the way. I crossed my arms over my chest. "Sure, I'll hear you out." Tyrone licked his cracked lips, his eyes clinging to my face. He was calculating his next words, like they could make a difference. "Are you going to deny collecting intel on the Irish and your own family and selling it to Velo? Because we've got receipts." Velo himself blew Tyrone's cover the day I met with Tom Rothwell, so there was no way he could deny it.
"Well, no, but—"
"Are you suggesting, then, that Velo fabricated my meeting with Agent Rothwell on the same day I actually met him?" Whatever little color he had in his face was gone now.
"I'm not saying that.
"What are you saying, then?"
I'm saying I never thought this would blow back on you this way."
He rattled the bars of his cage desperately, tears streaming down his dirty cheeks.
I thought Tiernan would take care of it. He always does. The lad knows what he's doing."
"You sold me to the Camorra, and the rest of your people, too. Why did you do that? Money? You've got enough of it." The Irish's business was booming. The Callahan clan was never as prolific as the Camorra, not in size and not in contracts, but Tiernan was doing very well for himself. He made sure to pay Tyrone a monthly cut. He lived in a lavish mansion and had luxury cars.
I thought I was helping everyone. I swear it. I thought if the Camorra knew they had an insider from the Irish operation, they would be less suspicious of us and do more business with us. All I ever wanted was to help."
I tipped my head back and laughed, a laugh that felt bitter in my throat. "How stupid do you think I am, Dad?"
"I swear—"
"All right, that's enough.
Achilles cut in, taking a step forward.
Tyrone, any minute you're not giving us the truth is a minute I'm not spending inside your delectable daughter, and I'm afraid I'm running out of patience. You have one more shot before I start cutting organs."
He flipped his knife open and angled it in my father's direction.
"I'm going to go slow and make sure you feel every single minute of it. Help me help you. Talk and get it over with."
You can't let him kill me.
Tyrone's head snapped to me.
I'm your father.
Sperm donor.
I took you in when you were broken.
Tiernan and I arrived at your doorstep after going through hell in Russia. You didn't even look for us.
I tried, but...
And when we arrived on your doorstep, tied up with a fucking bow, you knew exactly what you were looking at. 2 well-trained killing machines who could work for you. You made us your soldiers.
I loved you from day one.
He shook his head.
Both of you. I wanted to find you, was desperate to do it, but I was grieving my wife. It was hard.
At least you got to know her. Now tell me why. Why did you betray me? Us.
Because you took her away from me.
It was his turn to roar in my face. The confession was filled with venom. He broke into tears, sliding down the bars to his knees.
You took Deirdre from me. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have been alone in that house in Dublin when Igor got to her. She didn't want to leave. I begged her to. I knew the Russians were closing in on us, but she wanted to raise you two in Ireland, next to your family. You came first, and it killed me that she sacrificed herself and her happiness for you.
I burst out in tears. It felt strangely good to be validated. I always had a feeling Tyrone and Fintan did not really love us. Now I knew. You wanted to destroy me.
Not initially.
He scratched his overgrown, greasy beard, using his shackled hands.
But with time, I decided I'd kill both of you.
A cruel smile painted his lips, his eyes bloodshot and wet.
At least your brother is a good mobster, a good son. He was a great investment. But you were always too broken, too traumatized. No one could reach you. I guess when Tyranny took Fintan's life, I realized it was time to make you both pay. That is when I went to Velo and offered to be his spy. I knew one of you would do something prideful and stupid to cause your downfall.
Achilles grunted but didn't speak. What were you hoping was going to happen?
I thought Velo would do the right thing and kill both of you.
Because Mom died?
Your mum, Fintan, my real family, the one I knew and loved.
I waited for the pain to come, but it never did. Truth was, whatever he told me, I already knew or at the very least suspected. Losing his patience, Achilles turned around and ambled toward the glass tank in the corner of the room. It was lit from the inside and quite spacious.
I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine, Tyrone.
He said conversationally, grabbing a pair of chemical-resistant gloves and donning them, businesslike.
Her name is Zelda.
He picked up a serpent hook and unhooked the cover of the enclosure. I watched, mesmerized.
Zelda is a Russell's viper, highly venomous, illegal to keep, obviously, but just look at that face.
Achilles used the snake hook to slowly lift the serpent and turn its head Tyrone's way.
Adorable, wouldn't you say?
Tyrone's eyes grew impossibly large at the sight of the brown and yellow reptile.
I had to adopt her. I've always loved snakes. They don't bond with their mates, young or in groups. Instead, they keep to themselves, preferring to live solitary lives. I consider myself much the same. Other than your daughter, I've no use for others of my species, and hold them in low regard.
Tyrone sucked in a breath, crawling backward in his cage, trying to escape the inevitable. Achilles' stride was slow and purposeful. Zelda's forked tongue slid out, but she looked otherwise comfortable in Achilles' care.
What I love about Russell's viper is their striking range. They never miss, and once they sink those fangs into you...
Achilles shook his head, tisking.
Let's just say it takes about 30 milligrams of venom to kill an adult human. An adult Russell's viper releases about 100. And while it's nothing in comparison to the king cobra's 1,000 milligrams of venom, one thing you should know about Russell's viper is that it's a very, very aggressive snake.
Tyrone released a desperate sob.
Please, no.
Achilles ignored him, continuing.
They don't like humans, bite them indiscriminately, and tend to hang on with their fangs for a long-ass time. So, whatever you do, Tyrone, just try and keep still when I let her loose in your cage. Oh, by the way, my girl's hungry today. A little mix-up in the kitchen, I'm afraid. The freeze-dried rodents I usually feed her, I fed them to you.
Tyrone gagged uncontrollably, looking at the half-eaten, indistinguishable meal on the dirty plate in his cage. Achilles stopped in front of Tyrone's cage.
You never should have hurt the woman I love, Tyrone.
He shook his head.
Now you'll have to suffer through one of the slowest, most painful deaths known to man, and we're going to watch.
Achilles tossed Zelda into the cage between the bars. She dropped to the ground.
No, no, no!
Tyrone kicked and thrashed, squeezing into the corner.
You're not making things better for yourself.
Zelda side-eyed my father, reared herself into an S shape, and lunged at him, striking his foot. An ear-piercing shriek rang through the air. I watched my father die with a smile on my face.
Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Chapter 59. Achilles. 3 days after I delivered Tyrone Callahan his much-deserved demise, I sat in the office of the Forbidden Fruit Club, tapping my phone over my desk. Something was wrong. I didn't know what it was. Fine. Yes, I did know. What was wrong was the fact that I hadn't given Tyranny much say in the decision to be with me. As always, I'd bullied her into moving in, negotiated her love, and even lured her into a bet about having sex. I made everyone in the Camorra, save for my brothers, refer to her as Mrs. Ferrante. Yes, I didn't stalk her anymore, but I was still a toxic, overbearing monster who didn't give her room to decide what she wanted to do with her life. And that bothered me. What bothered me more, though, was my last loose end. Tristan Hale, that motherfucker. I needed to find a way to get him back on American soil so I could finish him off, or at the very least threaten him a little to ensure he knew never to mess with Tyranny again, which meant I was now dialing the Pecan's number. It was still 7 a.m. in Vegas, but if I had any fucks to give, they weren't in my immediate vicinity. Someone had better be dead, Leosha greeted. Not at present, but I'm working on it. That's why I'm calling. I need a favor. I already did you 10 this month alone. Were the territory and weapons not enough? I was sure the deal he and Jeremy had agreed upon put a dent in their relationship, to say the least. This has nothing to do with that deal. What do you need? Tristan Hale. I need you to lure him to New York. Why? My silence told him what my mouth wouldn't. Hale wasn't going to survive his next trip to the Big Apple. And what makes you think I hold that kind of power over him? You've worked with him before. Hale only offered his services to people he deemed acceptable to work with, not vice versa. And what do I get in return for that favor? What do you want? That Porsche looked nice. Is it custom made? You think I fucking go to the dealership and take what they have in stock, like some kind of peasant? Alex snorted. I'll have it then. It'll look good in my collection. The man had at least 25 sports cars. How small was that dick of his? Have at it. And a month's supply of drugs, free of charge, delivered straight to one of my compounds. We don't have a contract with you. I said, balking, but only so he'd think he managed to negotiate a decent deal. And that'd take a dozen trucks. Alex mulled it over. Sounds like a you problem. Fuck. Whatever. When and where? Forbidden fruit, next Thursday. I'll be in touch. I killed the call. When I got home, Tyranny popped out of the bedroom looking like $1 trillion in one of those dresses that made me want to throttle the designer.
Should we go to the movies?
I blinked back at her, stunned into silence. The movies? That was normal people shit. We didn't go to the movies. We went to underground clubs and Michelin-starred restaurants where the owners valued their organs too much to tell us we had to book a reservation, or on shopping sprees in places you could only get to with a private jet. Movies were, well, ordinary. Movies also meant a public outing. Together, this beautiful creature was going to be seen with my fugly-ass face. Tyranny did not need to be reminded of the fact that I was hideous. No thank you. I don't like movies.
You mean all of them?
I shook my head slowly. Disappointment was written all over her face. I knew if I didn't go, I'd just prove to her I was still the old asshole Achilles, the one who'd pretended not to care what she wanted to do. Fuck. I was gonna do it, wasn't I? What did you have in mind?
There's a new Henry Cavill movie out.
What's it about?
Henry Cavill being hot?
I flashed her a flat glare. Really selling it to me. Wouldn't you rather I take you on a shopping spree on Crimson Key? No one would dare whisper about my hideous face on my own private island. Or eat at Casablanca's? I knew the owner of the restaurant and was positive I could get an isolated booth, even at an hour's notice. Tyranny trotted over to me, coiling her arms around my neck.
I want to do something small and intimate. To share popcorn and a flat Diet Coke with you.
I stared her down, confused. Why?
Because we never got to do it when we were teenagers. We were always so scared of our families. I want us to have these moments, even if we have to make them as adults.
Don't be a fucking baby. Just say yes. Look how much she wants it. So what if a few people stare? I sighed, grabbing her waist and leaning down for a kiss. Sure, we'll go see your hot guy movie. Let me just hop into the shower. She grinned up at me, looking genuinely happy for the first time in forever. Her hair was becoming redder, more hers, and even though it was still very short, she moosed it in a spiky, trendy way that made it look like a fashion statement.
This is...
She struggled for words, her voice catching, and I knew it meant more to her than it did to my mother that I braved getting out there, taking a stab at normalcy. Tyranny shook her head, chuckling to herself in wonder.
Thank you. Thank you so much for healing with me.
I never thought of it this way, but I guessed it was true. In helping her, I was helping myself get over our shared past. Her eyes pinked, and I knew she was close to crying. Hey, are you sure you're okay? I squeezed her waist. She nodded.
I feel better than okay. Liberated, actually. Tyrone deserved to die.
It took him 3 days to kick the bucket. The kidney failure and internal bleeding occurred after 24 hours, just on track, but he battled it out, struggling for his last breath before he finally gave in. The minute he was dead, I called Tiernan to remove his corpse from my parents' basement. Tiernan collected his enemies' skulls, and he had been saving a special spot for his traitorous father's cranium after what he'd done to his sister. I'm sorry it had to come to this. I thumbed her cheek.
I'm not. I never loved him.
Not even a little? She shook her head.
Did you ever love your father?
I gave the question some thought. I had wanted his approval and admiration growing up, and I was willing to go very far for it. So far, in fact, that the girl of my dreams wanted to set herself on fire before letting me know she couldn't give me heirs. Once upon a time, I suppose I did. I brushed my thumb along her smooth temple, tracing the gorgeous face that was forever inked into my memory. But the more I grew up, the more I realized nothing about our relationship was normal. And when he hurt you... I closed my eyes, willing the fury bubbling inside me like lava to calm down. When he hurt you, that's when I knew.
Knew what?
The difference between love and obsession. I was obsessed with getting my father's approval, but I never liked much about him. He was a cold, angry man, driven by nothing but power and bloodlust. But you... My forehead dropped to hers, and I breathed her in. I realized that I loved you, inside and out. Your sense of humor, your smarts, your resilience, your fight. I could name all the things that made me fall in love with you. I couldn't name one thing my father possessed that made me appreciate him. She brushed the tip of her nose against mine.
See, this is how I feel about Tyrone. He was my family by blood only. His love and approval always felt conditional, so I never sought them. It was clear from the get-go that he favored Tyranny and Fenton. Strong, hungry sons who could further his own and the Irish clan's position in New York. I saw through his facade before Tyranny did, but only because I didn't have the luxury of his attention and respect. So don't you worry about my sensibilities when it comes to him, Achilles, because I have absolutely none. Chapter 60. Tyranny. It was a mistake to go to the movies. I saw that now when we were sitting in the theater, surrounded by teeny boppers and couples, all of them more interested in Achilles' face than the movie. Achilles wore a baseball cap, the bill pushed low to hide his scars, but a jagged portion of his burned cheek was still illuminated by the giant screen's lights, bringing even more attention to it. At work, Achilles' face was a weapon, but here, out in the real world, where no one knew who he was, he just looked scary. And I knew that he'd had options along the way, reconstructive surgeries he could have done. But rumor on the street was that Velo liked that his son looked like this, that he'd wanted his son's face to match the atrocities he was capable of. I wanted us to start collecting memories other couples had, things we craved when we were younger, but I'd forgotten we were no longer those people. A pimply college-aged girl with a pink hoodie and a haughty sneer leaned to whisper in her friend's ear in the row below us, her gaze flicking to Achilles' face in the dark. The friend's gaze traveled to the scarred side of Achilles' cheek, and she gasped. They both started to giggle. Guilt and anger swirled in the pit of my stomach. This movie sucks. I swallowed hard, dropping a kiss to Achilles' shoulder. Want to get out of here? His pupils were glued to the screen, but I knew he was registering absolutely nothing. He'd had very few brushes with civilian life outside the Camorra before today and preferred it this way. His soldiers, business partners, and other underground leaders did not recoil from his face and didn't judge him for it.
No, it's fine. I'm watching it.
The girl's hushed whispers grew louder, with the words fire and shame about the face and, but his body's great, ringing through the air. I shifted in my seat. Let's go.
You wanted to watch a movie?
Not anymore. It's boring. Another wave of giggles sounded from behind us. This was ridiculous. I didn't care that they were probably freshmen at some expensive Manhattan college. They were old enough to know better. Shooting up to my feet, I swiveled around to face them. Got something to say? The two stared at me, wide-eyed. Upon closer inspection, they looked like they could be 23 or 24. Are you talking to us? The one with the perpetual sneer stubbed her chest with a pink, pointy fingernail. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You've been whispering about my fiancé for half the movie. He's taken, by the way. The girl's mouth hung open. Achilles sighed.
Tyranny, leave it.
No, I want to hear what they have to say. What was so funny? I want to laugh, too. And it had to be good because instead of ogling Henry, they were staring at my man. That made the brunette one, without the pimples, burst out in a laugh. Trust me, girl, you can have him. I wasn't asking permission. You really don't want to see what I'm capable of if you look his way one more time. Is that a threat? Pimply Girl stood up. The shushing theater-goers were now silent, and everybody was looking at us. Nah, it's a promise. I smiled.
Okay, we're done here.
Achilles stood and scooped me by the waist and tossed me over his shoulder.
You clearly aren't watching the movie after all.
Let me down. I want to fight them. I kicked my feet in the air while he sauntered to the stairs leading out of the theater.
Why?
Because they were rude to us.
No, they were rude to me, and I don't give a fuck.
But
We're finishing this discussion later.
I had just enough time to look up and flip the two girls the bird before Achilles took us outside and placed me down on the sidewalk. It was chilly, but all I could feel was ire and heat for how they'd treated him. From now on, we'll only do Camorra and Irish functions. I'm so sorry I brought you here. I bit down on my lip.
I'm not.
He pinched a cigarette between his fingers, grinning boyishly. You're not?
When we were teenagers, I dreamt about a scenario where you were the jealous one. This was as close as we've ever gotten to one.
He took a long drag of his cigarette. I snorted, shaking my head. My heart rate slowed enough for me to take a breath and notice our surroundings. We were on a busy street. I grabbed his hand in mine and squeezed, heading toward an ice cream shop. Is this normal?
What, people whispering and snickering when they see my face?
He puffed a cloud of smoke, looking unaffected.
Pretty much. I'm used to it.
My throat was thick with tears. How do I make it up to you?
You already did.
He lifted a devious eyebrow, his stride nonchalant. How?
By loving me despite my face.
The ache inside my chest grew.
Besides, who says I'd have changed anything about what happened the night of the fire?
Of course you would have. I would too.
Well, I wouldn't. The scars you left were a reminder you were once mine, and during the bad times, they were what I clung to, the evidence that I had you once and that maybe I could have you again.
I don't deserve you, I said, and meant it.
Maybe.
He shrugged.
But you have me anyway. Forever.
Chapter 61. Tyranny. I loved Achilles, but I sometimes question his professional decisions, which seemed to directly cause bloodshed and underground wars. This is not necessary at all, I said for the millionth time as I jerked a dress from a hanger in my walk-in closet, a black bustier mini-dress that flaunted my assets, and my new tan from the mini-vacation he and I had taken in the Hamptons earlier in the week. Meeting with Tristan Hale, with Lyosha of all people. If I were being honest, I was more nervous about seeing Alex again than I was about seeing the man who'd tried to kill me. For Tristan Hale, I was nothing but a botched assignment. It wasn't personal, and he'd moved on to his next hit job. With Alex, it was different. I'd managed not to meet him ever since he and Tiernan became friends again. Lyosha never treaded deep into the East Coast territory so as not to piss off the Ferrantes, and I never went to Vegas because, well, my taste ran more along the lines of French Riviera and less Sin City. But Alex and I shared a childhood, a story. He knew things about me no one but Tiernan, Achilles, and Dr. Andrews were privy to. "This is a recipe for disaster," I added when I realized I wasn't getting any response from Achilles. I slid into the dress, shimmying it up my waist and turning around for Achilles to zip. He did, dutifully. "Someone's gonna die."
No one's dying tonight, Piccola Fiamma, and we'll be having a family dinner as well. Our first official outing with our families as a couple.
Too many big egos in one room. I ignored his words. And why does it have to be in Forbidden Fruit? Why can't we have a business meeting at the mansion or in one of your hotels?
Because I'm ambushing Tristan Hale.
Groaning, I stomped to my shoe rack and plucked out my red heels. "I still don't understand your need to see him."
I want to make sure he never comes near you again.
Achilles slid his watch collection drawer open, clasping a Cartier on his thick wrist.
And I need to know why he missed that fucking shot.
My blood froze in my veins. I spun to him slowly, my mouth agape. "So you think it's weird that he missed too?"
He never planned on killing you.
Achilles' low growl rumbled between my hips, spreading heat along my spine.
And I want to know why. What was his plan, and what was he hoping to achieve?
"You're never going to stop until you know I'm completely safe, are you?" I sauntered to him on my kitten heels. Suddenly, all I wanted was to make this man understand just how much I desired him. His lazy gaze flicked along my body, taking it in.
You make it sound like a bothersome objective.
Not bothersome. I unfastened his belt with one hand, eyes still trained on his. Next, I rolled down the zipper of his Armani dress pants. But impossible. We both know some things are out of your control.
Not when it comes to you.
His vehement, soft tone made me tremble so badly I wanted it injected into my veins. How I thought I stood a chance against him, I'd never understand. I craved him like the night desired the moon, like the desert longed for water. What we had, it was wild and chaotic, but it was uniquely ours. No love would ever match. I dropped to my knees and circled my fingers around the base of his cock. It was already hard and throbbing, the tip shiny and purple, full of blood. Shivers ran up and down my arms, and I tilted my head, giving his cock a long, lustful lick that made his hand wrap around my hair. There wasn't enough of it to tug yet, and the little I had was handled with surprising gentleness.
What about sex, Tyranny? Regular, normal people sex.
You're the one who said we're not normal people. Reaching forward, I covered his crown with my mouth, slowly taking him all in until the tip tickled the back of my throat. I knew he wanted what other couples had. Missionary, eye contact, some kind of emotion. But I couldn't. Not yet.
You want me to fuck your face?
Yeah. My voice trailed off, liquid heat rushing to my center. I could feel my pulse thrumming against my clit.
Ask nicely.
Please?
Nicer.
I blinked. He smiled charitably, like I was an adorable little puppy. Was he going to give me what I wanted? Was he going to finally degrade me?
Open your mouth, Tyranny.
I did so fast my head spun. There wouldn't be a second time, I sensed. Achilles did not like treating me the way I was used to being treated in bed. He grabbed my jaw, peered inside with those dead, icy eyes and spat into it.
Swallow.
A rush of warmth shot to my core, and my muscles squeezed against nothing. It felt so alarmingly good I thought I was going to implode. What we were doing was so sick, but nobody knew how to touch me like he did. I tried closing my mouth to swallow, but his grip on my jaw tightened.
Nah, with your mouth open. You need to work those throat muscles anyway.
I tipped my head up, letting his hot saliva slide down my throat. It was gratifying and hotter than anything I'd ever done, because it was Achilles who did it, and because away from me, from us, he was very good at being cruel. It wasn't his second, but his first nature.
Good girl.
He grabbed the back of my neck and pushed all the way in until his cock followed the shape of my throat, stuffing it to the hilt, refusing to move. He pulled out of my mouth only to thrust back in one violent movement. I choked, coughing as tears prickled my eyes.
Oh, you're so pretty when you cry.
He didn't stop, only picked up his pace, fucking my face, humming to the sound of my gagging as I tried to keep my lunch down.
Fuck. Fuck.
He thumped his head against the wall behind him repeatedly.
I'm coming in your throat, and I want to go so deep you're not even gonna taste it.
All I could do was nod. I felt the hot, thick liquid coating the back of my throat, and I had to breathe through my nose. After he finished, he let out a ragged breath and let go of my neck. I collapsed at his feet, giggling to myself.
What's so funny?
He tucked himself in and fastened his belt before offering me a hand to stand up. I took it. It had only been 3 seconds, and he already looked as unruffled and clean-cut as though I didn't just suck his cock in the middle of our walk-in closet. I was just thinking about Enzo.
Enzo?
His murderous glare silently informed me he was about to kill his own brother if I didn't explain myself. Enzo, I repeated, trailing a fingernail along the collar of his shirt. I thought about how he's always so worried about his protein intake when 80% of mine comes in the form of your cum. That did make Achilles bark out a laugh. He wrapped his arm around my neck and jerked me to him, kissing me hard.
Nice one, funny girl.
His lips moved over mine.
Think about someone else ever again when we're together, and I'll chop off his cock.
Forbidden Fruit was the most exclusive underground club in Manhattan, arguably in the entire world. No close second existed to the amenities and entertainment it offered. With security and discretion guaranteed, it attracted some of the world's most prominent billionaires and royals. What started out a few years ago as a brothel during the day and a club during the night quickly expanded into a gentleman's club with a $450,000 a year membership fee and an invite-only operation. Currently, it offered 3 gambling rooms, 2 restaurants, a bar, 3 lounges, a billiards room, and a high-end brothel. There was also a fully equipped state-of-the-art gym, a sauna, an indoor Olympic pool, and 2 tennis courts. I'd never actually been there before. Achilles had made sure to ban me from any establishment that his family owned, so I was a little giddy. Of course, I was also frightened about coming face-to-face with Tristan Hale and nauseous about reuniting with Alex.
Smoke on the job one more time and I'll shove the cigarette all the way down your throat.
Achilles reprimanded the valet boy who rushed toward the Porsche, tossing his keys in his hands.
Sorry, sir.
The kid wiped his mouth quickly, cringing in fear. We walked into the club, which was painted black from floor to ceiling, with golden accents on the grand chandelier and crown moldings. A sleek bar with golden arches and a waterfall greeted us. A waiter in full attire glided toward us with a tray, putting in our hands Achilles' favorite whiskey and my drink of choice, a French 75. I took a big sip, feeling the champagne tickling the back of my throat. Okay, I do like this place.
Wait until you see the back rooms.
Achilles placed a possessive hand on the small of my back, guiding me past lounge chairs filled with businessmen and their much younger dates. We took a flight of curved stairs up to the next level and walked through double doors leading to the gambling room. I immediately spotted my brother and his wife standing by a blackjack table. Leela was wearing a tight bubblegum pink mini dress, and Tiernan was staring at her like she'd just saved the world from exploding. She was playing her hand, and he was watching. I ambled toward them, Achilles at my heels. "Hey."
Hi.
Leela jumped on me with a hug, kissing both my cheeks.
You look so good. I'm so glad we're finally doing this. Dinner is supposed to start in about 20 minutes.
"How's the game going?" I gestured to the cards.
Really good. I'm winning.
She's always winning.
My brother wrapped his arm around her waist, kissing her temple.
The secret is in learning how to count cards.
Leela grinned from ear to ear, turning her attention back to the table.
Oh, I wanted to ask you something.
Yeah?
Soph and I are going up to the mountains for a weekend, to recharge. Want to come?
My knee-jerk reaction was to tell her I'd have to find a way to sneak behind Achilles' back and whoever was tasked with being my chaperone this week. But then I remembered I no longer needed to ask Achilles for permission, or to dodge any unwanted security. Swallowing hard, I said, "I'd love to." I hung back to watch her play, and sure enough, by the end of the game, she won and scooped $50,000 into her fund. Leela and I jumped and cheered together. I was so happy for her. She had been deprived of human interaction for so long growing up, and I couldn't blame her for playing catch-up and enjoying her dances, gambling rooms, and parties.
We'll see you at dinner,
Achilles said to Tiernan and Leela, snatching my hand and leading me out of the gambling room. I was still giddy about Leela's win. "Isn't that fantastic?" I took another sip of my champagne. "Leela's gotten so good at blackjack. She told me the other day she hasn't lost one game in 3 months." Achilles looked at me like I was an adorable, dumb puppy. "What?"
She's good, but that's not why she hasn't been losing.
"Why then?"
Tiernan.
"What does he have to do with it?"
He cheats, threatens the dealer before every game she takes.
"But how?"
Easily. Who gets to play last in blackjack?
"The dealer." Achilles spread his arms as if to say, "Voila." "Huh. Why does he do that?"
Says he can't take seeing Leela sad or disappointed, even for 1 second.
Leela is a good sportswoman. I'm sure she's no more than a little bummed when she loses.
He baby-proofed the house before Gennaro was born because she kept bumping into the corner of the coffee table and he couldn't see her with a blemish on her skin.
Good point. My brother was irrational when it came to his wife. "Leela and Soph invited me to the mountains." Why did my mouth feel so dry when I said this? I didn't like that. If he had truly changed, I wouldn't have to fear his reaction. Damn him and his toxic, controlling personality. His spine stiffened, but he kept his expression schooled.
Did they now?
Yeah.
They'll go with their security detail.
Fat chance that Tiernan and Luca would let their wives take a piss without a small army monitoring their well-being. Probably.
What did you tell her?
This was the big test. I licked my lips. I told her I'll go. A brief silence. A chill ran down my spine. A reminder I had been his prisoner before and probably still was.
Good.
Achilles stopped in front of one of the doors in the hallway leading to the dining room.
Stay here for a second. I need to see if our infantry room is stocked in case of an emergency.
He kissed my cheek. I leaned against the wall, checking my nails. A couple rounded the corner from the other side of the hallway, and I instinctively flung my gaze to look at them. My heart dipped low in my stomach. It was Jeremy and Sophia. They didn't see me. I was standing in the darkened corner of the hallway, but I could see them, both dressed in elegant black attire, walking side by side. She looked so tiny in comparison to the Russian. He was holding Ciro, confidently, calmly, like he claimed ownership of the child. Ciro's strawberry lips pouted in deep concentration as he tried to tug Jeremy's nose off his face with pudgy fingers. Jeremy did not seem to care. Their eyes met, and there was so much tension, heat, and desire inside, I knew the next thing they were about to do would change everything forever. They stopped at the end of the hallway, thinking they were alone, but they weren't. I was here, and soon enough, Achilles was going to join me. Guess Sophia was catching on to the fact Jeremy didn't have social anxiety. He just had Sophia anxiety. Before they took things any further, I stepped into the light, making myself known. "Hey, what's up, guys?" They immediately pulled apart, stepping back. Sophia snatched Ciro out of Jeremy's hands. "Hi, Tyr. Sorry, I didn't see you." Her face flushed, but when I looked up to watch Jeremy, his eyes were threatening to kill me. "Don't worry about it." I flung a dismissive hand her way. "Am I the only one who's super drunk here? I bet I'll remember nothing about tonight tomorrow morning. The hangover tomorrow is going to be a bitch." I wasn't drunk at all, but I wanted to assure them I wasn't going to say anything. Jeremy stared at me coldly.
Alex is already in the dining room. He is pleased to see you after all these years.
I gave him an airy smile, but 0 words. I didn't like the Bratva, and I especially did not like the Rasputins. "We were just going to send Ciro off with the nanny." Sophia smiled awkwardly. "I'd do it alone, but Jeremy is helping me with the stroller and baby seat." "Those things look heavy." I nodded, playing dumb. No stroller or baby seat was anywhere in sight. "Better hurry up, then, before Achilles comes out of the infantry room and starts playing with Ciro. You know how he is with kids." The look on Sophia's face when she gave me a quick hug said thank you, and the wink I gave her back said she was very welcome. Sure enough, Achilles reappeared a second after Sophia and Jeremy took flight.
Who are you talking to?
He asked, locking the door and punching in a code that activated another lock. "Just Sophia." This was technically true. I hadn't said one word to Jeremy. Achilles cupped my neck from both sides, studying my face.
We still have a few minutes before dinner starts. Want me to eat you out in the meantime?
I coughed out a laugh. "That sounds lovely, but I actually need to go pee." I didn't feel like sex right now because I was too on edge to meet with half the guest list. Where is the nearest restroom?
You go back where we came from, first door on the right. Want me to walk you?
I shot him a frown. "Please don't pull a Leela. I am perfectly capable of peeing by myself." He smiled.
Okay.
But I didn't go to the restroom he directed me to. I took the stairs down to buy some time and allow myself to think. Tristan Hale had spared my life. He never had with any other victim, at least none anyone knew of. Why me? And why did he take the job if he hadn't planned to finish it? Aimlessly wandering through the dark corners of the establishment, I looked for signs of restrooms. I was now somewhere between one of the restaurants and the bar. The place was buzzing, with dozens of well-dressed people, mostly men. The silver sign for a bathroom finally twinkled from the other side of the venue. I headed in its direction into a narrow alcove, slowing my steps when I detected a large, muscular form standing by the door. Squinting, I tilted my head to study the vaguely familiar face. Relax, it's not him. It can't be. There wasn't a chance in hell the Ferrante brothers would let this person walk into their establishment without a warrant. Besides, my luck wasn't that shitty. Alex and Tristan Hale in one evening was more than enough without meeting this asshat. But the closer I got to him, the more I was convinced it was Agent Tom Rothwell, his arm propped against the wall, waiting for someone to leave the restroom. I stopped, shrinking behind a wall, and watched him. I naturally assumed that if he was here, he'd be here for me, since I was the only person in the Ferrante's inner circle who ever gave him the time of day. But it appeared he was waiting for someone else. The door unlocked from the inside, flinging open. Out came Enzo, dressed to the nines and pissed into oblivion. Their gazes clashed, and my heart jumped to my throat. Every small hair on my body stood on end. I couldn't understand this reaction, especially as I had no skin in whatever game these two were playing.
Agent Rothwell.
Enzo purred finally.
I hope you have a warrant, because you sure as fuck don't have an invitation. Not that it's any of your business, but I do have an invitation, and from a founding member, no less. Is the founding member in the room with us?
Enzo faux scanned the hallway. I ducked my head lower.
Luca invited me. Luca invited you? That's what I said. Why the shit would he do that? To save your ass, or at least try. Now, I want to take a piss. Step back, kid. Kid!
Enzo's neck flushed under his elaborated ink, and he didn't budge from the door.
The fuck, man? You don't even know how old I am. You'll turn 26 on November 13th.
Rothwell said without missing a beat, fastening his cool gaze on Enzo's fire-lit, warm eyes.
Born at 5:33 a.m. in Cardarelli di Napoli Hospital.
He continued, fixing Enzo's collar nonchalantly.
Weight 6.8 pounds, the smallest of the four siblings. You live at 1215 West 46th Street, a modest one-bedroom, but you like the neighbors and it's close to your fancy gym. I know your A-B plan, your cardio routine, who you fuck, when you fuck, and how much you come each time, down to the milliliters. I know who you killed last week and how. I just need a shred of evidence to prove it. The things I know about you, kid, you haven't even begun to learn about yourself.
Enzo's reaction was similar to my own. His jaw was on the floor. For the first time, I saw my happy-go-lucky friend completely speechless. It wasn't just Tom's knowledge about Enzo's life that rattled me. In fact, I wasn't completely shocked that he knew so much regarding the mobster he'd been studying for years now. What blew up my senses was the palpable, knife-edge attraction between the two. The air between them sizzled. And just like that, I realized why Tom Rothwell had no girlfriend or wife to speak of. He was gay. And he could be hating Enzo from today until his last breath. But he was attracted to him, too.
Out of my way, peasant.
Tom shouldered past Enzo robotically, slamming the restroom door in his face. Enzo stood there for a full 10-second stretch before spinning on his heel and crashing his palm against the door.
Hey, peasant is even worse than kid. File a complaint with Internal Affairs.
Tom drawled to the sound of his piss. I turned around and found my way back upstairs before my bladder exploded. The journey to the restroom upstairs was drama-free, an achievement in itself. After relieving my bladder and washing my hands, I dried them with a towel and slipped back to the hallway. It was a straight shot to the dining room. I hoped to make it in one piece. Something about tonight felt different, devious, like all our sins were catching up with us and everything was coming to a head. When I reached a point in the hallway that forked, a body slammed into mine. I tumbled back a step before shooting an arm to the wall and righting myself. Luca stood in front of me. Our eyes met. It was the first time I was alone with him since Achilles found out what he'd done all those years ago. "Watch where you're going, asshole."
Call me asshole one more time under my roof.
He dared quietly, blocking my way. "Asshole? Now what?" He took a step in my direction, his eyes shooting fire, and for a fraction of a moment I saw it. The humanity behind them. It was dimmed, but it existed, and I wondered who'd put it in there, because it couldn't have been Sophia. Sophia didn't even try. "Are you gonna hit me, big guy?" I got in his face, laughing. "Threaten me? We both know you can't do that."
You're wrong.
Luca clutched my jaw between his fingers, tipping my face up with a sly smile.
Being with Achilles doesn't make you immune from me. Nothing does. When I want to kill, I kill. It's what I do. You're a bad influence on my brother. Always were, and eliminating a mere pawn from the chessboard is not something I'd hesitate to do.
His eyes told me he wasn't bluffing. His body language was languid, relaxed. I believed him. "You'll have to kill him if you kill me." He didn't blink.
The Camorra comes first, family after.
"Even Ciro?" His eyes narrowed.
Don't talk about my son.
"Who put the light in your eyes?" I tilted my head. His tight jaw twitched with surprise. "Who made you feel, made you smile, made your cheeks flush? I've never seen you this alive. Is she here?" I elevated an eyebrow. "Does Sophia know about her?" Luca's nostrils flared at the sound of his wife's name.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
His jaw locked again.
There's no one, and if you...
"I'm a socialite, Luca." I drummed my manicured fingers over his collar. He had good form. Very lean, very muscular. Shame about the shitty personality. "I have my ways to extract information from anyone. I will find out your secret and use it against you. It is the least I could do after what you've done to Achilles and me," I promised with a sweet smile on my face. Luca grabbed my throat and pinned me against the wall, snarling in my face.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, but I'm only going to say this once. Snoop around me, and you'll regret the miserable day you were born. I'm not Tyranny or Achilles, sweetheart. I do not have a heart with strings you can tug on or compassion to spare. I will ruin you. And if any of the assholes protecting you stand in my way, guess what? I'll ruin them too. This is the last time you bother yourself with my personal life. Capito?
His grip on my throat tightened to the point that he cut my air supply. I knew he wouldn't kill me. Not here, not now. But I knew that he could. And that was enough to confirm he had someone in his life I wasn't supposed to find out about. Challenge accepted, fucker. "Let me go," I hissed through pursed lips. "Before I make sure you'll never be able to have children again." He let go of my neck and I dropped to the floor. I gasped, massaging the sensitive flesh over my throat. Slowly, I stood, smoothed my dress, and wiped the moist residue from under my eyes. Then I straightened my back, put a smile on my face, and marched into the dining room to have dinner with the man who was contracted to kill me. Chapter 62. Tyranny. I was the last to enter the dining hall, which meant everyone had the opportunity to have their fill of me as I entered. Smiling broadly, I swaggered to my seat next to Achilles and plopped down on it. He kissed my cheek softly.
Everything okay?
Perfect. I snapped my napkin open in my lap. What's for dinner? His gaze halted on my neck. Luca probably left red marks. Since things were already strained, I wasn't in the mood to share my little talk with his older brother.
What's this?
Achilles brushed his thumb along my neck. I shrugged. Allergic reaction.
To what?
Assholes.
Did someone?
Yes, and I handled it. Don't worry. The menus were brought to the table, and it gave me a second to catch my breath and study the room. I took in Tiernan and Leela, Sophia and Luca, Katya and Enzo, Jeremy, and Alex. The minute my sight landed on him, his pale blues caught mine in a vice. A ragged breath rattled in the back of my throat. Lyosha. Aristocratic and princely, with his blonde curls and frighteningly chiseled face, he still looked younger than his years. Like our lifestyle and all the death in it couldn't touch him. Not really.
Tyranny.
He rasped. Alex?
How have you been?
He asked in Russian. And though I hadn't spoken the language in many, many years, the answer slipped past my lips naturally. It's been a long, pleasant walk in the park. You? He grinned.
Same. Don't flirt with her.
Achilles barked at Alex, hammering his whiskey glass on the table.
How do you know I'm flirting?
Alex raised his vodka to his lips, one side of his mouth curling in amusement.
Your goddamn eyes are an open invitation.
Don't worry, honey. I patted Achilles' lap. I have a strict no Russian men policy. I leaned to kiss the tattoo of my lips on his neck. Ignoring me, Achilles reached for his whiskey and gulped it in one go. I quirked an eyebrow. It was unlike him not to pace himself, but I guessed everyone was on edge today.
Where's that fucker Hale?
Achilles turned his attention back to Alex.
Running late.
Alex flicked his wrist to frown at his Cartier.
But he'll be here for the after-dinner drinks. With his mask off?
Achilles poured himself a second glass of whiskey. Alex smiled leniently.
I suggest you put that whiskey down. You're not Russian, Achilles. You lack the capacity to hold such a drink.
And I suggest you stick to your business. That's a nice face you've got there. I'd hate to ruin it. What the fuck is Rothwell doing in the club?
Enzo turned to look at Luca, breaking the tension between the other two men.
He said you invited him? I'm trying to recruit him.
Luca handed his menu back to the waiter.
And you think he'll bite?
Achilles snapped his head to his brother.
I think we can't afford not to try.
Luca cocked an eyebrow.
With Dad out of the picture, we need a new wave of dirty feds to do our bidding.
The rest of the dinner was relatively pleasant, or at least pain-free. The food was delicious, bourbon-glazed salmon and truffled salads, and the alcohol was great. Conversation flowed, and I actually managed to relax. Dessert came and went, and still no sign of Hale. Achilles did hit the whiskey bottle harder than I'd ever seen him before, but I couldn't fault him for it. When everyone retired to the bar, Achilles squeezed my thigh and leaned to whisper into my ear.
I'm gonna check the security footage, see if Hale is planning a surprise.
I nodded and joined Leela and Sophia on their way to the bar. The entire length of the way, I felt Alex's gaze heating my skin from behind. I threw a glance behind my shoulder. He was walking with Luca, Enzo, and Jeremy. At some point, He broke away from them and joined us women.
Tyranny, may I have a word?
His English was crisp and lightly accented with Russian. You may have a few, but I doubt any of them would interest me. I yawned into the back of my hand. Sophia and Leela giggled and headed to the bar, leaving us standing at the threshold. Traitors. He wore a navy suit, the first buttons of his shirt undone, revealing smooth, bronze skin and sculpted pecs. He looked like a movie star, always had, and never made a big deal out of it. When I left Siberia at 14, he was already a big hit with the girls, and even though I'd been too busy surviving to pay him my full attention, even I wasn't immune to his charms. He was still not my type, though. I didn't trust men who were prettier than me. What's going on? I parked my hands on my waist. I didn't want Achilles to see us together. He'd made it quite clear he was jealous.
Don't you think we should catch up?
No, there's no reason to.
Well,
Alex shifted his weight from one foot to the other.
I still feel the need to apologize for what my father did to you.
Why? I asked, genuinely perplexed. I don't feel the need to apologize for what my father did to your mother. Tyrone, accidentally or not, killed Lyosha's mother before Tiernan and I were born. This was why we were kidnapped to Russia in the first place.
Many of the things you went through happened right in front of me.
He didn't let my hostility affect him one way or the other.
And I want you to know that after a sufficient mourning time when you and your brother escaped, I eventually rooted for you, and I'm glad to see you happy and settled.
Finally, a twisted smile curled my lips in distaste. Is that what you think I am? Happy and settled? I turned to him fully, narrowing my eyes. Do you know, Alex, that I've had 33 therapists in my lifetime? Only the last one stuck. With all the others, I simply couldn't get there. The minute they wanted me to seriously open up, I failed. Someone I'd once been close to advised me to forget everything that had ever happened to me, bottle it in. Turns out it was bad advice. He watched me silently. He'd meant well and was just a kid himself, but that mattered little. His face, his existence, his last name were still a bitter memory for me. Do you know what it's like to have your innocence stripped from you layer by layer? To reach the brink of starvation and be tipped beyond it? To watch your humanity slip between your fingers and not even know what it means because you are too tired, too hungry, too beaten to think? Alex's eyes never wavered from mine.
I was there too.
Yes, as the heir and successor. You didn't go through all the bullshit. He nodded. Well, at least he was honest.
I fantasized about saving you sometimes, you know. When you were going through those things, I was desperate for your approval. With Tiernan, I had it from the get-go. We were always thick as thieves. But you never gave anyone your trust, your sympathy, only to Tiernan.
He took his hand out of his pocket and reached for my face, running his thumb over the exact same spot he'd wiped a tear from 15 years ago, as though it were still there.
I wanted your affection, wanted to be seen by you. But every time I tried to come to your aid,
I pushed you away. Yes, I know. You were a boy. I didn't like boys. Boys hurt me a lot. He inclined his head.
When I told you to bottle it up, I meant it as a coping mechanism.
You were only a child. You don't have to explain yourself.
Under any other circumstances, I think we'd have made good friends. Don't you?
Sure, I smiled. And in a way, we still are, everything considered.
Are we?
I nodded.
Last we spoke, you wanted me to kiss you.
I wasn't spoken for at the time. You and I will always be unfinished business.
Well, I'm here now. Let's finish this fucking business.
I shook my head. I'm a taken woman.
I know.
Lyosha put his hand on the junction between my cheek and neck, using his thumb to angle my jaw up.
Achilles offered you to me.
My entire body iced over in shock. What?
Achilles.
Alex rasped slowly, dragging his gaze from my eyes down to my lips. His hand a necklace on my throat, loose but heavy.
He told me you were in the market for a no-strings-attached hookup, a one-off in a controlled environment, something about proving something to you.
That fucking fucker, I seethed. How dare he confide in Al?
He told me because I already know too much.
Alex explained, reading my mind.
I'm discreet, can take a rejection like a man, and will never judge you.
This was why Achilles had been drinking so heavily tonight. He was preparing himself for what was to come. My heart cracked open, and warmth poured out, giving my belly a fuzzy feeling. He is killing himself. For me. While I understood exactly why he'd done what he had, I couldn't see myself fully going through with the plan I'd weaved myself. Touching someone else, touching someone at all, felt wrong. But another part of me knew that if I didn't put Achilles' promise to the test, I would forever live in fear of what he might do. He'd maimed, murdered, and abused every single man I'd tried to be with since he'd taken control over my life, over my future. He'd psychologically destroyed me and had taken away all of my decisions when it came to sexual partners. He exhibited complete lack of self-control where my freedom was concerned. This was my emancipation. And I knew, as sick as that sounded, that Achilles needed this as much as I did. The confirmation that he had changed, that he was better. You want to fuck me? I dragged a nail along his neck up to his mouth. He captured it in his hot, gorgeous mouth with a come-hither smirk.
You know the answer to that question.
He spoke around my finger.
You're Tyranny Callahan. Everyone wants to fuck you. You'll be a gorgeous notch on my belt.
I forced myself to laugh as Alex plucked a champagne flute from the bar next to us and handed it to me. I took a sip. How long is the belt? His smoldering gaze slid down my body.
Almost as long as something else of mine.
Subtle. I pushed more alcohol between my lips. I'll consider it, but only if he joins us.
You think your little boyfriend wants to see his girlfriend get railed by the man who is about to take over his business?
The cockiness of this man was almost as breathtaking as his appearance. I didn't say watch. I smirked coolly. I said join. A pitiless sneer touched his mouth, and he reached to caress my jaw softly.
No man is ever going to fucking touch me.
He'll be touching me only.
Hard pass.
He stepped back, eyes narrowing on my own. Temptation by new order reverberated against the walls of the bar, and I couldn't think of a more perfect song. Alex was calling my bluff, waiting for me to back down from my ultimatum, but that wasn't going to happen. Either I was including Achilles in this, or I wasn't doing it at all. I parked my elbows on the bar behind me. "Turn around and walk away, pretty boy. I'm not doing this without my fiancé." Alex did exactly that. His movement was swift and uncaring as he spun on his heel and ambled off. I watched him take 5 steps before turning around and slicing through the crowd back to me.
He isn't going to touch me,
he warned through clenched teeth. I grinned. "I know it might come as a shock to you, Lyosha, but not everyone wants to fuck you."
I'm only agreeing to this because I know you fucking need this to move on.
"Hey," I held up a hand. "I haven't even agreed to do it yet. There's one more piece we still haven't talked about."
Enlighten me.
He was losing patience, and I couldn't blame him. Achilles asked him for this, and while he agreed to the act, he never consented to my never-ending roasting. "Tiernan won't be happy."
Tiernan's never happy. Any other objections?
My smile widened. "No." Achilles chose this moment to reappear. He looked drunk as hell, eyes red-rimmed and hair in disarray. He looked beyond pissed, but as soon as he spotted us, he smoothed his expression over to something blank and businesslike.
Had a nice chat?
Achilles kissed the side of my neck. "An interesting one for sure." I slithered under his arm and burrowed into him. Achilles leveled his glare on Alex.
Hale's not here yet. All the better. You cannot face him in your state.
Achilles' nostrils flared.
You better watch your mouth.
"Who wants to skinny dip in the indoor pool?" I asked, smiling brightly. "I've heard all about it. It's supposed to be pitch black, right? With benches overlooking the skyline." "Oh, I want to see the pool too," Katya said excitedly, inserting herself into our conversation.
Absolutely not.
Alex turned a slight shade of green. "Maybe Enzo can show it to you some other time." I patted her shoulder, stifling a laugh. "We have a business meeting to conduct." Katya skulked to the far end of the bar with her tail tucked between her legs. I made a mental note to extend an olive branch to her. She hadn't actually wronged me in any way or capacity, and she was young. We women needed to stick together.
Are you sure about this?
Achilles turned to me.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
I grabbed his face and kissed him hard in front of the entire bar. When we disconnected, I whispered, "We're doing this together, and we're smashing that invisible wall that's stopping us. Now lead the way." He snatched my hand and we slinked out of the bar, Alex matching our pace. We poured into a dim hallway and toward a second set of doors leading to the recreational center. "Are you sure about this?" I whispered to Achilles.
You wanted to be sure I'm a choice. This is how you'll know.
We reached the gym first. It was decorated with dark tiles and blonde wood accents, then past the spas and sauna. Elevator music and eucalyptus scents entwined around my body. The temperature kept rising the farther we ventured away from the club.
The heated pool's closed to the public from 10 at night until 10 in the morning. We'll have privacy here.
Achilles stopped by a frosted glass door, punched in a code, and it swung back automatically, revealing a dark pallet pool with a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire city. Vapor rose from the glass-like body of water, curling up like cigarette smoke. A soft click sounded from behind me as Achilles fastened the lock on the door.
You touch her wrong, you bruise her, you make her feel unsafe, and you and I both know that'll never happen.
Lyosha shrugged off his navy jacket, folding it neatly over a black concrete bench which sat flat against the wall.
This is why you turned to me with this particular request.
He undid his cufflinks meticulously. His eyes never wavered from me as he undressed. A hunger lived in them. Some malice, too. Lyosha wasn't the worst of the mobsters I'd met, but he was still Igor's son, and he still had an unsatiable appetite for whatever didn't belong to him. That included me. Achilles lowered himself to the bench, a safe spot for him to watch, while I unzipped the back of my dress. "Don't bother. You'll be joining us." I let the dress pool around my feet, stepping out of it and kicking it against the door.
Tyranny,
I want to feel you too when I feel him inside me. I unclipped my bra, then shimmied down my panties. Besides, he is game as long as you two don't touch. Achilles and Alex exchanged looks. When I turned to watch the pecan, he was already fully undressed, his magnificent bronze six-pack on full display. He was hard, pumping his long shaft lazily, eyes licking me from head to toe.
come and join the fun, Ferrante. I'm in a charitable mood.
To my surprise, Achilles sprawled against the wall, spreading his muscular thighs, one hand resting on his knee, and smirked.
Why don't you two start, and I'll join in on the fun if I see you can't please my woman, Lyosha.
He'd never called him that before. Alex flashed him a wolfish grin.
Challenge accepted.
He reached to his folded trousers and produced a condom. Ambling in my direction with the confidence of an undefeated warrior, he knew he was formidable and delectable, even stark naked. His hand palmed my cheek. My breathing became hard and labored. I didn't know what turned me on more, the fact this gorgeous, powerful creature, the head of the Bratva, was touching me, or the fact that the love of my life was watching and letting it happen.
Ognyanaya krasatka.
Fiery beauty.
The boys at the camp crowned you the prettiest every year.
His hand slid from my jawline, his thumb capturing my chin and tilting my face up to look at him.
You're still the prettiest of them all.
I opened my mouth to bite out something snarky, but he smashed his lips against mine. I gasped, stumbling backward. My knee-jerk reaction was to fight him off, but then the pleasant taste of vodka and desire flooded my mouth and senses, and my muscles relaxed, letting him do what he wanted. Alex deepened the kiss, his tongue flicking mine playfully, exploring the corners of my mouth as he pushed his body against mine until I could feel all of him. His thick cock pulsated against my stomach, leeching onto it hungrily. I tried to keep my pleasure restrained for Achilles' sake, but when Alex's hand traveled from my thigh up to my waist, clutching it as he crowded me onto the first step of the pool, I let out a moan.
Oh, you're delicious.
He bit my bottom lip, sucking away the pain before I could feel it.
Now I know what all the fuss is about.
My breasts felt heavy and full, and I ground them against his pecs, which were defined and smooth. I parted my legs just an inch, enough for his thigh to do the rest and slide between them. He pressed hard against my clit, my arousal for him already dripping all over his skin.
I think...
Alex moved his lips from my mouth to my neck, licking a warm path down to my collarbone, biting softly.
I'll have no trouble satisfying your fiancée, judging by how wet she is for me. Put my condom on me.
He deposited the slippery item between my fingers. I reached for his cock with shaky hands, refusing to be the one to back down from this.
With your mouth.
Halting, I darted my eyes to Achilles. Alex quickly captured my chin, bringing my attention back to him.
Don't ask for his permission. He's been killing every single motherfucker who dared to give you pleasure. This is yours. Own it.
Swallowing back a gasp, I pushed the condom between my lips and dropped to my knees, taking in Alex's huge cock. Pale, veiny, and uncircumcised, but just as monstrous as Achilles. Shifting forward on my knees, I wrapped my lips around his tip, using them to roll the condom along his shaft. I hadn't done it before, and when I pulled back to examine my work, it was only halfway done. Alex gave it a rough tug to sheathe himself completely with a satisfied groan.
Up.
I stood and elevated an eyebrow. What now, big guy? He gripped my ass and hoisted me up. My legs instinctively wrapped around his waist, and the ridge of his dick was now rubbing right against my clit. I threw my head back and moaned. Jesus.
What were you going to say?
Lyosha's fingers dug into the flesh of my ass. He descended the stairway into the heated pool, his mouth traveling across my upper body, exploring, biting, and licking. Don't talk to him like that.
Such a good little girlfriend, aren't you?
We were now waist deep in the pool. The water sloshed over us, nice and warm. His cock was still grinding against my clit, providing delicious friction.
Defending your lover. Look what you've made him do, though.
Alex gripped my jaw and forced me to look at Achilles as his head dipped down. He took the tip of my nipple into his hot mouth, first giving it an almost painful suck, then swirling the tip of his tongue along my areola gently to ease the pain. The air became humid and thick with sex. I panted hard, feeling every thread of thought in my brain, in my muscles, dissolving into nothing. I melted inside his arms, the pleasure taking over. My eyes locked with Achilles. His chest moved up and down to the rhythm of his labored breaths, but he remained completely still.
You're beautiful.
His voice cracked.
So fucking beautiful.
I closed my eyes, tears springing to them. The pleasure was too much, and I couldn't stop myself from coming even if I wanted to. Alex's cock against my clit, teasing, swirling, rubbing, along with his mouth on my tits was way too much. Please, I started, then stopped. I couldn't get the words quite out of my mouth, not when Achilles was there.
Make her come. Now.
A low growl escaped the back of Lyosha's throat as he dove underwater, hoisting my thighs around his shoulders, squeezing the backs of my thighs in a death grip and pushing his tongue into my pussy, his nose rubbing against my clit. I exploded, clutching his tongue between my muscles, throwing my head back and crying out. I gripped the back of Lyosha's head, riding his tongue while he was still underwater. He rose up with me still wrapped around his head and walked us back to the shallow end where my feet reached the floor.
I think I'll take my prize now, if you don't mind.
Alex smirked, his lips deliciously pink and swollen from eating me out. I tossed a searching look at Achilles. His face was bricked over, and I knew he had retreated to the place where no one could reach him, the same headspace he used to take a life, a place far removed from where we were and what we were doing. He gave me a slow nod.
Take it, sweetheart. It is your pleasure.
I closed my eyes, nodding at Alex without looking at him. Alex gripped my waist and slid into me inch by inch, slowly, teasingly, perfectly. My knees buckled and my hips began moving on their own accord. Alex thrust into me, and I returned the favor by arching and meeting him halfway.
God, you feel so fucking perfect.
Alex's mouth latched onto my neck, sucking hard.
So tight. You're incredible.
His head dipped toward me, but I turned away, unwilling to kiss him again. Kissing felt intimate. Sex, not so much. Alex let a low chuckle loose, pounding into me, hitting the elusive spot inside me that made my entire body throb. I was trembling all over, but I couldn't get the image of Achilles watching me out of my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut harder, but the look of him, resigned, serious, tortured, kept popping behind my eyelids. Suddenly, I felt a bare, warm chest plastered against my back.
Shh.
A familiar, rough palm wrapped around the front of my throat, tilting my head back. Achilles' eyes met mine.
Let go, sweetheart.
He leaned down and shoved his tongue inside my mouth, erasing Alex's vodka taste with his whiskey flavor. I arched back eagerly, kissing him and moaning into his mouth while Alex dipped his head and devoured my breasts, running his stubbled chin over my flesh and leaving marks. I was ready to explode. Please, I begged, rolling my hips, riding Alex's cock harder.
I think she wants more.
Nyosha groaned, and when I unlatched my mouth from Achilles, I saw that his chest was glistening with sweat and water drops.
My queen gets whatever she wants.
Achilles spat into his index and middle fingers, reaching down, slowly prodding my ass with them. I squirmed and moaned, instinctively squeezing against both his fingers and Alex's cock. Oh, God. Achilles removed his fingers, then angled the head of his throbbing cock into my ass. I shifted slightly to allow him a better angle. He slowly guided himself inside, the pressure on me from behind mounting, my tailbone tingling with his uncomfortable girth.
You know, I always find it so funny that people say God's name in the bedroom. He has nothing to do with it, and probably wouldn't approve of the sins we commit.
Alex reached between my legs, opening them wider to help Achilles slide inside me.
Oh, fuck.
Achilles groaned, dropping his forehead against my shoulder as he slid into my ass, filling me to the hilt. I'd done this before, but not with someone this well endowed. Alex stopped fucking me, but stayed inside me. They both let me take a moment to adjust to the position. I was pretty sure their balls were probably touching. I was sandwiched so hard between them. But considering I'd never been this turned on, this full, this alive, I wasn't going to point that out.
This okay?
Achilles pulled my face to kiss me from behind again. Perfect. My lips moved over his mouth. They started moving at the same time, slamming into me in the same rhythm, in punishing strokes that felt almost competitive in nature. The dirty thwacks of skin slapping echoed through the walls. Our bodies were covered in mist. My pleasure was so acute, so real, it took over my entire being. I felt it everywhere,
Look at her.
Alex groaned, staring at the space between us where he entered me.
She's taking it so well. She's amazing. Might ask to borrow her sometime. This is a one-off. Next time you touch my woman, you'll be filled with lead.
My orgasm coursed through every inch of my body, from toes to the top of my head, and I threw my head back, overcome with the incredible sensation of falling apart in the hands of the two most powerful men on this earth. They continued plowing into me while I rode the high of my climax, with Alex coming first and Achilles reaching his orgasm a few seconds later. Achilles pulled out first, grabbing my jaw to tilt my head up and give me a reassuring kiss.
You did amazing, Piccola Fiamma.
Alex slid out of me slowly while Achilles propped me to sit on the first step of the pool.
You good?
I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. This was the best sex I'd ever had, and yet I knew I'd never do it again. It served the purpose of proving to me that Achilles was done controlling my sex life, but I wasn't in the market for anyone else. Alex reached between my thighs, prying them open and taking a good, humiliating look. I followed his line of vision. My cunt was pink and swollen from the inside.
Your pain is beautiful.
He kneeled between my legs, kissing my pussy.
Thank you for putting your trust in me.
Thanks for putting your dick in me, I retorted, giving him a playful shove with my toes. Your work here is done, Alex. He grinned and tipped his head down in a bow as he removed his condom, tying it in a knot.
At your service.
Nonchalantly, he climbed up from the pool, leisurely walking toward a stack of fresh robes and plucking one to dry himself off. He pocketed the used condom because Alex, nice or not, was still a sociopath at his core. A sociopath who did not want any surprise heirs somewhere in the universe. Achilles still sat behind me, bracketing me with his legs. He kissed my shoulder.
You sure you're good?
Yes. Are you? I looked up to search his face. He nodded.
It was needed. Did it help?
Yes, I said honestly. I think it did. No one could ever know what had happened tonight, but I trusted all three of us to never breathe a word about it. Too much was riding on it for the truth to come out. Even if people found out, I couldn't find it in myself to regret what had happened between us. It was the closure I needed to a horrifying period in my life. Achilles proved to me that he put me before him, before his obsession, before his jealousy. Swiveling my entire body so I was face to face with Achilles, I smiled up at him. Thank you for this. His eyes never wavered from mine as he barked.
Rasputin, get fucked. Been there, done that, even got the shirt.
We both turned to look at the pecan fastening the last button of his crisp dress shirt.
And way ahead of you, I'm wholly disinterested in the cuddling portion of the event. Tyr?
He sauntered to the lip of the pool, his mouth twisting in a smirk.
It was good seeing you again.
He leaned down, touching his lips to my forehead. Same here. I pulled away. Next time we catch up, we'll be wearing a lot more clothes. He winked and found his way out of the pool. Turning to Achilles, I put a hand on his cheek. How much does it hurt?
Not enough to fuck this up.
He covered my hand in his, and I knew, in that moment, that we were going to be okay.
Chapter s- 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 63. Achilles. How did the saying go? If the mountain won't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad must go to the mountain. I was going to the fucking mountain, and if I had to move it, so be it. Tristan Hale had bailed last night at the Forbidden Fruit Club, but he was still in New York, my home, my playground, my turf. He wasn't getting out of here without a little chat. My first step? Shut down New York's airspace. Well, sort of. Every private airport in the tri-state area reported to me about incoming and outgoing flights, and all commercial flights were monitored by Jeremy, who was once again at my disposal. My second? Fermante's, Tiernan's pub. Alex was still in the city, conducting business with his Irish bestie. I hated to interrupt their little make-up and gossip sesh, or whatever the fuck they were doing, but I had pressing matters to discuss. Parking my Ducati in front of Fermante's, I popped my helmet off, tucking it under my arm, and sauntered right in. I strode past the drunken crow and into Tiernan's back office, where 2 Irish soldiers greeted me with a stern look. They blocked my path to the ajar door. If you don't move right this second, I'm smoking your ass like you're a fine Cuban. Tiernan's husky chuckle sounded from the office.
Liam, Tag, let him through.
They parted ways, and I bulldozed inside, finding Alex and Tiernan enjoying a joint and a drink together. 2 peas in a shitty-ass pod.
Hello, brother-in-law.
Tiernan puffed smoke in my direction. Hello, asshat.
The fuck you pouting about now?
Alex elevated a brow.
Problem with the missus?
Almost. I grabbed a seat and joined them. Problem with a certain bitch-ass boy who promised me Tristan Hale and didn't deliver. There was zero awkwardness between us. Yeah, he'd fucked Tierney as a favor to me, but that was where it ended. I'd chosen well, a Rasputin man, a last name Tierney wouldn't take if she had to die 1,000 deaths. A good-looking motherfucker whom she trusted and had shared history with, but one who'd never occupied her thoughts or left her craving more. She'd had plenty of opportunities to meet him again over the years and had chosen not to. All in all, it was a good deal, and one I didn't regret. Sure, it killed me. I threw up multiple times before and after the act, and yes, a part of me died last night, but a part of her resurrected too. I saw it in her eyes, in the way she looked at me afterward, with real trust, with ease. It was worth it. Tiernan drummed his fingers on his desk, tilting his head.
Actually, Hale arrived. Couldn't find your ass anywhere, though.
Alex and I exchanged a quick look before I spoke. Was he wearing a mask?
Naturally. Where were you?
With Tierney.
You went with my sister.
His green eyes turned impatient. Uh-huh.
You blew off a meeting with the most elusive contract killer on planet Earth for your fiancé. Who you live with.
I cocked an eyebrow. I'm sorry, am I speaking to the same motherfucker who stood in the middle of a goddamn birthday meal at my parents' house to screw his bride after she ground all over him at the dinner table? His jaw flexed in annoyance at the mention of that debacle.
And you?
Tiernan turned to Alex. Important phone call. Not a muscle in his face moved. He lied well and often. I'll call him now. I bet he's still around.
You do that. Will I go check on Leela?
Tiernan stood and grabbed his phone. Check on her? I glanced up. Is she okay?
Fine, just a little nauseous.
You knocked her up already? My voice tightened. Nero's not even a year old, for fuck's sake.
Mind your own business, asshole.
Tiernan flashed me a cheerful smile, exiting the room. Alex reached for his phone, punching in a number, then a few sequences of numbers to connect to Hale. Eyes on his screen, he asked. "Tyranny okay?" "None of your fucking business." So much for keeping my shit in check. One more look from this fucker, and I was gonna wipe Vegas off the fucking map. An indulgent smirk tipped the corner of Alex's mouth. "I was glad to help yesterday." Scratch my earlier comment about shit not being awkward. It was about to get pretty damn weird when he lost all of his teeth. "Aren't you in the market for a bride as well?" I shot back. "A single pecan is a weak pecan. Time's a-wastin'. You need an heir." He snorted. "Got anyone in mind for me?" "What's your taste?" If he answered Tierney, I was going to kill him. I didn't care that Tiernan liked him. He could find himself another pet. I'd get him a fish or something. "My taste for women tends to run toward hellions with the potential to ruin my life." "Sounds healthy." The line connected, and a deep voice grumbled. "Hale." "Tristan, this is Alex." No answer from the other line. Conceited little shit. He was waiting for more. "Achilles Ferrante is ready for your meeting." "Is he now?" He sounded amused. "Yes, he is right here with me." "And where are you?" "Fermanas. Need the address?" "I got it." He sounded American, but that didn't mean jack shit. Conflicting reports had surfaced about him throughout the years. Some said he was Italian, some from Scandinavia, and some insisted he was from an undisclosed country in Africa. "I'll be there in 15 minutes. He hung up. Interesting that he didn't ask for any guarantees on his life. Then again, if he couldn't keep himself alive, he was a shit assassin to begin with. Tiernan returned, looking very much like the cat who ate the canary. I didn't ask him if Leela was pregnant. I wasn't in the mood for anyone else's good news. "Hale's on his way." Alex stood and collected his gun and phone. "Leaving already? I thought you and Tiernan had a slumber party scheduled." No sense of humor, no looks. Alex stopped mid-stride on his way to the door to clap my shoulder. "Hold on to Tierney as hard as you can, because you're punching way out of your league." I was prepared to stand up and go after him, but Tiernan stopped me when he rounded his desk and turned his screen to face me.
"There's something you need to see."
Fermana's CCTV footage was on display. In the grainy alleyway, I spotted a tall figure donning their mask. Tristan Hale. He was getting ready, putting on elastic, fake fingernails to disguise his prints. The little shit was good.
You can probably catch him if you hurry up.
Which way?
Take the back door from the kitchen and break right. He's locked in. A mountain of trash blocks the exit from the other side.
I stood up and charged in the kitchen's direction. Cooks and waiters bustled across the small space, and I shouldered through them, the heat and scent of deep-fried bar food assaulting my nostrils. I elbowed the door open, slamming it so hard against the wall it rattled. Tristan twisted his head in the direction of the noise, but I had the element of surprise working for me. That, and my alluring personality. And by alluring personality, I mean, of course, the cocked and ready gun I pushed straight to his forehead with a smile. "Thanks so much for coming." I walked him back to the opposite wall of the alleyway. "Very nice of you, Mr. Hale." If he was surprised or rattled, he didn't let it show. His posture was relaxed, his breathing even. "Your charitable greeting doesn't go unnoticed. But if you're looking to hire someone, you're out of luck. You can't afford me." "One thing you should know about me, Hale." I gave him a pat down with my free hand, my gun still shoved to his forehead. As expected, whatever weapon he carried was well concealed. Not in his pockets, waistband, or shoulder holsters. I enjoy the killing requirement of my job. And yet here I am. I could hear the smile on his face. Why? You shot my woman. He shrugged. It wasn't personal. Your father gave me a job, and I took it. You missed. A beat of silence reigned before he spoke. So I heard. He trained his gaze on mine. He had the cynical, steely eyes of a man who had seen everything and loved nothing. Those things happen from time to time. Maybe. Not to you, though. I wanted to rip the mask off his face, but I also knew that every fiber in his body was alert and ready for this. One wrong movement, and he could break my wrist. We were both trained enough to know the risks and consequences of every move we made. Thank you for the compliment, but I assure you, why'd you miss, Tristan? It was a clear, easy shot. You wanted her to survive. What do you have with Tyranny Callahan? He said nothing. I wanted to strangle him. I couldn't. Any sudden movement could be the end of both of us. I'd shoot, he'd snap my neck, and we'd both lose. One of us needed to make a mistake. That someone wasn't going to be me. I had too much riding on this. I decided to switch gears. You came to the Forbidden Fruit Club yesterday. Yes. Why, if you weren't going to take any potential job from me? He said nothing. I pushed. It's a long way from Africa, and I hear that's where you live these days. Again, he didn't answer. He was curious about the club, about our family, about the Ferrante legacy. Something drew him to us, and it wasn't money. He accepted our father's business, but not ours. Money was money, though, and mine was just as green as Don Velo's. It made me wonder if maybe he had a soft spot for the Don. Have you heard from my father recently? He gave out a low chuckle. I do not discuss my client's business. Ask him yourself. Oh, I would. I slowly ran the gun from his forehead down his nose, all the way until I reached the base of his throat. But he is, shall we say, indisposed these days. Tristan didn't say anything, but I'd known I caught his attention. I kept twisting that screw, knowing he would snap sooner or later. I always managed to find people's pressure points. He's on his deathbed currently. Sad, really. That's so. His voice was scratchy. Bingo. I nodded. I did it to him myself. Well, Tiernan Callahan and me, for sending you to kill her. We were less than impressed with both of you. If I needed to guess, I'd say he was licking his lips behind this mask. What's the damage? He's not lucid anymore, eats through a straw, shits into tubes. Mercy killing is the humane option. Too bad he's surrounded by cold-hearted bastards. And you kept this mum all this time? I don't believe you. Anger. This was good. He was close to snapping. Told the organization he's abroad for medical treatment, but for all intents and purposes, he's dead, and we've taken over. With what authority? Our own. Tristan pounced on me, but I sensed it seconds before he'd even moved. He was acting out of pure rage. I had the time to step sideways and watch him tumble through his own momentum, and that was when I pushed him to the floor and straddled him, leaning my entire weight against his arms, which were pinned between our bodies. Making sure he was neutralized, I snapped my elbow against his collarbone, fracturing it for good measure. A soft groan sounded from behind the mask. You're a big boy. You'll manage. The level of sympathy in my voice was minus 1,000. I ripped the mask from his face, not knowing what I expected to see. Whatever it wasn't this. He was about Luca's age, perhaps a little older, around 32 or 33, with dark brown hair, shaggy and unkempt, and baby blue eyes. A handsome, ordinary-looking man, for all intents and fucking purposes. One with a chiseled jaw and bedroom eyes. All he needed was a pair of goddamn Calvin Klein briefs and a horse. He had olive skin, but his features were European. I couldn't place him anywhere on the map. I shook my head, grabbing him by the head and jaw, ready to snap his spine. It didn't really matter why he'd spared Tyranny. If he wasn't going to talk, I wasn't taking any chances. "You don't want to do this," he croaked, voice flat and even, as though we were discussing the weather. Danger crackled in the air. I could feel it, taste it even. We were both on the edge of chaos. "Oh yeah? Why not?" "Because I'm your blood. Your brother." A taunting snarl found his lips. "I'm Velo's il prediletto." Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Achilles. "You're my secret half-brother?" I pushed off him, up on my feet in a flash. He stood and picked up his mask, then shoved it into the back pocket of his jeans. He threaded his fingers into his shaggy heap of hair, tugging. He looked like a lot of things. Angry, annoyed, in pain from his swelling fucking collarbone. What he didn't look like was my half-brother. Other than our skin tone, mine a few shades darker than his, we looked nothing alike. "Yeah," he said around thickness in his throat. "That's me." Not another word. I held up a finger. "I'm calling my brothers." I wasn't in the mood to recite all this bullshit to Luca and Enzo. We needed to sort out this mess together. Luca and Enzo arrived at Fermante's 20 minutes later. I thought about chaining Hale to something before realizing there was no need to. He wasn't going anywhere. He'd kept his identity secret until now because it served a purpose. With Velo practically dead, that purpose was gone. "All right," Enzo rubbed his hands together. "I'm ready for my Jerry Springer moment. Who's announcing the DNA results? Tiernan?" "Sit down and shut up." Lucas smacked the back of our baby brother's neck. My older brother took one look at Tristan, and I immediately saw the displeasure on his features. Tristan was simply more competition. "How old are you?" Luca demanded. 33. "A year younger than Luca." Enzo poured himself a whiskey with a groan. Good to know. Dad was in his dipping his dick in whatever moved era." "Who's your mother?" "Name's Rita." Hale looked calm and composed. Tiernan slid a glass of water in his direction, and he reached to take a sip. Suddenly, he looked unbearably young. I once again was reminded that the allure of the faceless and unknown often hid something painfully ordinary. "She was a hooker from Philly." "How did it happen?" Luca demanded. "Velo's always been careful with his whores." "He enjoyed this one just a bit too much, and by the time I was born, it was too late. Rita died of an overdose a few years later, and I was sent to be raised in a village in Georgia, with Velo checking in a few times a year." "Georgia as in the state?" Enzo asked. "Georgia is in the Caucasus region of the Black Sea." The three of us exchanged looks. That sounded exactly like something Velo would do. "And your accent?" Luca asked. "Fake. Just like my Italian, Russian, Spanish, and Romanian. I can adapt almost every accent if need be." He said all of this in perfect Neapolitan accented Italian. Lucas scratched his jaw, one hand on his waist. What's your real name? First, tell me what you intend to do with me. Bold of you to assume what's happening here are negotiations. You're safe, Enzo cut in, giving Luca a chiding glare. You're a Ferrante. We take care of our own. I saw how you took care of our father. His voice caught again. Jesus, did he really love Velo in a way the three of us never could? Velo overstepped, I said slowly. As long as you do not betray us, you're safe. Girkin. He pressed his lips together, staring at the floor. Girkin Ferrante. Why'd you come yesterday? I boomeranged a pack of cigarettes his way. I felt bad for the boy. He was obviously mourning our father, something none of my brothers, me included, was capable of. He didn't touch the cigarettes, but his scowl cleared somewhat. I hadn't heard from Dad in a while. I thought he was mad at me for what happened with the Irish girl. I wanted... He swallowed. I wanted to see what was going on for myself, and something else was bothering me. We'll get to that something in just a moment. I held up a finger. First, why did you spare Tyranny? He lifted his gaze to mine, malevolence burning in his eyes. Isn't it obvious? He smirked. She's your Achilles' heel, your weakness. She'd have been no good to me dead, but alive, she's damn useful. She took you out of the race. You chose her over the kingdom. For as long as she is alive, you can never be Dawn. I wanted to hurt her just enough to put her in your care, to knock you off the pathway to becoming the Dawn, without actually eliminating her from the game. From the game? Luca bared his teeth. Our chess game, of course. Our half-brother sprawled back in his seat. I'm sure you've seen it on our father's desk. He'd been sending me a picture with his weekly progress since I was in diapers. It is a telltale sign of who he sees as his successor. We did. We just didn't know who he'd assigned to what piece. We'd had our speculations, of course. We'd watched him move the pieces along the years as he played against himself. We deduced Enzo might be a rook and Luca a king. Hale, however, knew with certainty who each of us was, who he was. None of us had the stomach to ask him. Fine. Luca extinguished his cigarette in an ashtray, smoke skulking out of his mouth as he spoke. You're here, and you're Velo's son. What the fuck do you want now? What I've been promised. Tristan opened his arms wide. The throne. The throne, Luca repeated dully. That's what Velo had in store for me. He did call me his golden boy. Golden or not, you're a byblow, an accident. Luca was direct but calm. We all knew that if push came to shove, we'd get rid of the little fucker in no time. As legitimate as a $3 bill, no one in the Camorra will take you seriously. And yet, here you were, chasing me halfway across the world. Hale seemed unfazed by the truth bomb that had just exploded in the room. I can't believe you're almost Luca's age, Enzo bristled. That bastard Velo was busy. He tapped his lip, mulling this over. We could have been raised together. We could have had fun. These two fuckers are such party poopers. Tristan flashed him a disinterested look. Sorry, I was busy becoming a killing machine to pay my way through life. Yeah, man. Enzo tossed gum into his mouth, handing him a piece as well. Because I was out here living my best life as an inspiring fashion influencer. What do you think we've all been doing? If your plan is to infiltrate the Camorra, you'll have to start from the bottom, I said, steering the conversation back to topic. You're not going to cut any corners just because you're Tristan Hale or because Don Velo couldn't keep it in his pants. Tristan shook his head. You'll carve me a role fitting for my talents and expertise. You don't take a trained assassin and have him collect protection money from laundromats. Luca and I exchanged looks. We cannot afford to pay you what you're used to for your work, Luca clarified. That's a fine, because I don't intend to quit my day job. But I want in on the operation, and I want to see Velo for myself. I guess we can always use another pair of hands, Enzo shrugged. You can see Velo, supervised, Lucas said. We'll want a DNA test, though. Be my guest. And we want your details, address, real paperwork, I listed. A direct line to you. I don't give those out, but you can have my direct phone number. That's more than I offer anyone. Tristan stood up. Anything else? Yeah. Enzo stepped in his direction. Welcome to the fam, motherfucker. He threw his arms around him in a big bear hug. Tristan just stood there, unimpressed, much like Luca and myself. Why was Enzo always so goddamn sweet and kind? It was becoming a real issue. If you need anything, you give me a call. Enzo disconnected from him, punching his chest lightly. You can start by escorting him out, I said. It was time to wrap this shit up. Tyranny was waiting for me at home, and this had taken longer than I'd anticipated. We'll be in touch, Hale. When Enzo and Tristan were out of the room, Luca turned to me. Can he be trusted? I shrugged. Can anyone? He seems like bad news. We don't have much choice in the matter, I said pragmatically. If he is Velo's, and you and I both know that he probably is, he can stir up a lot of shit if he works against us. Blow up this secret, recruit an army, go against us. He has the capital and the charisma. Best to keep him close. Grabbing my shit from Tiernan's desk, I turned around and headed to the door. Luca shot a hand in my direction, wrapping it around my arm. I swiveled my face to him. He wants to become Don. He can only dream about it. If he tries, we take him down, I said, not missing a beat. And we make an example out of him. That didn't mean I was handing Luca the title, though. Fuck that. A few months ago, I'd screwed up, but I'd paid a hefty price for it. In the meantime, Luca had managed to fuck shit up by inviting a goddamn Fed into our club, letting his wife screw the help, and dropping the ball. Being Don was no longer my chief objective, but it played into my hands. I damn well wasn't going to hand it over to him. Oh, by the way, I snapped my fingers. How'd it go with Tom Rothwell? Working on it. You think he'll turn? I think something about us piqued his interest. He rolled the sleeves of his dress shirt up to his elbows, leaning against the desk. And if I can't turn him, I'll eliminate him. Whatever Agent Rothwell was after, he was going to need to pry it out of the Camorra's cold, dead hands.
Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Chapter 65. Tyranny. I wasn't in the habit of freaking out. Had managed to stay relatively calm and collected when I'd escaped the Camorra, crossed borders, and took off Velo's finger. but the unease I felt right now threatened to drown me in anxiety. Achilles had been gone all day. He wasn't answering his texts, wasn't calling to check on me either. This was different from what I'd been used to in the past few weeks. The constant doting and affection disappeared today, and in turn, I paced our apartment like a lion in a cage, wanting to rip the walls apart. I should be going out, shopping, visiting friends, living. But I wanted to stay home instead to make sure that we were okay. Only one thing happened between yesterday and today that could cause his sudden withdrawal from me: Alex Rasputin. It had been a mistake to have the threesome. In my defense, it wasn't even my fault. I hadn't initiated it. Admittedly, I enjoyed every second of it, but had I known Achilles would react this way, that he'd give me the cold shoulder all day, where the hell was he? Picking up my phone from the marble slab in the middle of the kitchen, I opened our text thread. Tyranny. Hey, when will you be back? I'll book us reservations at Maggiano's. Tyranny. Have you seen my AirPod charger? Tyranny. ? Tyranny. I'm worried. Please call back. Those were the normal texts. Unfortunately, the subsequent ones were completely unhinged and gave strong Fatal Attraction vibes. I didn't have the stomach to read through them. I wanted to throw up. Were we over? Was he giving me the silent treatment to teach me a lesson? Was the threesome a test? Had I failed? After the club, we had gone back home and everything was fine. Normal. Maybe it took time for things to sink in. I was clawing at the bars of my enclosure. I couldn't lose him, no matter what. I'd make it right, do whatever it takes. What would it take to bring him back? Restless, I shot Leela a text. Tyranny. Have you seen Achilles today? Leela.
No. Why? What's up?
Tyranny. I can't reach him. Leela.
Have you tried Tiernan?
No, and I didn't want to. My brother would demand an explanation for all of my questions, and once I came clean, he'd blow a gasket. He'd barely come to terms with Achilles and me as a couple. Throwing Lyosha into the mix would be practically suicidal. Luckily, Leela knew her own husband and his psychotic ways, because another text appeared on my screen. Leela.
I can ask Tiernan on your behalf, if you're not in the mood to be interrogated.
Tyranny. Thank you. Putting the phone down, I walked over to the closet for the millionth time. All of his things were still there. At the very least, he was coming back to take them. I didn't recognize myself in this desperation, but I couldn't help it. I loved him. I loved him, I loved him, I loved him. From the very first moment when he entered my room and took the nightmares away. My phone pinged in the living room. I went back to fetch it. Leela.
Achilles was at Fermina's earlier. They had a meeting with Alex. He mentioned Achilles is pissed.
I couldn't breathe. Grabbing my head, I folded in two on the floor and began to sob. The loss felt impossible to digest. He'd slipped between my fingers once when I was young and stupid, but I was given another chance, another shot at happiness. Of course, I blew that as well. Maybe I didn't deserve good things, because whenever they came my way, I was so good at letting them slip between my fingers. I didn't want to do this, I choked out, my tears dampening my face and the collar of my shirt. I should have never agreed to this. The mechanical turn of the lock started from the entrance door. I whipped my head up just in time to see Achilles step inside. He hadn't seen me yet. Instead, he tossed his phone and wallet onto the kitchen table and peeled off his jacket, looking exhausted.
Tyr, baby, you here?
Baby? Wiping off my face, I slowly rose up to my feet, making myself known. Hi. He turned to look at me, scowling.
Have you been crying?
No. I rubbed at my eyes pointedly. Hay fever, I think. What's going on?
So, I have a half-brother.
He stared at me, wide-eyed, letting his words sink in. Shamefully, my first thought was, thank fuck. So this was why he was upset. Not because of the threesome and not because of Alex. A secret half-brother I could deal with. Velo's son? I blinked. He nodded. I sprang into action immediately, rushing to the kitchen and pulling out a chair. Sit down. I'll fix you a drink. Tell me everything. He did what he was told, a telltale sign he was shocked. Achilles had never taken one direction in his entire damn life. I rushed to the liquor cabinet and pulled out his favorite whiskey, pouring 3 fingers into a tumbler and putting it in front of him. Drink. He tossed it back in one go.
It's Tristan Hale.
What?
I went to Fermante's to ambush him. Wanted to see why he spared your life. Well, I found out.
Why?
Because he knew you were my weakness, and that as long as you live, you'll be my priority. I won't become Don.
That's...
completely true. The Camorra's going to work with him.
Oh. I put my hands on his shoulders, pressing a kiss to the top of his head. I didn't know what to say to this. I was glad Hale hadn't killed me, but I was more concerned with what this revelation did to Achilles. How do you feel about it?
Pissed. Velo should have had the foresight to use a condom when he visited his hookers.
And about your new family member?
We'll see about that. He's an annoying motherfucker.
Did you see his face?
Yeah.
What does he look like?
A one-dimensional football hero who cheats on his girlfriend so that he falls for the nerd in a bad chick flick.
First of all, that sounds like a great chick flick. I squeezed his shoulders. Second, I have a feeling this is going to be a fruitful collaboration. Tristan Hale is a capable man.
He is also undoubtedly a cunt if he has Ferrante blood running through his veins.
A frown touched his face, and he picked up his phone for the first time since he'd gotten back to the apartment.
Have you been blowing up my phone?
Fuck my life. No? I cringed. His eyebrows shot up as his thumbs scrolled through the texts.
Please answer your phone. I swear I didn't even come from him. All I could think about was your dick in my ass.
He read from one of the less palatable text messages I'd sent him, tilting his head to examine me. Feeling my blush burning through the first layer of my skin, I tried snatching the phone from him. He pulled his hand back and stood, a devious grin on his face. Give me that. This is personal.
You texted it to me.
And you haven't bothered answering.
Hold on 1 second.
He put his finger up, frowning at the screen.
Please, baby, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make it better. I love you so much. You're the only one for me.
I rolled my eyes. You ghosted me the entire day.
It's been 5 hours since I left.
You always check on me. I recognized my bratty tone and was past caring.
I do.
He put his phone back down, taking a step toward me and tilting my head up to look at him.
I got caught up with the Tristan situation, and when it was over, I was eager to get home to unpack it with you, so I didn't check my phone.
My lower lip trembled. I messed with the collar of his shirt. I may have overreacted because of yesterday. Achilles studied me closely.
Why?
Because you don't like sharing.
I'm not going to anymore. That was a one-time thing to prove to you that I've changed.
And how did it feel? He pressed his lips to my forehead, his mouth moving over it in a whisper.
Like death.
Something like darkness spread over my bones as he cupped my shoulders and walked me back toward the bedroom. I didn't resist. I needed this, to feel his skin against mine, him moving inside me. I'd made good progress with my therapist. We'd dug into some of my decisions and preferences. I could now identify why I liked to be hurt in bed. It was because my expectation from my partners was so low, so incredibly non-existent. Letting them hurt me was a way to reclaim my control and convince myself that I'd wanted it. I didn't have that problem with Achilles. I knew he was incapable of hurting me. He parted my lips with his thumb slowly, meticulously, making my pulse thrum between my legs with excitement. My lashes fluttered, and he pushed his entire thumb between my lips. I clasped my mouth around it, sucking hard, my vision clouding with a thick mist of desire. My legs hit the base of our bed. I want to suck you off.
No.
Excuse me?
No.
His voice, brash and low, made my insides tremor, his darkening gaze caressing every cell in my body.
I'm done playing games.
He shoved me to the bed, and I fell with a bounce. My heart fumbled like a bird trapped in a cage. His weight came down on me, and he pinned me to the mattress, the softness in his eyes threatening to rip me to shreds. Intimacy, not sex. This was what he wanted and what I was so scared of. It was one thing to admit to him that I loved him, and another to follow through on these words and show him with my body. Desperately, I reached for his cock, trying to set the mood and the pace. He slapped my hands away and bunched my wrists together.
No.
I thrashed and kicked, trying to release myself from his grip. My pointy fingernails slashed at every exposed sliver of inked flesh. I drew blood and kept going, hoping to hit bone. Achilles slammed my wrists above my head, covering my entire body with his. He was panting hard, and I knew it wasn't from paralyzing a 110-pound woman. He dropped his forehead to mine, growling.
I'm not doing this shit with you anymore, Piccola Fiamma.
I thrust my pelvis between us in answer, meeting his hot erection through our clothes. Of course you are. That's what we do. We hate fuck.
No more hate fucks.
No. I purred mockingly, arching my back so my nipples grazed his muscular chest.
No.
His voice sounded surprisingly somber.
I'm going to make love to you, and you're going to make love to me.
I ignored the traitorous way my heart sped, careening behind my breastbone like an out-of-control vehicle. No one had ever made love to me. I accepted long ago that I wasn't worthy of any kind of normal love. My father tolerated me out of civilized necessity. My brother cared for me because of our shared past and trauma. Both their affection was laced with pity. Achilles studied my face like he could read my entire stream of consciousness through my eyes. Normally, it'd unnerve me. Surprisingly, I found myself not caring if I bared my soul to him. He'd seen the ugliest part of me long ago and still thought I was the most beautiful woman in the world.
Little flame.
He rasped, in English now, which felt unbearably intimate and whimsical.
Let me love you. Show me every jagged, ugly piece of you, and watch me stay anyway. I will stay, but you have to let me.
I stared at him, defenseless and tired. So tired. Of fighting this. Of clinging to habits that meant to defend me from a man I no longer needed protection from. I burst into a sudden sob. Dr. Andrews had cautioned me that grief would pay me more frequent visits, now that I was finally facing my trauma. Still, weeping during foreplay wasn't exactly the height of seduction. But Achilles didn't seem to care.
Let it all go.
He slowly freed me from my shirt, jeans, and underwear. After removing my clothes, he kicked off his slacks, keeping the pressure of his body on mine, anchoring me in place. I shook beneath him, my body wrecked like a ship caught in a storm in the middle of the ocean. He let go of my wrists, cradling the back of my head with one hand and wiping my tears with the other. He caught one tear between his index and thumb, rubbing it together into evaporation.
Look at you.
He rasped, kissing the column of my neck so tenderly it robbed me of the last of my self-preservation.
Człowiek.
He fed me back the word I gifted him all those years ago, and just like it brought him back to life, it revived me too.
Human after all. Flesh, blood, the full range of emotions. They didn't break you, baby. Nothing could. You went through it. You remembered, you faced it, and you came back.
Our eyes met as he moved over me, and for the first time in my life, I didn't want to run, to lose myself in carnal desires. I wanted to be present, to see this moment through. He slid into me, a hiss of pleasure rumbling from his chest. I forced myself to loosen my muscles, to stop my body from going into fight-or-flight mode, where I was ready to slit his throat at any moment. His movements were slow, leisured, tender strokes. I felt like I was falling into a dream. He touched and caressed me everywhere, taking great care of every curve and part of my body, kissed my tears, my mouth, my eyes, each time he entered me. And though I felt his touch, what made this time different from all the others was how I felt his soul. Our souls clicked together, fusing into a whole. We needed this so badly. For him to break the final wall between us and make me submit fully to this relationship. I clung to him desperately, like a child seeking comfort in the arms of a safe grown-up, and he never let me go, not even when we shifted and changed positions.
Is this okay?
His lips moved over mine. Yes.
I can feel you in a way I never have before.
The rush of dopamine to my veins made me tremble like a leaf. I feel like you're injecting your DNA into my system or something. He pulled slightly back and stared at me, his expression wondrous. My words had hit him somewhere deep. Because this was what he always wanted, to engrave himself in me the way I was seated in him. The pleasure of my orgasm started with a tingle at the base of my spine, spreading all over my body quickly. Achilles let out a grunt, coming at the same time. We stared at each other the entire time, arms braced, like we were holding on to each other in a storm. And I knew in that moment that if 18-year-old Tyranny could have experienced this just one time, this connection, this love which passed between one body to the other, she wouldn't have tried to take her own life. And she wouldn't have let Luca bully her into breaking Achilles' heart. When Achilles rolled off me, he was silent. I imagined the same whispers of surprise and emotions crawled over his body as well, because I was the farthest thing from okay. This whole making love ordeal rocked my world and tipped it over. Instead of talking, I offered him my hand. He took it. Our fingers clicked like two pieces of a puzzle. Thank you for making me face my biggest fear. And thank you for everything. He squeezed my hand, still staring at the ceiling. If I didn't know him so well, I'd think he was going to cry. 15 years of love and hate and everything in between, boiled down to this. We made love, and we survived. Achilles. I turned in the bed and pressed my hand to his jagged cheek. I want you to know that from now on, I am going to try to be the best wife that I can be. I will devote my life to you. Silently, he pulled our joined hands to his face and kissed my knuckles. I think maybe in that moment, even he didn't have the words to describe what was happening inside us. But we'll never have biological children, I croaked, running my fingers along his face. And you'll never have a traditional wife, someone who stays at home, cooks a meal every day, and knows how to knit a sweater. A woman like Leela, who'd be content to simply stand by your side and watch you lead.
No, but I'll have something else no man I know possesses.
And what's that?
Enough.
He pressed his lips to my temple.
You're enough for me, Tyranny. Achilles. Rolling off Tyranny felt like crawling out of a battlefield after winning a war. Injured, exhausted, scarred, triumphant. It wasn't going to be easy, but it was going to be worth it, and the worst of it was behind me. The final wall had detonated. It was just us now, me, her, and the love we shared. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Achilles.
This is a bad idea.
Tiernan handed me his sister's passport. He'd told her he'd keep it for her when she was on the run from me, and he kept his promise, until this moment, anyway. I ignored his observation, tossing her passport to the bottom of a moving box and filing through her old apartment above Fermante's. Tierney never had the chance to grab the thing she loved.
Aren't you going to ask why?
Tiernan followed me from the living room to the bedroom. No, I don't care.
You're going to make me look bad.
Hardly. He had taken in my sister's bastard son from when he was still in her womb and raised him as his own. The entire family had vowed to never let Nero know who his real father was, and that was arguably more than I could ever offer Tierney. It's not a competition. I tossed her favorite ball cap into the box, sauntering over to her closet.
And Leela wants my sister around. They're close.
Do you expect me to make every decision in my life with your wife's preferences in mind? I ground my teeth together.
Naturally.
Tiernan narrowed his eyes.
I think the entire world should bend to her will.
I shook my head, chuckling as I packed Tierney's jewelry box next. I intend to make your sister happy.
You already do.
He propped a shoulder against the doorframe and crossed his arms.
Still, we'll hate to see you move.
I knew very little about proposals. Every person in my vicinity came into their matrimony through an arranged marriage, and while I didn't know much about romance, I knew more than enough about Tierney, her likes, her dislikes, her dreams. I remembered everything about her, every single damn thing, every freckle, every eyelash, the exact number of crow's feet, and the shape of her hairline. I knew what made her laugh and what made her sad and what made her body sing, and it was time to put all of this information to use. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I set the box down and looked around her bedroom. I'd already filled 4 other boxes, which were sitting in the hallway, ready to be picked up by my soldiers.
Nope, that was everything she ever cared for.
I jerked my chin in a nod. I'll catch you on the other side. Tiernan quirked a brow, watching me heading for the door.
Achilles.
I stopped and turned to face him.
What if she says no?
She won't.
How do you know?
How did you know Leela loved you?
When she almost took a bullet for me.
He answered, unblinking. I thought about 18-year-old Tyranny trying to take her own life just to clear a way for someone else who might be able to pop out babies for me so I could be Don. Tyranny did much more for me. That's how I know.
Chapter 67. Tyranny. This is honestly exasperating. I sighed my frustration, itching to pull off the blindfold Achilles had wrapped around my eyes. For one thing, it was ruining my mascara. For another, I didn't like surprises. My life had enough twists and turns to last a millennium. I was perfectly content being informed what was about to happen in the next day, week, month, and decade from now until my demise. Why do I need to be blindfolded?
Because I said so.
Achilles' flat answer emerged from my right. My short hair swirled in the wind, dancing in every direction. The humming sound of a plane's engine filled my ears. Everything told me we were boarding a jet, but I didn't know where to or when we'd be back.
Hurry up.
I can't see where I'm going. The solution to that predicament, apparently, was lifting me up honeymoon style and carrying me at the speed of light up a short flight of stairs. I heard the metal under his feet and knew for certain we were on the jet. Next, he buckled me up like I was a toddler and popped my AirPods into my ears.
What do you want to listen to?
An explanation as to where we are.
Music or audiobook?
I really wanted to strangle him. He was lucky he was attached to my favorite dick, or he'd be in serious trouble. Put on Hot Girl Bummer. It was my favorite true crime podcast. The Gnarly Case of the River Murderer. I already have it downloaded.
My sweet, delicate flower.
His mocking tone ran straight past me because he still did as I said. I dozed off twice during the long flight, and he had to feed me at some point when he heard my stomach grumble loudly. It didn't sound like anyone other than him, me, and the staff on the plane, a rarity in itself. The Ferrante clan enjoyed moving in packs of 3s and 4s minimum. Finally, we landed. Achilles picked me up again and led me into the back of a car, giving the driver instructions in a language I didn't know but sounded like Latin. This is kidnapping.
You came here willingly.
I thought we were going to Maggiano's down the street. I still had clothes in the washer, damn it. When he didn't answer, I added, How'd I even get past customs?
Tiernan gave me your passport.
He's a traitor, I mumbled, but I wasn't angry. I'd go to hell if it meant being with Achilles, and my brother knew that. Do we have a long drive?
Please just shut up and let me be romantic for once in my fucking life.
Well, since you asked so nicely. I sulked, crossing my arms. The vehicle pulled over after a short while and the back door swung open. The air was mild and tinted with brine. I recognized the scent instantly. It was uniquely Mediterranean. My pulse quickened, and I tried to calm it down, but it was hard.
Careful, there's a step.
Achilles' rich, low voice grumbled as his roughened palm clasped my wrist, guiding me down a pebbled pathway. Birds chirped and water gurgled. It was daylight, I could feel the sun on my skin, but since I wasn't able to track the time during the flight, it meant little to me. We stopped when the front of my legs hit a concrete barrier. Achilles' scent wafted into my nostrils from the side. Woods, whiskey, smoke, mail, and he slowly pulled at one corner of my blindfold. I'd gotten so used to the dark, I felt lightheaded from the prospect of seeing again.
You said if you could do things all over again, if you got your second chance, you'd retire by the Mediterranean Sea, choose a good man, crochet, and drink a good cocktail while staring at the horizon.
His words skulked into my ears, soaking into my body, and settled somewhere so deep it was etched into my entire existence.
I can give you all of it.
The blindfold fell to the ground, and I stared at the azure, sparkling water of the sea, vast and endless under a cloudless sky, twinkling at me playfully.
I'll give you a quiet life, away from the hustle and bustle of New York. I will manage the Ferrante's business from here in Naples, and you will be left to your own devices, to do whatever you want, however you want, as long as you're by my side.
I turned to look at him. Behind him was a stunning villa. Beyond it was greenery I recognized as an olive grove. It was a handsome property, and yet not gauche or over the top, with soft yellow arches and an inner court with roses and a fountain. I recognized the place as Posillipo from the heart-stopping view and proximity to the sea.
If you want kids, we'll have them. If you don't, we won't. If you want to rule this city with me, we'll share the throne. If you'd like to spend all your days crocheting and shopping, that's okay too.
He gestured to his side, and I realized we were standing on a patio overlooking the beach, with lounge chairs, a small round table with yarn and knitting accessories on it. A delighted shiver ran through me.
The world will be your oyster by my side. I'll fulfill all your dreams, every single one of them. All I ask is one thing. You.
His volatile gaze landed on me, longing, yearning, unapologetic hunger. My breath caught in my throat as he lowered himself to one knee, and then the other one. He was on both knees now, staring at me, steadfast, with a gaze that promised fighting my every war, winning my every battle, never wavering from my side.
I thought long and hard about what ring I wanted to give you.
Of course he did. I wouldn't expect anything less from this man. I wanted to throw a smart-ass remark his way, to ask if the diamond was as big as my head, but I couldn't find it in me. Not sarcasm and not empty flirtation. I was speechless and completely anchored in the moment with him. So I licked my lips instead and said, "Whatever you chose."
Legacy.
Huh?
Money doesn't impress you. It never did. You like legacy, history. You said you wanted a home, roots, something that meant something.
His black eyes shone as he produced something from his pocket, a small black velvet box. He popped it open.
This ring has all of it.
It was an antique signet ring, made from gold, the intricate design on it no doubt used as a stamp at some point in its long history. It had an agate cameo depicting a skull and a snake. It wasn't lavish or pretty. It was bold and magnificent, and I loved it even more for it.
Any rich man can buy his wife an expensive ring. I don't think there's much to it, really. But to find this ring, I had to visit every reputable antique shop in southern Italy. This ring dates back to the early 19th century. I wanted it specifically because it belonged to Queen Maria Carolina of Austria. She was the wife of King Ferdinand IV and one of the baddest bitches in the history of Naples.
This earned him a little nervous giggle from me.
Maria Carolina had spice and defiance. She called Napoleon a wicked bastard and meddled in her husband's business relentlessly, not giving half a shit what everyone around her and in their kingdom thought. At some point, she became the de facto ruler of her husband's two kingdoms. She was an absolutist, and she was unstoppable.
He took a breath.
And she still didn't hold a candle to you.
"You're insane," I whispered, giving his shoulder a small shove. He didn't budge. "You got me a queen's ring?"
The queen is the most important piece in chess. This was never a game to me, little flame. It was always a matter of life and death. Still is. Be my wife, Tyranny, and I will dedicate my entire life to making you happy. What do you say?
Yes, you bastard. Of course, yes. He slid the ring onto my finger, and my entire existence clicked into place. He stood up and grabbed my face roughly, pressing an urgent kiss to my mouth.
Truth?
Truth, I whispered into our kiss.
I loved you long before I even met you. You came to me in a dream when I wasn't even 10 yet, with your red hair and bright eyes and indomitable spirit. And you bewitched me. When I entered your room all those years ago, when I saw your hair, your face, I immediately recognized you.
He ran his thumb along my cheek.
And I knew.
Knew what?
That somehow, some way, someday, we'd end up here, exactly like this. Epilogue. 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 Achilles. 2 weeks later. The water glimmered like diamonds under the weak October sun. Fucking beautiful. Almost like the woman next to me. We married a week and a half ago in Naples' City Hall. A small ceremony consisting of our families and a few friends. We didn't want to wait any longer than we already had. We'd wasted an entire decade pretending to hate each other. The bride wore red and a badass smirk. The honeymoon was scheduled for next month. We were renting a vintage car and touring the French Riviera for a month. Phones off, just her and me. My current role as the leader of the Ferrante clan in Naples allowed it. The position was a slower pace, for sure, but I didn't mind that shit all that much. If she wanted quiet, I'd give her that. And if she ever decided she wanted to go back to New York, I could provide that as well. I'd already resigned myself to the fact I was going to spend the rest of my life making sure this woman was happy and could think of no better role I wanted for myself.
Your coffee's ready, honey.
My wife swaggered from the depths of our home to the patio, where I was sprawled naked on a lounge chair, holding a steaming cup and placing it on the round table next to me. The scent of freshly ground coffee hit my senses, releasing orgasmic quantities of dopamine. This, every morning, Tyranny making me coffee, nuzzling into me. Bliss. Reaching a hand to caress her cheek while she was still standing, I smiled at her, and though I was the ugliest bastard my eyes ever saw, under her gaze I felt beautiful, a fucking god. Andare in brodo di ciugiole. I cupped her palm, bringing it to my lips and kissing it softly. Her smile broadened.
What does it mean?
To be in a state of rapture. The joy you give me, sweetheart. If I could translate it into drugs, I'd be the richest man alive. Pouting happily, she nudged me back and settled against my bare chest, snuggling me under the sun. She had taken a break from her crocheting to make me this coffee. She made me coffee at least 3 times a day these days. I hoped caffeine poisoning wasn't a thing, because I was well on my way to getting it. I set my newspaper down, already feeling myself hardening as her long, bare leg curled around mine. Our days consisted of very little work, mainly me checking on our operations and conducting business in lobbies of hotels, and her reading books, crocheting, and walking along the shore. Healing. She still saw Dr. Andrews twice a week via virtual call. A visible light danced in her eyes now, something I'd never seen before.
This is nice,
she murmured into my skin.
Do you want to go out and grab a bite later?
She kissed my neck.
Maybe catch a street performance?
I want to fuck you right here, right now, in plain view, even though there are dozens of joggers and tourists under our balcony. Whatever you want, baby.
I want to try that place down the street, and maybe we could take a long walk afterward.
Her hand trailed down my abs and cupped my cock.
The weather's so nice.
Sounds perfect. I ran a hand down her back and grabbed her ass. Let's work up your appetite in the meantime. She rolled on top of me, lips fusing with mine. A rush of heat coursed through me. I could never have enough of this woman. Never. And though children were an option, I hoped she didn't want them soon. I wasn't nearly done having her to myself, not even close. My phone buzzed with an incoming call on the small table next to us. I let it go to voicemail. It rang again immediately. This time, I scowled at it.
Who is it?
Her mouth feathered across my six-pack. She was kissing a path down my body, going south to the place that begged for her attention. Enzo.
Answer him.
Nah. I spread my legs open to give her more room to settle right where I wanted her. He can wait. She sat back on her knees and laughed.
It's your brother. It might be important.
The only pressing matter in my life right now is getting you out of this ridiculous bikini and into my bed. I hooked my index finger into the string of her red bikini top, pulling, then releasing it teasingly to brush against her skin. My wife shot me a chiding look.
Achilles.
What?
Answer your poor brother.
I made a show of sliding my finger over the screen of my still ringing phone. I pushed the speaker button. Anything Enzo had to say could be said in front of my wife. The fuck do you want? Hey. Enzo's voice sounded strained and hoarse, like it suffered from many cigarettes and not enough sleep, not his usual perky self. I sat up on the sunbed, alert. He always greeted me with a stupid, frat-boyish, yo. What's going on? Are you sitting down? Do I look like the fainting kind? Enzo didn't laugh. Shit. Enzo always laughed. That couldn't be good. It's Dad. What about him? He's dead. I said nothing. He was found unresponsive this morning in his bed. I said nothing. The clans know. They're sniffing around to find out who the new Don is. Still, nothing. There were too many suspects to count, too many people to gain from Velo's death. As for me, I felt nothing but mild relief. He was a shit father, and he'd cost me valuable years with my wife. The only part of me that mourned him was the part that wanted to resurrect him so I could kill him again. You need to come home. We're crowning Luca. He's taking over. The new king of the underworld. No answer. Are you listening?
He'll be there. We wouldn't miss his funeral for the world.
We shared a private grin, a grin that said no amount of therapy could heal the fuckery that went on inside our heads. I hung up and kissed her forehead. Pack red for the funeral.
Red?
She reared her head back to study me.
Why?
It'll stain less than any other color, and we're walking into a bloodbath.